LCK 리그는 전 세계에서 가장 주목받는 리그라고 생각합니다. 정점에 선 팀이 받는 반지인 만큼 굉장히 의미 있고 영광스러운 반지여야 한다는 마음이었습니다.
리그 오브 레전드는 이제는 팬들에게 게임이라기보다는 하나의 문화로 자리를 잡게 된 것 같아요. 지금 수년째 그들의 역사를 함께 누리고 계십니다.
LCK가 세계 최고의 e스포츠 리그인 것처럼 골든듀 역시 독창적인 디자인과 최고의 기술력을 보유한 파인 주얼리 브랜드입니다. 기존의 e스포츠에서는 볼 수 없었던 우승의 영광과 화려함이 담긴 챔피언링을 제작하기 위해서 저희 디자이너분이 굉장히 많은 심혈을 기울였어요.
가장 중점적으로 생각한 거는 유저들과 반지를 치열하게 쟁취하게 될 선수들이었습니다. 반지 안에는 어떤 스토리를 담고 싶었어요. 그래서 선수들의 치열한 전투의 여정과 그리고 우승 반지의 영광을 그 반지 안에 담고 싶었습니다.
최종적으로 선택한 시안을 보시게 되면은 디자인적인 완성도도 완성도지만은 그 시안이 갖고 있는 하나하나의 어떤 LCK에 대한 상징적인 의미를 너무 잘 담으셨던 것 같아요.
라이엇 측에서 원하던 요소는 리그 오브 레전드의 아이덴티티가 묻어있고 그리고 우승 선수들과 팀을 기념할 수 있는 그런 의미가 담긴 반지를 원하셨습니다.
저희 골든듀 기술력의 집약체라고 할 수 있는데요. 디자인부터 그리고 모델링, 주조, 스톤 세팅, 무립, 광처리까지 수십 년간 근무하신 당인분들의 최고 기술력으로 제작되었습니다.
일단 이 반지는 총 8개의 파츠로 나눠져 있어서 난이도가 높은 제품입니다. 그래서 현재 골든듀에서 가지고 있는 반지 중에는 최상위 난이도의 반지이고
디자인 측면에서의 또 우월감뿐 아니라 내부적으로 되게 좋은 반응을 좀 가져왔었고 팬들에게 빨리 보여주고 싶은 마음이 컸었습니다.
천연 다이아몬드와 천연 사파이어를 사용해서 화려함을 더했고 하이세라믹이라는 고급 소재를 사용해서 색깔을 입혔습니다.
LCK가 사실상 전 세계 에로 e스포츠 중에서 가장 실력이 뛰어나고 가장 인기가 많은 리그라는 것들에 대해서는 많은 분들이 공감하고 계십니다. 이번 결승전은 그 시기의 최고의 정점의 기량을 보여준 선수들만이 이 우승을 차지하고 챔피언십 리그를 가져갈 수 있다고 생각합니다. 그만큼 굉장히 희소하고 가치가 높은 제품이라고 보시면 될 것 같아요.
오늘 파이널 MVP까지 받고 되게 재밌는 날인 것 같습니다.
생각보다 정말 긴 시간 동안 저희가 반지 제작을 위한 협업을 했었는데요. 첫 번째로는 골든듀의 뛰어난 디자인과 색공력 때문에 눈이 너무 즐거웠고요. 그리고 두 번째로는 정말 많은 의견을 교환했었어요. 근데 그러한 의견 교환에서 굉장히 적극적으로 수용을 해주셨고 이런 점들에 대해서 저는 정말 굉장히 만족스러운 협업했다고 생각합니다.
LCK 우승 반지가 가장 어렵고 정성을 많이 들이지 않았나 싶습니다. 그래서 많은 분들이 사랑해 주셔서 너무 감사한 마음입니다. 저도 LCK 리그를 너무 열심히 보고 있으니까 앞으로도 많이 응원해 주시고 사랑해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
앞으로 골든듀는 LCK와 함께 그리고 새로운 도전들로 팬분들에게 언제나 새로운 설레임을 드릴 수 있는 브랜드로 거듭나겠습니다.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LOL Park for the final time as we figure out which one of these squads will be making it to Gyeongju for the roadshow. Welcome, everyone. It's your boy Dagon here, alongside well-dressed chronicler and well-dressed wolf. Welcome, guys.
Are you implying we're not normally well dressed?
I'm implying you're especially well-dressed.
I actually shout out. That was a perfect pronunciation of Gyeongju. So that's a great show.
Caster
Or start to the
John
show.
Came up to us earlier and said, "Why are you guys all so dressed up? Why are you all wearing suits?"
What's up with you? You try hard.
Yeah.
Like, is that the Western thing? Like, yeah, it's an elimination match.
And then he
Big deal.
laughed and walked away.
It's the last day
He's
of
like, "You
playoffs for
Westerners."
Gyeongju.
As we take a look at the playoff bracket, as we are trying to figure out which one of these two squads will be making it to the indoor stadium. D Plus and T1, 3 versus 4. They await Hanwha Life Esports in the lower finals, and they will wait against, the winner of that will play against Genji in the grand finals.
And thus far, when we look at the playoffs, there has not been a single lower seed that has beaten a higher seed, right? There's been individual games, but mostly it's been pretty one-sided affairs. And today, I think we can all collectively agree that if there is a day where that no longer holds true, it's today. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I have no idea what to expect today.
Yeah, it is a really tough matchup to predict, and obviously one of these teams will be going home empty-handed. They will still have the Worlds qualifier, but they won't be going to Gyeongju. But the winner, it feels like almost is going off to a hopeless battle against a much stronger team, because Hanwha Life's form right now is stronger than both of these two teams. So I think more than just winning today, you need to be able to prove that you have more depth in your drafts and that your form is good enough to tackle Hanwha if you want to make it to that grand finals.
Well, a win today doesn't just get you a step closer to Gyeongju, it also gets you a step closer to the World Championship. As you see our championship point breakdown right here, Genji already confirmed at lowest second seed as the #1 seed of the LCK will be the winner of the grand finals. Hanwha Life Esports, T1, and D+, all with the opportunity to make it on in. And KT fans and BNK FearX, fear not, as you still have an opportunity through the season gauntlet.
So the big thing here, KT and BNK will only have a single life. So the first gonna have to beat the other one and then make it to the second round of the gauntlet. Whereas whoever makes it, most likely it is gonna be DK and T1, obviously with the forms of the teams as they look right now. But they will have an extra life, so they'll be able to play 2 best-of-5s. As long as you win one of those, you'll be able to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, and of course right now D+, it says they're confirmed as second seed. That's assuming they don't win the LCK, then they'll move into first seed and everyone else will move up an additional spot.
All right, let's take a look at this matchup specifically. Head-to-head over the last 2 years, not so kind to D+, as this is the most stable roster between these two teams. It's obviously the T1 roster that has not changed compared to the D+ roster. After 2021, it has changed, and it's been shuffling for quite some time.
Yeah, this matchup has been very one-sided whenever one team is winning. Back in 2020, 21 was obviously DK, and recently it's been T1. The big thing for me to take away is that for a large part of this, T1 was, without a shadow of a doubt, the second best team in the LCK at worst, or they were contesting for first. Like, even with a lot of their struggles that they had last year, for a large part of these series, they were very clearly better. Right now, coming into this series, I don't know if that still holds true.
Yeah. And we did start the stats after the Khan, Nuguri, D+, or Damwon at the time, winning Worlds, of course, and that was the dominant Damwon. And it hasn't really been since then. We obviously saw this roster of T1 coming at the beginning of that, as well as D+ going through multiple rosters, but this is the new Neo DK. Maybe this roster is the one, especially with Moham coming into support here, to be the one that could actually challenge T1 in a big best-of-5 like this, actually get across the line this time in that 5th game.
As we dive into the highlights here for D+, keep in mind what we're talking about here, because these two teams coming into it in terms of form, very, very similar, almost mirror images.
Yeah, what is the big thing for me is that DK in their first series against BNK should be heavy favorites, and they were. There were some moments where it looked a little bit questionable, particularly the Nessus pick kind of came in, and Nessus to me is really interesting in that he's both insanely strong, but also teams have been using him in a way that definitely is not optimal. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. The main thing for DK is that when they went up against Genji, we expected them to lose, but the way in which it happened was a little bit jarring.
Yeah, I think, obviously D+ showed a little bit of I mean, obviously things like the Moham Rel coming through, that was really insanely strong, right? They looked incredibly good at it, and we were, kind of frustrated that BNK wasn't banning it. But then when they played against Genji later on, we were like, oh, this is what they can only do. And BNK wasn't able to identify that, but D+ showed a lack of flexibility. Sure, they played the Nasus pick, and that ended up being very successful in that specific matchup, but right now, you look at, okay, Genji leaves it open. They have the Garen and answer. They can flex the quirky top. Genji just looked way more flexible. And D+, I think, really need to showcase a wider berth of champions, which we know they have. We know their drafting can at times be often innovative. I think it needs to be tonight.
If you look at DK in that last series against Genji, and again, Genji is clearly the best team in the LCK, so we give them a little bit of leeway, but I think Showmaker not performing up to this, and this is an ongoing thing for him, but I think hasn't really been able to find his form that much this year. Lucid having a pretty hefty underperformance, and Draft, where I feel like they have the right idea, but the implementation doesn't quite it up. And the reason why I sum it up is because we're talking about specifically DK, but almost all those points apply basically in the same way to T1.
Well, let's get into that one as well. T1, their opponents had easy time, in control against KT in round number 1. In round 2, not exactly the same thing. What are some of the things that they built up here against KT that they didn't transition over in round 2 against Life?
I think that's a really good question to ask, because for me, when I watched T1 play against KT Rolster, going into that series, we had a very similar vibe to today of, okay, no one really knows what's going to happen. We give a slight edge to T1, but we'll see what they show up for in terms of form. They had some really cool drafting, right? They brought out the Senna, the Neela. Guma had some incredible clutch performances. Owner also clutching. And I think T1 has always been a team that either dominates bottom lane of the Faker roaming, they get early leads and their macro is oppressive, like Genji is kind of right now in terms of their macro, or a team that just out-clutches. And I think in the KT series, they did, right? We had those amazing Guma engages. Owner had a fantastic series. But then you fast forward to their series against Hanwha Live, and they just looked a little bit lost when they're not in control, when they don't have advantages. The other elite teams have just crushed them. I wouldn't put D+ in the same conversation as Hanwha and Genji right now in terms of their macro, in terms of their punish play. But I think we need to see some of that clutch factor here again for T1, and maybe a better answer for lane swaps as well.
Additionally, as mentioned, I think Owner, who had been by far the most consistent member on T1 for the entirety of summer, had a really rough series. Same for Lucid, although in that case, obviously, Aiming was also a standout. Aiming didn't have any impact in that series. Guma also didn't really, and a large part of that is one end, the Ziggs, which was given over to Pace in the DK series, and for T1, it felt kind of similar that they tried, and when they did go over to the Ziggs, it just didn't feel like T1 as a team was really able to play around it the way that many others were. And it leaves us with so many questions going into this series, because I can see a world where either team 3-0s, if they're on form, if they find what works for them, but it's so hard to predict because the form has been so up and down for both of them.
Yeah, where are these teams going to put their draft resources? Early on, T1 put it into Owner to get the snowball rolling in mid lane. On the Lee Sin, did not happen. Later on, the Seraphine didn't quite work out as well. So big question here for the coaches, as here are the quotes that they had after their losses. We know that every time we hear from them before the game, they don't give a lot. This time, Zephyr and Koma very, very honest here.
I think there's a lot to break down here. They didn't expect the Garen was going to do so well during the lane swap. Obviously, they tried to target the Garen. It failed because of his shield, right? He just got insane wave clear. But something that really sticks out to me here for Zephyr is even if we denied the Ziggs pick, we figured the game would have played out similarly. And I think that's not necessarily true. That statement makes me a little bit worried. Yeah, sure, maybe you still end up losing to a strong team like Genji, but you really allowed them to play through one of their best strengths right now. So hopefully they have learned from that. This interview was, of course, directly right after the loss several days ago, so they've had some time to adjust.
And on the flip side for T1, I think it mentioned as well, to me, while Draft was somewhat of a part of it, I think it's also a bit over-focused. Reality is they just didn't play that well, right? And that is something where, particularly when you're playing aggressive through early mid-jungle 2v2s, when you're trying to, as you pointed out, try to kill the Yone, just didn't end up working at all. To me, the jungler performance, I think, is the thing that I'm really going to be looking towards, because I really highly rate both junglers, and in both series, against Kenny and Peanut, they really got outpathed pretty substantially.
Yeah, and when you're not playing well, it doesn't require a lot of strategic changing as much here, as you could see from our target bans from round 2. Very similar throughout. Both teams in Gen G and Hanwha Life Esports didn't need to change too much because the teams weren't playing well with whatever they gave them.
I mean, I think the fact that we see so many of these bans mirrored from game to game just showcases that both of these teams also had picks they lean on and rely on. Like Showmaker's LeBlanc, they're not required to have that pick to win, but the Smolder, they definitely leaned into very heavily. Faker has extremely heavily relied on the Azir, and even when he gets it, his performances haven't been amazing. It's been pretty lackluster. It does not feel like the classic Faker Azir. I think banning it away from him, though, takes away that extra stability that T1 feel like they have in draft, and something needs to change to where Faker has another pick he can go to and not just that Azir.
Right, one of them has been the Nasus. Chronicler, you've said not so great as a blind pick, but huge here as a counter pick.
Yeah, Nasus to me got picked by Showmaker, and then we just started banning it. I imagine because this was early in the playoffs, team just didn't want to deal with it. We have now seen, though, and we probably should have known because this is a very old champion, Nasus has a very specific niche. When you counter pick him and you pick him in the right scenario, he feels insanely busted. So if you pick him here into a double... I mean, Azir isn't really the carry, right? But he still does a lot of auto attacks. Like a composition like that, where you counter pick him into a matchup where he's strong, no one on the enemy team will be able to kill him. He's insanely strong, and he has a lot of value. But if you try to blind him, even without taking the Garen into account, it makes it so much easier for the enemy team. Even if you flex him to top, which we saw them do as well, where Kingen played it, you get dove repeatedly. You need to ensure that you don't just pick this pick because it is strong. You need to think of why it's strong and pick it in the right scenarios. And I hope that both teams have realized that after what happened in the previous series.
All right, a lot of focus here on the mid lane, a little bit on the top lane, a little bit on jungle. Now let's focus to the bottom side of the map as we have Moham, who looked fantastic in the BNK FearX series, had a great lunch, and then became lunch in the second series against Gen G. Here are some of the picks that he's had. Rel is obviously great. And okay on everything else.
I mean, look, he's got a really high win rate. I think we were really high on this player, but obviously a lot of the matches he played at the end of the regular season were against weak opponents. The Rel looked fantastic against BNK. He's just been a strong pick for him in general. I thought his Alistar was quite nice as well, but we need to shore up some of the other picks. Like the Leona didn't really inspire. The Nautilus was a bit of a rough one. Poppy, I think that game could be contextualized in a lot of other ways. You look at Karria's win rate against Rel, 2-5. Look at the picks. He's played a ton of picks. He has the highest champion pool right now in the LCK and playoffs. But I think Moham's Rel should be targeted, and I hope that he can up his form on some of these other engaged picks. It's tough to do that, from 3 days ago to now. Like that's a tough ask, but I think we need to see more consistent performances out of him if he's going to be that carry again, because he's not going to get the Rel.
All right, let's take a listen to our coaches here for this specific matchup. Again, loser goes home, winner will move on to Gyeongju Indoor Stadium. As the coaches have prepared, we obviously heard what it sounded like from a loss. Oh, no, just kidding. Coaches are ready to go, so that means we're ready to go as well. Time to head on into our matchup. T1, D+, one spot on the line.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 감독 제파 이재민입니다. 가장 신경 쓰는 점이라면은 패치가 변화하고 나서 그런 픽밴적인 부분과 플레이적인 부분에서 저희가 더 잘할 수 있는 부분들을 얘기했고 그에 관해서 연습했습니다. 제가 사실 이번 T1 뿐만이 아니고 강팀들 상대로 좀 아쉬운 모습들을 많이 보였었는데 이번에는 정말 이기고 싶고 저번에 지고 나서 이런저런 것들을 좀 연습도 했고 저번보다는 좀 더 나은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 저번 경기와 이제 비슷한 양상일지 어떨지 잘 모르겠지만 결국 잘하는 팀이 이길 것 같아요. 뭐 어떤 말 하기보다 3대2라도 그냥 무조건 이기고 싶습니다. 저희가 스프링 때는 결국 여기서 지고 거기서 이제 시즌 종료를 하였는데 이번에는 정말 꼭 이기고 싶습니다. 디플러스 기아 화이팅!
안녕하세요. T1 감독 꼬마 김정균입니다. 일단 이전에 패배한 부분을 보완하는 게 가장 좀 크게 중요했었던 것 같고요. 네, 얼마 안 되는 기간이지만 그 부분을 보완했다고 생각하고 있고 오늘 좋은 경기력 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 그 전에 패배했었던 부분의 경기에서 보면 우리가 준비해왔던 대로 좀 경기력이 잘 안 나왔던 것 같아서 오늘 같은 경우에는 좀 더 이제 우리만의 방향성으로 준비한 대로 경기력이 나온다면 좋은 결과 있을 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 그날에 또 이제 중요한 픽이 있을 수도 있고 흐름이나 운영에 있어서 중요한 픽이 있는데 그런 부분을 좀 잘 잡아야 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 일단 우리가 준비한 대로 좀 이제 천천히 한다면 3대 0으로 이길 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 이젠 뒤가 없기 때문에 절대 지면 안 된다고 생각하고 있습니다. T1 파이팅!
Great to hear from both the coaches as now the teams are ready, the players are ready, the fans are ready. I hope you all are ready at home. D+, T1, one spot on the line. Who will get it? Let's find out together as we head on over to round 3.
I've seen the darkest of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
또 내가 본인의 약속 눈으로 보시고 몸으로 느끼게 해드리겠습니다. 이번엔 분명히 다릅니다. 썸머는요. 디플러스 기아의 대장이 처리됐습니다.
디플러스 기아 할 수 있는 게 남아있지 않습니다. 정말 힘도 센데 너무나도 지능적입니다. 젠지 과거의 모습 다시 한번 끌어올라오고 있는 상황이기 때문에 가능성이 높아 보이기도 합니다.
유네오 딥기
가을이 다가오고 있거든요.
T1의 시간은 8월부터 시작됩니다.
계절이 돌아온다.
경주로 가는 길이 오렌지빛으로 물들고 있습니다.
초토화 당했습니다.
T1은 이 하나생명 e스포츠의 힘을 막아내지 못했습니다.
T1 또 한번 부장 깰 수 있습니다.
할 수 있는 건가요?
다전제 T1 무시 못하거든요. 다시 한번 연승 시작합니다.
디플러스 기아 화이팅! 쇼메이커 화이팅! 기아 화이팅!
대리야 화이팅!
디플러스 기아 화이팅! 경수가자 T1 화이팅! 디플러스 기아 화이팅!
블러스키가 가수!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Uribank playoffs. It is now time for our final match here in Lowell Park before we head down to Gyeongju for the lower bracket final and then the grand final. Genji already waiting there, still working out who we're going to see join them, Orcs.
And this is a big one because I think a lot of people expect it's going to be T1 Genji again. I think going into every split, everyone has that expectation, even when T1's struggling. But it's looking pretty rough right now. You know, T1's that first opponent today, Honor Life Esports waiting for them. There is a lot to be done if they're going to repeat history.
Well, the thing is, history is sort of exactly the same as what we saw last time around. Let's have a look at how things have gone between these squads in the past. When it comes to best of fives, really has been T1's way for quite some time.
Yeah, and you know, it's talked a bit about in the pre-show how in the past D+ had a really dominant show of form during the years of like 2020, 2021 over T1, but recent history, T1 has had that edge on lock. Definitely, you know, give some concerns to the D+ fans since their form has been a little bit shaky in playoffs going into this one.
Yep, and having a look at Spring, this is kind of where my worry kind of lies, and it is the fact that we're seeing history kind of repeat itself here just a little bit. Upon victory, DK advances to playoff round 4 for the very first time, and of course, this is talking about this new format, of course, because this doesn't include 2020, 2021, when they were so incredibly dominant. That was still the gauntlet, and since we have had the format change, things haven't been as good for this squad. And this T1 roster has never failed to attend the LCK finals. It's actually kind of nuts to think about, just because of the fact that their form has been up and down in like the last 3 years. You know, they've had great seasons and they've had not so great seasons. And let's have a look at what the predictions are going to tell us as well. Red or black is kind of the aim of the game here, and I expect this to be all over the place. Although, on the Korean side, definitely a lot of red.
Yeah, a lot of belief in T1, and obviously history has shown that to be the case. On the global side, though, 50-50 between T1 and D+, so a little bit more even.
An unprecedented amount of 3-2s.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that a lot of these T1 predictors thought that they had side selection, or perhaps expecting D+ to choose red side. Because I just said, whoever has side selection, I'm going to choose them in a 3-2 victory. I think that's what I went with.
We can definitely agree. It's probably going to be a close one. Jonas Strong, the exception with the 3-0. He is normally based with his outlier vote, so we'll see if that comes through. Fan prediction, heavily T1 favored. Not too much of a surprise.
Nope.
I feel like
there was actually 4 people voting.
Oh, yeah. 3-1?
Yeah.
Man, unfortunately, if a couple more D+ fans woke up,
I know, exactly.
Would have been
it would have been totally fine. Neck and neck, in fact.
Yeah. Oh, well.
What a shame. That's all right. We'll try to get a few extra votes next time. But perhaps
if you're listening and you didn't vote, that's on you.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's exactly the same as democracy. If you're not voting, then it's not working. All right, let's welcome the players to LoL Park here. Starting off with Kingen on the top side of the map for D+. I think Kingen was kind of one of the players that was a bit awake in their last series against Gen G. I think that a lot of the issues were elsewhere, and this guy has certainly improved a lot moving towards the end of the year.
Yeah, his regular season, honestly, he had such a strong performance, particularly in round 2, got 3rd All-Pro. Some people even saying he should have got 2nd All-Pro, which I think there's a solid argument for.
I think I was one of those voters as well.
It's been really good, and it's been a struggle in playoffs, but that, as you said, has been a team-wide struggle. And going up against Zeus, a pretty quiet regular season, but has started to kind of return to some of the picks that have really made him stand out. And he is so dangerous, especially since blue side is the meta. Blue side is what teams are picking, but it results in a Zeus on red side who will counterpick you, will bring out the Vayne into Renekton and make your life hell.
Yeah, and we need to see him actually do it. This is the thing. A lot of what T1 have been drafting hasn't been around giving this guy the counterpick. We've seen a lot of these blind cannons coming in on R4 and things like that. We're hoping that we don't see that again. We hope that we are going to see more of the dominance, that killer instinct from this guy on the top side of the map, because like you say, I think he absolutely is a huge part of what makes T1 good. This guy, a huge part of what makes D+ still amazing. We thought after the loss of Canyon things would be a problem. With Lucid coming in and really starting to hit his stride, things were looking good until the last matchup, where Lucid kind of didn't really make the impact we wanted him to.
But it still kind of blows my mind that he is Rookie of the Year, just because it blows my mind he's still a rookie. And
yeah,
I feel like his impact on this team, his evolution from spring to summer, his growth he has shown in such a short time has really elevated to the point where he is competing with some big junglers like Ona, who really for T1 has been that stable piece when they've been struggling.
Yep, and He had a rough best of 5, and out of the woodwork come all of the owner doubters, ready to say once again that he's been the problem. He wasn't the problem. All year, this guy has been absolutely amazing. He had a bad day, and we'll see whether this is going to be a better one for the man in the jungle for T1. I think it's going to take a few more bad days before I'm starting to really talk about his form moving forward. We'll see how he manages to deal with Lucid here today.
Yep, I think jungle, super impactful. We've seen Kanye and Peanut both on great form, which is why their teams are doing so well. Whoever gets the edge here can be the difference maker. But you can't talk about jungle without mid lane. And Showmaker, often the start for this D+ roster, had quite a split. And I think definitely didn't appreciate the meta that was being played, but still has been such a menace on picks like his LeBlanc, suffering a fair bit from the Aurora not being enabled. That's another pick that would really love to be picked up by him, but he is just such a problem when he gets his comfort and he's able to take over games.
Yep, and that looks a little bit like a chef's hat, and that's what I want to see from Showmaker. I want to see him pick out some of the weird stuff. Of course, we have seen his Nasus already. Not looking that weird anymore, just because we've been seeing a lot of people playing it. This man as well, the GOAT in the mid lane, also struggling just a little bit up against Zeka in that Humble Life Esports match, but sometimes Zeka just hits a massive high roll and has an incredibly good day. That was a great day for Zeka up against T1. See whether Faker can bounce back. And of course, if there's any player that can bounce back, it's this guy.
When you have a career as long as Faker has, and you played through so many eras, yes, there will be points where you're not at 100%, but the point is he's been at the top of the game for such a long time. Little slip-ups, he always recovers, so expect to see him bringing out some strength for the roster here. Do move on to the AD carries next, and aiming, ended up getting third All-Pro. A lot of people felt like he was robbed on this.
I did as well.
People were saying he should have been first. Paze obviously had a fantastic split, but aiming was everything for D+. It was his meta, his picks. Has struggled a bit in playoffs with the meta shifting away from the Kaisers, the Zeris, the Ezreals, but still, the carry performances he displayed during the regular season, unmatched.
Yeah, and that Kai'Sa that you were talking about as well was something that Viper employed very, very well into some of these Ziggs matchups up against T1 as well. So that might be something that Aiming could hold in his back pocket against this man right here. One thing that we saw that was really good yesterday was a Jhin pick that actually worked out, and that's something that Gumayusi is incredibly good at. I'm hoping that we see a move back towards a lot of the comfort picks towards the bottom lane, because when Gumayusi is on a champion that he's good at, my god, he looks unstoppable.
Yeah, a lot of times in the past he's wanted to bring out the Jhin. It feels like it's in a good spot right now. There has been a struggle, I feel like, for both of these teams on what they want to play in the bot lane. Picks like MF and Ashe, pretty low win rate in playoffs, but Guma definitely capable of carrying games on his right picks, and really him and Carrier together form some great pairings in the bot lane.
And here is Moham, the man who did get a haircut. Unfortunately, I kind of liked that look, but he can now see, and that is very, very important. I think that has improved his performance here in the LCK, and we've seen already 11-5 or something like that was his summer record coming in to save this team. We'll see whether that rel is banned like Wolf was asking for, but I think that bans are really tight between these two teams, so it might be that he can get mounted on his pants and get to work.
Yeah, and it's a tough matchup because playing into Guma and his lane partner Carrier can be a really tough time if they challenge you in the 2v2. Carrier, the person who's always willing to bring out some wacky picks. We've seen that so far in playoffs, and even though he can play the more traditional supports, he engages, things like the Rel, like the Nautilus, it always feels like T1 is at his best when he's in the kitchen and he's cooking up some crazy stuff. The Senna Neela is something we've seen T1 bring out. The Senna Lee Sin as well. They always have something ready. And I feel like, especially against a player who doesn't have as much experience like Moham, that could be a great point of strength for T1.
I think they can leverage a lot of what is potentially going to be adjusted in the ban phase for D+ as well, because there might be something like an Ashe that's going to slip through, right? There are a lot of champions, it seems like right now, that are extraordinarily high value and high priority. And so something is going to have to give. And even if you are on the red side, it's still likely that you're able to get a lot of the big picks. There's Kingan's parents here in the audience, and parent buff is a big one. We saw Zeka's mom was in the audience when he had that incredible performance up against T1. And look, maybe Kingen can try and draw from some of that energy here today.
That's so cute. Yeah, I mean, hopefully puts on a great performance. T1, obviously, a huge fan base. I mean, to be honest, both teams, the arena is full. Both teams undoubtedly going to get massive cheers anytime they find an edge, anytime they find an advantage. And as we look towards our key player matchup, it is Kingen with the parent buff going up against Zeus, who obviously, as I said, bit of a quiet regular season, still found lane advantages, but really like in the playoffs, you know, the CS difference, the goal difference, pretty large, especially playing things like the Olaf, where you got that pentakill, the Vayne as well, was very unfun for Perfect to go up against it.
Yep, and these are both of our Olaf players as well. You can see huge grin on Kingen's face. Very happy about starting this one off.
And laughing.
I get it. Take it away, Ox.
Sorry, I just want to let that.
Yeah, I thought I'd let you marinate with that one just for a little while if you would like to.
Please.
As we've got a little bit of a struggle with a Zip. He can take down any top lane matchup, but a Zip,
no, that's why
that's going to get it.
That's why the coaches are there to support you in those key moments, you know. Nearly had a disaster. That could have been T1's chances over, but the coaching staff comes in clutch.
That's what they're there for. I thought it was something to do with like draft strategy and stuff like that, but no. Zip strategy.
Coaches are all encompassing, you know, there's so many things, like
yeah.
everyone thinks about the draft, the preparation, the strategy. Sometimes it's unzipping the jacket, sometimes it's the pep talk. There's no limit to what coaches can do for teams.
Man, I didn't even realize just how much of an all-encompassing job it is. Shout out to the coaches out there for everything that you do, and that includes the zip unzipping, so we don't get trapped in a jacket. I think the top lane matchup is actually going to be a really interesting one, just to go back to something a little more serious, because like we've been saying, Kingen on the Rise has also played a fair bit of the same champions that Zeus has been getting into, outside of going as far as the full counter picks in the Vaynes and things like that for the ultimate destroy lane type style. And I think that that is where they deviate, right? Like, you've got Kingen, who wins just enough to be able to carry team fights, and then you've got Zeus, who wins so much that he wins by himself.
Yeah, he ends up warping the game completely to be around him, and it becomes difficult as well because, you know, teams are prioritizing blue side, which completely makes sense, especially with how bans are so strapped. It feels like there's power picks that you want to ban away, but there's also picks that are specific to the opponent. We've seen this happen for various teams where it's like, right, you know, this ban is mandatory against this player. We have to just ban it out. Things like LeBlanc for Showmaker, things like Maokai for Peanut. And it really limits the flexibility you have to deny those. So blue side's still very powerful, but red side does have that counter pick advantage. And I really think that with this top lane matchup, it's something that Game 1 T1 should lean into. But when Kingen ends up finding himself on red side, presumably that will be the case at some point in the series, it would be great to see him also make use of that. And really, you know, we've seen less and less picks feel stable in the top lane. Like, we've had the early Renekton pick, obviously, be a high prior one in the regular season. We've seen that be punished. We've seen the win rate not really be that high in playoffs. K'Sante is still there, but even he can have a really hard time with some of these late, ranged matchups.
I think it's just Rumble. If you get Rumble, then that's when you're like, haha, I've got you.
Yeah.
But even then, like, that's going to be banned almost every single game. That's why I think blue side has been so strong, is that you get stability on the top side of the map that's very hard to pick into. We've seen Kingen get it so many times, just because things like the LeBlanc needs to be banned, the Vi needs to be banned, the Smolder now needs to be banned. Like, there's lots of things that they're able to sort of leverage out of their opponents to get them some of these pickups of the Rumble. Maokai, also another big one. Maokai and the Ivern are champions that Lucid hasn't lost on this season. That's kind of crazy to think about, because it's Canyon and Peanut that we've really said are the tree guys.
Yeah.
But Lucid also pretty good.
And Ola not really playing it. So we've seen T1 often banning it on blue side as well, which is a really big hit. And the thing is, you know, often people think about picks like Maokai, where, you know, the kit is generally pretty straightforward, and it's like, why can't this player play it? And it's almost never that's the case. It doesn't work for the team.
Yeah.
The team has a play style, and it just doesn't fit into it. And at times, I feel like D+ did struggle with that as well with Lucid of the Maokai, when Showmaker was playing those AD mids, wasn't always their best orientation, but it is still something they've made work. So we'll see the priority on that one. I think T1 likely just banning that on red side, likely banning the Rumble as well. We'll see if they end up banning the Vi or the LeBlanc. But you're really strapped for bans in this situation.
And aiming is not here. He has gone to the bathroom. A little bit of a bathroom issue here.
You know,
shout out Spo TV from years ago.
Yeah, I'm kind of
it was a toilet issue back then.
We don't get the lower third.
Yeah,
toilet issue. I feel like
we do have that lower third prepared. So I mean, we could have theoretically put it up.
That would have been pretty good.
If aiming's in there for a while, hopefully the graphics team can get on it so that we can make sure that we let you guys know exactly why things are taking a while getting into the draft here. You can see twiddling with his hair is Zephyr, you know, like he is ready to start this one off. I imagine he's ran this draft about 400 times in his head.
Probably. But I think especially when you're going into a game like this, you could see it going long. If you feel even slightly like you need the toilet, you know, like you don't.
Oh yeah, and it's I can't concentrate properly. As soon as you start thinking about it, you're ruined.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a situation before I retired as a player where we had a really long game.
Aiming's been in the bathroom so long, Faker needed a new battery for his mouse. That is insane.
Well, a lot of things being sorted out. Hopefully it will be sorted soon. But yeah, before I retired as a player, we had a really long match, and then there was a super long pause towards the end of the match, and we didn't end up being let to go to the bathroom, and it was an absolute nightmare. You know, players have to drink a lot of water as well. You're talking a lot in game, so you drink a lot of water to keep your mouth hydrated. It is the worst scenario to be put into. And yeah, Faker's mouse running out also would have been pretty bad if that happened in game. So
yeah,
we're resolving everything.
Basically, thanks aiming is what we're going to learn from that one. I'm super worried. I'm really worried about this series because I think on paper DK look like the stronger team, but I also think that DK have really struggled to remove the mental block that they have against T1. It's been happening throughout this season, and it's been happening for the last 3 years, but it's still there. And I think that it might just get T1 to the next round, and then what happens? You know, they were 3-0'd by Life Esports last time, and then they just came back. It was like a 3-1. It was casual.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we talk about T1 as a team. We've gone through so many ups and downs in this iteration of the roster, and how, you know, they face struggles. But a big thing, which I always look back to their Worlds win last year, where they sort of reevaluated what was working for them and what is best for them. And despite the fact it was like all melee supports, Renata was Queen kind of dominating because everyone was picking Alistar, they were like, you know what, we can just play range supports for carrier and it's going to work. And they ended up winning the tournament largely off that adaptation. So I think my concern for D+ is that they have some questions that need to be answered, and I'm certain T1 have gone away and asked those questions, gone, okay, what is best for us in this meta? What should we be doing? What are our priorities? And I really hope that D+ have as well, because I don't think they're going to be able to guarantee access to Ralph and Moham. Aiming's main big picks, the Kai'Sa, the Zeri,
there he is,
and there's the man himself, haven't been as high priority. Do they go back to those, or do they have something new? That's the question right now. Moham, very cheerful to have his AD carry back.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a giggle about it as well. He's like, aiming, you silly Billy. I'm the new guy, and I still knew to go before the games started. I think there's a few sorries here as we are getting ready now to finally dive into the draft for game number 1. Everyone seen and accounted for. We let everyone know the DK are on the blue side. T1 will then, therefore, be on the red side, but we're jumping straight into this draft. We're not showing you that that's where they are. Let's let the draft speak for itself, shall we? As already, the Azir to be taken away. Now, if they're going to follow the template, it's Azir, Lilia, and Ashe that are going to be taken away from T1, and then we'll see what happens. Instead, we're sticking to Shurima.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of teams have been targeted banning Faker, not just during summer, but also just generally, even back to Worlds last year. It's been a strategy to really limit these comfort picks you can lean on. Azir and Nasus gone, Lilia gone for Owner, and now T1, they banned away the Rumble, they banned away the LeBlanc, and they go for that Smolder. So Maokai has been left open and available. It's often a pretty high priority ban. And also that Vi is an option for Lucid as well. Obviously a pick he's pretty fantastic at.
Yeah,
Ziggs on the cards, but neither of these teams really had too much success with Ziggs, so we'll see how that one sort of shows up in this draft. If either team has been able to have time to go away and practice it, and it looks like D+, confident with it, will go for that Ziggs. Now the Ziggs does sync very well with the Vi, the whole point and click, undodgeable CC, combined with a huge damage ultimate is very effective, so expectation is we'll see D+ pick up Vi, but Ona picking up the Maokai, something we haven't seen very much from him at all. And clearly both teams have gone away and done some preparation. So now Corki Maokai 41, a stable mid pick for Faker.
Oh, I like this.
Ona.
The tree battle would make me feel a lot better than the Sejuani. Currently, I mean, Lucid in the regular season had like a 38% win rate on Sejuani, was his most played champion. This was 80% and was a whole lot better. The Vi going to be coming through. And what's stopping them from going like Vi Talia here? If they can get a little bit of extra damage coming from that top lane.
Yeah, I think maybe they, honestly, you could even take a support pick here for Mohan and have it locked in before. The Ziggs Leona's been a really strong combo, so you could lean into that if you want to get it before the next phase of bans, even if you want to prioritize the Rel. But I think they want to go for the lane that really syncs well with the Ziggs. It also means that single target the Vi ult onto, Leona can follow up from a distance with the ult. That CC layered, very powerful. So now T1, they haven't really opted into anything for the bot lane. If there's something they want to pick up there, kind of now is the time. But I feel like we've seen Ashe and MF really struggle into the Zig specifically, so maybe Jhin would be something they pick up, but instead looking for a pick here for Zeus, and I'm not hugely convinced by this. You know, the Casante's been fine. It's been a stable pick, but you're not using the counter pick for Zeus. It does mean they have counter pick for Keria though, so we'll have to see what they're able to pick up in this situation. And going through the next phase of bans, I think you could easily start to ban away picks. I mean, it's obviously both solo lanes on the side of D+ haven't been picked up, so potentially targeting some things that could just be problematic for either party. The Smolder, Smolder's already gone, sorry, but maybe like Tristana, they are going to start with the Gangplank.
Yeah, so GP going to be taken away, and this is sort of what they decided to do. They're like, we can pick our top laner, and then we can ban away counters to it. But that means that they've picked both of their solo lanes face up, when they could have actually already counterpicked the support, right? Like, Leona's already there.
Yeah.
So you can already take that one away if you'd like to. It does mean that now D+, there's a lot of things that they would be, they would really like to ban. The Jhin, the Ashe, lots of other things. The Jhin first one going to be taken away here. I think the Ashe doing double duty is pretty important to be taken away. Of course, Keria and Gumayusi can both play it, so maybe you just remove that.
I think I'm not convinced by the Ashe. We've seen it really struggle because obviously, you know, compared to Jhin, who can sit back and ult, Ashe needs to be in auto range if you're playing any carry Ashe. So I think it's not a great pick in a Ziggs ultimately. Also, true. Into the Ashe. The Zeri ban I think is good. You know, I think especially with the AP bot laner in the Ziggs, you really want an AD mid laner, one of these AD carries. And the pool's been thin quite heavily. Corki denied, Smolder and Zeri gone. Has
Senna
that out. Senna, honestly, you know, specifically into the Ziggs, because Ziggs is so poke heavy, the Senna sustain could be a massive problem. So, you know, I could see it being picked away. The MF is banned. MF, another pick that's really struggled. And they are just going to lock the Neela, so it's probably going to be Neela Senna. This would be a composition that would lack damage, but have a ton of sustain. Hard to cut through. We did see a composition the other day that ended up with Panther Senna that lacked the damage quite a bit, but this has at least a little bit more. We'll see what D+ end up looking towards. Looking at the Hwei right now, I think Viari, super strong combo.
Yeah. Talia wouldn't be bad as well because there's a lot of dashing in, like especially for Gumayusi. Like, I think Talia, one of Showmaker's best. It's also like such an incredible combo alongside the Vi. Obviously, Garen is the pick here. Like, what else are you going to do, Kingin? Like, Garen is the man.
You know, Garen, way back when Cassante first shown up, was theorized as an OG counter into the Cassante. Obviously, Cassante ult gets low, you just ult him back. But it looks like they want a bit of sustained AD damage and are leaning towards the Gnar right now. We'll lock that in.
I don't mind the Gnar, actually. Can play it a little bit more aggressively, and that is not Senna. That is, in fact, a lot of experience.
Yeah, that's
so much experience in the bottom lane, my god.
And also, if we think about the play pattern of a Zilean combined with like a Maokai, you speed up the Maokai, you can charge in, you double bomb on top of the root. Really difficult to play against. We'll have to see how this one plays out. T1 putting a lot of faith in this creative bot lane, but if you're a T1 fan, you know, you might look at this with some reservations. Oh, this is crazy, but I think you want crazy from T1. You want them to be cooking a little bit in the bot lane. I feel like D+, a bit more standard, a lot of sort of lockdown, a lot of follow-up for that lockdown. So, you know, pick potential for D+ is kind of off the chain, but into a Zilean. You know, if your job is, I'm going to select one target and take them out, Zillion really hamstrings that.
Yep, and T1's task is to win a game on red side. That's what they have to do. And I think every time they're on red side this series, it has to be Hail Mary. It has to be, let's try and put them on an uneven footing moving into this game, mix things up, because we've seen both of these teams be very, very powerful when they get blue side advantage. I think D+ have created themselves a gorgeous draft with this. Definitely some question marks about, is aiming going to be that Ziggs player we're looking for? Will they have enough physical damage? And can Showmaker actually put on that pressure alongside Lucid this time around? I mean, this bottom lane is obviously what we're going to be focusing on the side of T1, and there is a lot of experience to be had for those two. See what happens. We dive into the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, Lowpark erupting here as both of these teams attempt to stay alive in our Uribank playoffs. A ticket to Gyeongju is happening after this for the winner of this series. And of course, doesn't mean that they're going to the grand finals, but at least they're going to be there in the cool stadium and having a great time. Of course, it's just a beautiful city. We've had LCK finals all over the place here in Korea, but Gyeongju is one of my personal favorites. Looking forward to doing some exploring while we're down there as well. So, see who is going to be joining us. It's also the most famous school trip city, is what I just learned from Jisun. That's why I had that slight pause. That's because we're learning.
We're learning a lot. We're going to be learning a lot this game with the Neela plus the Zillion. And they're looking to enact a lane swap here. And I think what's really important with this Neela and this Zillion is getting an early advantage in terms of, not necessarily in terms of winning lane, but it's a very snowbally pairing. We've seen Neela's when it falls behind just do 0 damage, feel not impactful, but also Zillion, if you're ulting defensively, like you have someone just getting blown up immediately, ult to save them, and they die again, that feels a lot worse than when you're ahead. Zillion feels so oppressive because if you have a fed Corki with a massive bounty, the enemy team invests everything to kill him and he gets rezzed, it's really frustrating. We see already one of the benefits of having this Neela in the lane swap situation is the XP is being shared between Guma and Zeus. So, rather than just Carrier getting that extra experience, it's actually Zeus getting it. And I feel like you sacrifice gold when you go for lane swaps. We know that's a thing, especially against the Ziggs. The plate's going to go down quick. So this is a risk. But the thought process for T1 is they are trying to benefit in terms of experience. You're lane swapping to avoid the early levels for both Neela, who's melee in the bot lane, and the Xante, who's melee in the top lane, and hoping to get some extra XP from them.
Well, Carrier is also already going to get down here towards the bottom side of the map, wanting to be able to soak this minion wave if he can. And with the bombs, with the fact that he did make it to level 2, should be kind of all right. Still going to not risk it.
Yeah, I think Moham hitting 2, it's such an easy dive between those 3, so definitely scary. And seen a bit of proxying here from Guma. Definitely something that Neela can do well, a lot of wave clear, so no surprise they're going to see a bit of a short swap. We'll see King and TP back up towards the top lane, and it's 2 plates going down. TP was also taken by Guma, so sometimes we see the team who swaps, the other team can deny them from getting back to the tower. With a TP, with Carrier being nearby, not even allowing that to be a thing.
Yep. Life was actually the last one to play the Zillion almost 2 years ago up against Lahenz when he was on KT. Very interesting. Of course, Life, a known chef, has now moved over to the LPL, of course. But see whether Carrier can be a little bit more successful than what we saw last time around. Okay, let's see whether this is going to work as Moham and Lucid moving in. The Zenith Blade going to connect as the interrupt was really nice. That's going to get the flash out from Gumayushi. And Lucid unable to actually find a kill here. Towards the bottom side will collect himself a bomb as, Moham will collect the bomb as he makes his way back to the lane.
Yep. Good moves from Lucid there to punish the flash. One thing to mention, because Guma has that teleport, he doesn't have cleanse, but into the Leona you have your W, which can obviously mitigate.
Yeah, the Shield of Daybreak.
Yep. So powerful early, but definitely something to be concerned about Guma not having that cleanse later on. We'll do it again here. And something else to mention, it's not just the fact that you have the Jax effect of dodging autos. Neela W also, while it's active, reduces magic damage by 25%, which, you know, when you're playing into Ziggs Leona, which is all magic damage, the extra durability does make a difference. Now, you know, Ziggs can still harass you down, but in an all-in, that reduced damage, the fact that Neela can dive and get on your face can be really problematic. So D+ doing fine in the matchup now, but something they have to be concerned about. One thing to mention is, even though they only got 2 plates on the bot lane, it really puts it so close to satchel range already. If any mistakes happen from T1, if Guma gets hit by a few too many Qs, has to recall, they could just lose that tower. So definitely a lot of danger there.
Yeah, and we'll see whether, you know, aiming can pass the Ziggs test. We do have, you know, the Ziggs purist here towards the top side of the map, and there's a lot of expectation, and Faker could be in trouble here. Seismic Shove not quite going to come through, does get the flash. When it finally comes out, Faker going to have to get out of here. We'll be able to teleport back to lane.
And this was kind of an interesting one because Faker saw Lucid earlier and obviously saw him going to the top side. Maybe expected him to go towards Krugs or something. But I think he should have been playing more towards the bottom side of the lane so he couldn't get queued out of the fog of war.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, maybe just not expecting Lucid to make the gank happen there. Does end up getting punished, does end up losing the flash, but doesn't go down. Still going to survive there. We do get resets coming in and a swap happening. So something to mention is that obviously Ziggs is probably the best tower take in the game. Neela is pretty good too, but you're still going to lose this race against the Ziggs if he gets tower access. But right now, because of the grubs, all of D+ lean towards the top side. The XP level up coming in. Guma already 6 for this grub fight. Yeah. I think the call for D+ should just be opt out of this and maybe try and set something up bot, but they're already here on the top side. I don't think they can get there in time.
Yeah, that is going to be 2 grubs taken here. Is now Kingen with Meganar is going to find it onto Owner into the wall. He mistimed the twisted advance just a little bit, and there is the punch from Lucid to take first blood. They'll grab the second one as well as Showmaker collects the kill onto Gumayushi, and it's a disaster for T1 in the river.
And it feels like this early game has really been around Guma getting level 6, using that power in the grub fight, but Kingen's Meganar ends up being more valuable. Aiming TPs in, Faker's not even there for the fight, and it feels like this early plan all kind of gone topsy-turvy for T1.
Yeah, gone to the wayside. Is now Carrier looking to try and hold on to this wave. We'll be able to slow down Moham a lot. Thankfully, Moham has that really cool ability to press W and take 0 damage from anything ever.
Very strong.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
Yeah, it's weird that it got into the game. Good old Eclipse. What a great skill. Is okay, Owner going to be down here towards the bottom side of the map, taking this Rift Scuttler. And let's have a look at this fight one more time. I kind of missed when the apotheosis happened, and that's what I'm going to be looking out for because I was focused on Lucid being able to finish off this kill.
Gumi uses it kind of defensively here, but it's Meganar, so you can't do too much with it. But the thing is, like, Faker's not even here, and Zeus is bot lane. So 2 members of T1 just weren't even at the fight. And also, when they were retreating from the grubs in that way, I think, honestly, when they wanted to get out, they should have gone towards the wall. Owner should have flashed, and maybe Guma had E'd over the wall to him. But when you walk up that way, the Meganar has such a fantastic angle to slam you into the wall, and it does end up backfiring quite spectacularly. Dragon is up right now, which obviously both teams could end up leaning towards. It was 2 grubs to 1 in favor of T1, but with the kills going over, I don't think you feel too happy about the outcome.
I really love when Pool Party Ziggs satchels himself.
Oh, it's
the fins, you know, like the flippers in the air. It just looks fantastic.
It's the best skin.
It is actually just the best.
There's some champions where like a new skin comes out, you're like, oh, is this one better? There's some where it's like, oh, this one's really fancy. It's go, no, this one is just peak Ziggs.
It is.
No.
I don't think you could ever beat it. Like, I mean, another example is I don't think we're ever beating the Train Driver on. Like, I don't think that's ever going to get beaten because it's just it's so fantastic to be able to throw trains at people. Like, that's really cool.
It's pretty good. The goofy skins are always peak, you know.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, there are some goofy ones that I'm not a huge fan of, like the Earth Corky.
Yeah,
I felt like that was a bit of an abuse case.
Yeah, seen a bit too much. And also, you know, if you compare, like, especially with Earth Corky, there's also the
Corky.
Yeah, the Corky, which is just, you know, that is peak.
That is true. That is true. It was certainly upgraded. As a result of all of this, 800 gold going to be the lead here. DK is another Meganar into the wall here from Kingen. As Zeus taking a lot of damage. Of course, this is Kingen moving towards the end of the year. And that is a scary prospect. A dive potentially on the cards here, but All Out still available here for the Cassante. And remember, I mean, it was Showmaker that coined the copy pasta. So DK knows exactly what to expect from this champion.
Showmaker was walking top, and maybe he thought about that, and that's why he backed
Yeah, he's like, oh no, it's Cassante. No, I'm going back mid.
I'm going back mid. You can handle this on your own.
Yeah.
And it looks like King and Loser Meganar, they opt not to go for the dive in this situation. Dragon does go over to T1, so they have been able to pick up that. And Ona grabbing the early locket. Seen all the Maokai's move towards this for quite a time. It was the Zeeks for that early stat rush, but the active not really contributing that much for the locket. Really powerful. Because it's such a cheap item, you're getting it so much quicker than any other jungler is going to complete their first item.
Yeah. Kind of like it. Definitely better than Leandri's that we've been seeing from some of our Maokai's, trying to make up for some of the lack of magic damage from some of these compositions that we have seen come through. It's only Faker with a slight gold advantage in that mid lane, but it is very, very slight. And now aiming with some spare time here on this bottom side, and it's 10.5 minutes into the game, and he is heading towards Satchel ability on this outer turret. Zeus coming down to look to defend, but I think it's a couple of punches, and Lucid will be able to take this one. Doesn't find the Vault Breaker.
Oh, no.
The Satchel going to be used away from the turret. Not sure about that one, as we have an Ignite going down. He walks through the minefield, and that's going to be cease and desist coming in. Can they kill him in time? Yes! Is the answer to that, and Moham will go down as well. So a 1-for-1, definitely best case scenario here for Zeus.
Yeah, very scrappy there, and you saw Aiming use the Satchel to try and disengage Zeus from the tower, but then by using the Satchel for that, and it obviously ended up missing.
He couldn't disengage the turret from its life, unfortunately.
Yes, which would have made that dive a lot easier and Moham's life a lot longer. And in return, you know, obviously Ziggs, one of the best tower takers in the game, or the double dash.
Yeah, King a little bit too far forward here as the teleport's coming in, and he's got Meganar coming up as well. The Apotheosis already down as Nature's Grasp just to try and get them out of here. It will be successful in doing so. So good disengage there from T1, but possibly a little overzealous.
I think, though, they're happy with the result. They got the extra TP from Showmaker.
And the flash.
Yep, so I think the resources expended there are good, but it kind of shows that, as I was saying, even though Ziggs one of the, well, probably the best tower taker in the game, Neela's still pretty good as well and able to match it. We see the double TP coming out, so Guma's going to go bot and focus the tower, and Zeus, he's back on that weak side duty. He's like, you know what, you 1-for-1 before, you're doing a pretty good job at it, we'll put you up to it again.
Well, I'm hoping that they move Ziggs up here. It's still, you know, you got plates for another 2 minutes as Seismic Shove not going to quite find the CC onto Zeus, but is going to be able to get the damage as Moham's making his way in. The teleport from Aiming is going to get there, and it's another chain CC onto the Cassante. This time he's unable to take anyone with him as the ulti back there. This time the Twisted Advance was good, and Owner is able to escape death, but the turret will not, and T1 looking to try and trade it with an inner here towards the bottom side.
Yeah, so in terms of turrets, you know, you get the plates mid from Faker. Oh, the ult's going to come in from the Ziggs. Plate's still going to go down. So Faker's getting a decent amount of gold there.
Oh,
in the bot lane.
Big.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tower taking potential of this Neela. But still, it feels like T1 putting Zeus up there maybe didn't pan out the way they hoped. Hoping he could survive a little bit longer to defend the turret. But obviously the Ziggs coming in just absolutely destroys it. Right now, though, you know, one of the things with the Neela is there is a ton of sustain in this champion with the Bloodthirster first. Aiming already picking up an Oblivion Orb to try and mitigate that.
One of the things that I'm a little bit worried about here for T1 is we've seen an example of it already. We'll see it right here in the replay. They can 100-0 you while you're chain CC the entire time very, very quickly.
Yeah. Zeus not having a fun time in these situations. And it just feels like even a champion like Cassante, who has the W to mitigate CC, once they burn it, once they sort of bait it out, if one bit of CC lands, as you said, you're just gone.
Yeah. And even though the inner turret was taken, that gold lead still exists here for D+. I think the Dragon, very important, +5 grubs for T1. And so as far as early objective takes are concerned, T1 in a very, very good position right now. We'll see whether they can continue stacking up these dragons, which could really help mitigate the slight gold disadvantage that they have right now.
I am interested where the gold is, because obviously Guma got a lot of gold from the towers. Faker also got a lot of gold from those plates mid. So I feel like maybe Zeus is probably the one struggling in the gold department right now the most. And I think they would be okay with that. But the gold lead isn't that big regardless. Both teams set up around this Herald.
Oh, Solar Flare going to connect here. No one to Twisted advance to, and there's the Chain CC once more. They do get the Chrono Shift out, but Ona, can he make it out of there is the question. The answer is going to be yes. It's a big cooldown now missing though as Mega Inferno Bomb comes in onto Faker. He does flash away. Morgan now trying to stay in the fight. The AoE damage is gigantic as Kingen is coming in to clean it up. They didn't even need him. And T1's health bars are so extremely low. All of them melt in the end, and that is 4 for nothing in favor of DK.
Just decimation. The fact they take out Ona without even needing the Vial. It's a great ult leading a charge from Moham. And yes, the Zillion ult is there to save Ona, but it doesn't really change the state of the fight. It's not like Ona comes back up and says, right, time to fight. I have value from me being back alive. His ult was already down. And D+ are just quick to clean up and return. And now, mid-tier 1 goes down without the Herald even being needed. A huge blow for T1, and that sort of close gap in terms of gold has just expanded massively. We'll see the replay here. So Moham, fantastic job, just throws the ult outright, catches it. The Maokai ult is thrown, and the Zillion ult, just to try and stabilize this. But the thing is, the Vial's still there. Faker gets focused, and he is able to flash out so he doesn't die. But he's chunked. Ona's chunked. The re-engage attempt comes in. But once you've committed the engage from both Goomer and Zeus, and Showmaker and Amy, look at them, they're free hitting. They're disengaged and firing down this whole time.
And the rock placement from Showmaker, not that one right there, but the one previously right in the choke point meant that no one could get on the Talia. She was just throwing rocks all over the place, causing an absolute ruckus. And now it's 8-1 in the kill score. The aggression going DK's way every time, and it's ballooned to a 4,000 gold lead.
It feels like there was a very specific strategy that T1 had in this game around the Neela Zillion, and we've seen snippets of what they were hoping to do, but it feels like they haven't really been able to achieve this, and they've just been absolutely annihilated in that fight. And now it gets really scary because the Neela Zillion, when they're behind, really these champions just feel nowhere near as impactful. Like, Neela's going to go in, she'll do a big whip, she might drag someone forwards, but where's the damage going to come from to really finish them off? We've seen Neela really struggle to get big damage out in these fights. Your only real big carry threat is Faker, who, you know, compared to his opposition is behind, who's going to have to deal with like a Vial. And the thing is, if Vi ults Faker and Faker gets rezzed by Zillion, he doesn't die, but he's not doing any damage.
And you also can't Valk out, right? Because you just get to lay the rocks down, and then how is he ever supposed to escape? I think that the Talia was a really great choice into this, even though it was picked a little bit earlier. Still, T1 now trying to make their way back out as Vault Breaker gets lucid out of there. Control wards now just being removed from the map. DK making T1's map very, very dark right now, preparing the vision around this Baron that's going to be up in 2.5 minutes. It's only 17.5 minutes into this game. It feels like the game is a lot later. Feels like Baron is something that they could be actually playing around, but instead, not quite there just yet. And Ocean Soul going to be on the map right now. And I don't know whether that's exactly what T1 were looking for in this game. Maybe something a bit more pivotal now that they've managed to stack up a couple of them against the flow of play. Might have been a bit nicer.
And I mean, like, the Ocean Soul's okay in terms of their comp being quite bulky. There's a decent amount of poke in D+, but, you know, Aiming's already got a full Morellonomicon, which, I mean, you don't need the full Morellonomicon, you don't need the Oblivion Orb. I don't think it's a good buy, but the healer reduction is there. So even if they get Ocean Soul, it's going to be cut down. I don't think it's going to change the state of this game. You know, the Neela turret killing is there, but the impact, I feel like, has been felt more. Also, that mid-tier 1 being down, when D+ push up, threaten mid, they can lean easily into the sides, and the only person who's got that reliable wave clear is Faker. You know, yes, Guma kills waves quickly, but to kill waves, he has to walk up to them, and that is definitely not something you can do into how strong D+ are right now. So T1 were trying to look for a position where they could threaten this mid-tier 1. Aiming gets back on the map, and no opportunities really open up for them.
Yeah, and the 4-1 that is now in effect, or it's a 1-3-1 actually, with even Showmaker in a side lane. He's got the wall to get back to his teammates and teleport, of course. But I think in a side lane, the Nara is going to be so much more valuable as well. Should be able to put on more pressure than that of the Cassante. We can see already, with the help of Shelly, Kingen going to try and take down yet another inner turret. And that charge is going to be successful. Not able to actually do anything too meaningful for this turret right now.
But it's an auto and a W from a Ziggs, you know.
True.
If D+ push in, rotate over, it would not take much for Eamon to finish off the tower. And This is kind of the problem that teams have had dealing with Ziggs, is because not only does he make it so hard to counter pressure because of his wave clear, but any even slight mistake, even a couple of seconds late in a rotation, is a structure going down. So definitely concerned there. We do see Showmaker picking up the Cosmic Drive, an item that's recently buffed. A lot of health on this, a lot of movement speed, so definitely able to circumvent fights well with that one.
I do like it, because I think that Showmaker's positioning has been fantastic, and it's going to be even easier to get into those positions now. And like you said, it feels like it's been buffed quite a few times, and now the AP is kind of obscene. So probably going to be a Magic Pen item of some kind to come through next, if we even get there.
Yeah, that is one thing, is the D+ are pretty AP heavy, but it's not really a concern when you're this far ahead, and King and Lucid are still strong, so
yeah,
pretty fine in that regard. Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds. And this one's difficult because, on the one hand, if T1 give this up, like, what is is the state of the game going to get better as the game goes on? I'm not really sure it is. But on the other hand, if they fight this and lose, the Baron's just gone. So I can understand if they just want to give this up and try and get some counter pressure, but I'm also kind of unsure as to where they're going to get any counter pressure at this time.
Yeah, I think that having the threat of even getting an Ocean Soul, when you've got so much healing already, then maybe it's going to be critical mass of the amount of healing in teamfights if they can actually get them to work out. So far, not necessarily doing so, as Kingen
I think honestly,
make the map dark on the bottom side.
Maybe the strategy, just look for a pick going into the Dragon fight. If you find one, great. If you don't, maybe just give it a pass and look for another opportunity. They are trying to set up vision around the Baron area, which Moham's trying to contest.
Yep. And with the fact that you can just have Lucid just take this Dragon by himself, does mean that it is quite difficult for T1 to really do anything about it, especially with the vision monopoly that they do have right now. Aiming going to move in. Doesn't find the bouncing bomb onto the Cassante here, but we can see this double Yordle battle is going to be won by the Yordles into the Cassante. He does go all out as he dashes away. Satchel just to be there, make sure that aiming is going to be safe. They're unable to actually find too much, but they do get the ult out of Zeus, so any sort of fight to break out now could be a rough one.
They also get the TP from Showmaker, so it really felt like when Zeus went in, I think he was just trying to protect the tower from the Ziggs. He knows if the Ziggs gets in range, it's gone. It is going to go now, but they end up getting a TP from Showmaker for it. But yeah, the tower's gone.
Yep.
Hard to keep that one up for an extended period of time, but that is part of the consequence. And that gold lead is just going to keep getting bigger.
And the more control they have of the bottom side of the map as well, the more difficult it gets for T1 to be able to safely ward towards the Dragon, towards even the Baron here as well, because you're pulling resources from the other side. D+ really just starting to utilize their tempo well, moving towards this mid-game. The game has kind of slowed down though, and you do have to kind of keep up the pressure. T1 are not a team to be given any leeway. They might just be able to find that miracle to get themselves back into the game.
I'm just concerned. I mean, I feel like it would have to be like a big engage. Guma and Zeus get on top of the backline and kind of blow them up. But I think it's really hard to do.
Aiming has the most gold in the game.
What a surprise.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, in case you weren't aware, Aiming is the gold king for the year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's T1 is struggling because Guma doesn't feel that relevant right now. Faker is like the only person on the team who's relevant, and he's still an item behind the carries of D+. And you're lacking damage. So even if you find someone on D+, who's isolated, it's actually going to take a long time to cut through like Lucid, a King, and a Moham. You can't make a snap pick with this composition. And I think that's really hitting them right now.
And it is something, like on the other side, that's exactly what DK's comp does the best.
Yeah. They definitely are capable of taking out pretty much any target, even the tankier ones almost instantly. You see Lucid contesting, see if they can find anyone down to the bot side, maybe threatening Zeus, but Zeus playing it very reserved and safe.
Yeah, Lucid just going to be a human ward for a few moments, was looking to try and protect his control ward, not quite able to do so. Showmaker towards the bottom side at this point. Does mean that the rotation over towards the Baron is a little bit more difficult, but does have at least 2 ranks into the Weaver's Wall. Create a pretty big one. Now looking to go back, and it should be a full armor penetration item being picked up. Oh, not quite yet. So just a Fiendish Codex to come on through, and buying some more control wards. We do have Crypt Bloom now done for aiming though, and so the Ziggs, with all of that gold, is putting it to work, trying to build some things. But man, this game really has slowed down, like a lot. It's a stagnation of the gold lead. It's like 5K, it's been that way forever.
About it. He's got, you know, you didn't need to finish the Morellonomicon, the Oblivion Orb is enough, and he's gone for the finished Seraphs. We've seen Viper do this, where you go like Ludens and Seraphs. It's really unnecessary. Liandry's would be very high value here into the enemy front line, and it keeps the healing reduction from the Oblivion Orb. It keeps it ticking for such a long time. So he could have easily had Liandry's in this situation and an Oblivion Orb and not these items and would be stronger. I don't think it's going to be a major cause of concern, but just while we have some downtime, I thought I'd bring it up. I'm not best pleased.
No, I'm not too psyched about it either, because they don't have any Liandry's. And like, we saw Talia's used to build it a lot. Has the item been removed? Is it okay?
The item's still very okay. But maybe D+ just aren't okay with it.
Maybe. Because, I mean, Showmaker's not going to have it anytime soon. He's still building towards some Magic Pen. Would have been nice in fighting this one as well, as there is a Solar Flare avoided by Ona, but he is still going to be a little bit worse for wear after this one.
So funny seeing the phase rush from Ona combined with the Zillion speed.
Yeah.
So zoomy, but he's now flashless, and I think D+ are like, cool, we can play Interruption. He can't get in the pit without Flash. We're just going to take Baron. And he actually moved down towards the bot side. It's 7k HP. He's not going to get there in time. There's no way. So that's Baron.
Well, he is running really quickly, like you were talking about, but he has to take the front door. There is a massive... No, the Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Ona does manage to avoid that, but the Baron is still going to be taken, and now Lucid gets into the fight. The all-out into the backline as Zeus successfully gets himself out, but the Baron has already been taken. And so T1 still running for the hill, still trying to get out, and DK still looking for more. Cease and desist still in the hand of Lucid here, who might be a little bit too far forward. Will be able to back away there as the Weaver's Wall to come down. Faker possibly out of position, but is able to Valkyrie over the wall. And now with this Baron, they're going to be able to already take down the inner turret in the mid lane.
And T1, they managed to get away without losing any members, but that's about it. Low HP, Baron gone, your base is being threatened. They are going to pick up this tower, but now a TP coming in.
Yeah, going for the flank angle. Let's see whether this is going to work out. Ona is still extremely low as Gumayushi and Zeus trying to make their way in. The Blastco not quite working out there. And so instead, they're just getting back to mid lane. Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage onto Ona, but he is going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, Lucid still had ult, so it's really hard to go in there. Kingen had Mega. There was just too much threat for Guma to go in. So now, 2 TPs committed just to watch D+ disengage. They'll pick up another Dragon and Baron in hand. Everything going right for D+ right now. And the setup was so good, you know. It was Moham again leading the charge. He finds the setup on Ona. He burns the flash. The signal's immediately there. Okay, job done. Jungler can't get here. Let's do the Baron.
Really nicely played. And T1 just don't really look like they have too much of a response. I think realizing that they were at a pretty decent disadvantage moving into that fight. And with this composition, like, this composition abuses experience. I mean, like, Ona is down 2 levels. Like, Showmaker even in the mid lane. Aiming's hit level 16 right now. Carrier, yes, he has a 2-level advantage over Moham, but Moham basically just needs level 6 and he can stay there for the rest of the game. That's okay.
Yeah, even got the level 11 for the second point. No,
oh,
like,
man.
You know what? I'm living good. I'm feasting right now.
He absolutely is. Wonder, we might actually hear about the meal that Moham had, because right now it's looking like breakfast was good. That's all I'm saying. He's having a very, very good game, really seeing these engages. Weaver's Wall to come on through here. Faker actually going to be caught on the wrong side of it. Can't get over the wall there as well, as Zeus is there to protect him. Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage, but could be more. The build was a little bit different. Now inner turret is going to go down. Build kind of irrelevant, to be perfectly honest, ladies and gentlemen, because D+ just playing the map so incredibly well. And Ona now looking for a last-ditch effort. Throws out the ulti here, but Kingen just going to crush his way out of there. Moham going to be thrown back. Doesn't find a Zenith Blade, really. Was aiming it at the Ghosts. But this inhibitor is going to be sieged down. And with aiming on the Ziggs, structures just don't last. So 2 inhibitors going to fall down here. It's a 4,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play as it finally ticks away. Well, actually more like 3.5k. As the minion wave was absorbed. And so D+ just in a phenomenal spot right now. It is about a 9,000 gold lead.
And it's just so hard to see the angle for T1. You know, they're looking, you can see them posturing, you can see them trying to find the window to engage, but it's really not showing itself. And I think you can see from how D+ are playing the game there are situations where teams are a bit rushed to end, a bit like, okay, we need to get this done quickly, we have this concern, we have that concern, we have a lead now, we want to maintain it. D+ are taking this so casually, just so chill.
Yeah.
They know that there's nothing really that can spin this game out of control unless they overcommit and go too deep. If they dive under like the Nexus towers with a Vi ult and someone gets Zillion ulted, then yeah, that could probably throw the game. So just don't do that.
Yep.
Just stick to the plan. Ziggs kills towers. It's that simple.
I feel like Kingin and Aiming learned from their time on KT that perhaps we just shouldn't rush it. Perhaps tutorial style is the way to do it, and maybe we'll just spare people the heart attack.
A Nexus is a Nexus, you know, it doesn't matter if you kill it.
Exactly, it's 50 gold no matter when you take it.
Exactly, and you know who knows that better than anyone? The Gold King.
Exactly.
He knows the precise value of everything in the game because that's what he's built to do.
It's beautiful, and perhaps that's what they're utilizing here to play so cool, calm, and collected. A couple of inhibitors already taken down. This inner turret's still alive up towards the top side, and that's why D+ are focusing up there. The macro kind of plays itself at this point. Throw down a Weaver's Wall, take a turret. Throw down a Weaver's Wall, take a turret. Throw down a Weaver's Wall, take a Nexus.
What turret? Where'd it go?
Yeah, kind of just went boom.
And now it gets really difficult because, you know, Zeus is not...
Oh, now it gets difficult, okay.
Well, it was already really, very, really difficult. Let's step it up, you know.
Right,
language.
okay.
Yeah. Zeus is not a champion who is blessed with ounces, you know, significant amounts of wave clear. Whereas Gumayusi really is. But having him to be there every single situation you want to clear a wave is painful. And you can see now these super waves are coming in and Guma's having to go back and forth to pick them up. That's fine right now, but Baron is spawning in 50 seconds. Bot and mid inhibitor down. Your AD carry and top laner are working as a two-man team to clear the wave. I will say they're getting the shared XP from the Neela passive, so maybe this is part of the strategy. Let the inhibs go down and power farm. I'm not convinced, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not fully convinced either. Gumayusi does do a lot of damage. He really does. 3 items now completed. But, I mean, there are 4.5 on the aiming. He is definitely feeling a whole lot better. But the Neela, if she ever does get onto someone, could be able to get some work done. As Showmaker, possibly out of position, is going to try and weave as well his way out. Oh! The twisted advance, it just didn't go off in time there from Ona after the flash as well.
I think he was trying to flash to get in range of W, was slightly out of range.
Yeah.
Immediately hard. It's a painful mistake, and it's the sort of one that will cost you the rest of the game at this point, because I think that was the window for T1. They were hoping to get Showmaker. It backfires, and now Baron is just gone. Once again, no flash on Ona. How'd you get in the pit?
Well, yeah, this is exactly the way DK prepared it the last time around. He can sprint over there. He does definitely have the ability to run really, really fast. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. They're trying to get the Chrono Shift out of Carrier. Try and use it on himself. He gets a drive-by ward, but it gets switched off instantly. And now a teleport in. All right, T1, they envision that this is going to be the game-winning or losing fight, perhaps, as Lucid is going to take down the Baron. Can they find the team fight, though? As Kingin gets dragged out, he tries to crush his way through there, but isn't going to be able to survive. So the sacrifice of the Nard just to guarantee the Baron. A Solar Flare goes down onto Gumayusi. He's thrown back through the rocks as well, but he keeps himself alive. His health bar, the shields, aiming is teleporting into the base.
What's that 50 gold?
Yeah, he just wants that 50 gold, Ox. As now Lucid going to try and continue stopping them. Aiming is just winning the game, guys. He's just winning the game. They're just stopping the backs. The teleport to come through, and it's unorthodox. But whichever way gets that 50 gold is the one that wins you the game.
Got it in the bag, the Gold King does it, and D+ played that game so patiently. At no point, really, did they feel threatened by T1. They got the Baron, and they're like, you know what? We can disengage, we can back off, we can use the Baron to push, or we can just end the game now.
Yeah.
And that is a very convincing game one. And T1 will obviously have side selection in that next one. D+ favored on blue side, but that is a tough hit to come out of game one, especially because it felt like T1 will have prepped this strategy, came in like, this is the game plan. And I'm going to be honest, it all fell apart. I don't think many people are going to be convinced by the Neela Zillion in that one.
No, and I do think as well, right? Like, this makes things really difficult moving forward. I know site selection can certainly help, but now the Ziggs is something that you have to definitely take away from D+. It's something that we've already seen that T1 have struggled to kind of execute themselves, although Hummer Life Esports definitely a different opponent. There's going to be a lot of questions that are going to be raised moving towards game number 2, Ox.
And you saw Neela did like 7.4, less than the Maokai or the Xante. This is what happens when she's behind.
Yep, can be a real problem, but it is now time for us to take a short break. When we come back, the space is going to break down game number 1, and we'll see whether T1 can come back in game number 2.
야, 얘들 집 가는 거나 게임 끝내거든? 야, 집 끊어볼래? 살짝 해봐. 야, 텔 타봐, 바텀대. 나 아무도 텔 탈게. 바텀 깔래? 해봐. 늘려. 빅스야, 바텀? 야, 그한테 끊어줘, 그한테도 끊어줄게. 그한테 끊어줘. 끊었어. 얘네 집 못 갔다. 야, 다 못 갔어. 아무도 못 갔어. 아, 나 안 죽어. 나 안 죽어. 아무도 못 갔어. 나도 노플. 아무도 못 갔거든? 와노플. 이건 끝내줘야 돼. 이제 딱. 야, 아무도 없어. 끝났다. 나이스. Carry.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, hit me down. Find it around me. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fight.
디플러스기야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다. 부진은 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요.
Hello and welcome back to the Woori Bank LCK playoffs as it is D+ up against T1 1-0 after that very unique draft that played out in the favor of D+. Let's get into it, guys. Neela and Zillion, the surprise picks here, but didn't play a lot compared to maybe the Maokai getting on through, Ziggs being prioritized.
Yeah, the Ziggs is the big thing, right? For me, Ziggs is even. I don't even think aiming is like the best Ziggs. That satchel, towards the bot lane when they could have just killed the turret, and instead he like got Q by Cassante, and it was a mess. But the pick still works. Importantly, I think DK in this first game, very basic draft. Nothing about what they play is surprising, and I think we see that the players are on form today, so that's good. For T1, you start with that opening, and that looks... I know Owner's not the best Maokai, but Corki Maokai, that looks good.
Yeah. Now, so with the Zillion here, obviously you're going to be able to give level ups to your allies, and then Zillion gets a ton of XP, giving some to Neela initially, and then trying to like keep Owner relevant in the game, trying to actually give experience around the Rift was the game plan. Did mostly just give Keria an advantage over Moham and XP, but ultimately when you're behind, this passive doesn't really mean that much. It doesn't really save you. My biggest thing on this draft was the fact that D+ were able to identify we don't need Maokai first pick. Owner's not that great on the pick right now. Grabbing the Ziggs early and having that map control that we've seen all throughout playoffs at the end of the regular season is just such a high prio pick right now. Them being willing to make that choice over that S-tier jungle pick in the Maokai was pretty genius.
Because Lucid also, as you're saying, I think has not been as standout. And his Vibe performance was what we expected. As we get into Highlight 1 as well, I really want to highlight specifically that a lot of the lane swaps have become about experience and getting levels more than they have about, trying to get the maximum amount of gold like it used to be. And in theory, that should mean that in these mid-game fights, T1 has an advantage. But I think DK... this is their dream composition. You have Lucid on his Vi, Showmaker on a facilitative playmaker, and he isn't like 20 waves behind this time around. And their target selection is really good. There's still a little bit of, aiming probably should have built a little bit earlier, but this is looking like a DK where they actually get to control the fights, and T1 just look all over the place.
Yeah, it really split up. Faker frontlining after Owner's, Zillion ult is popped. I feel like when you look at these fights too, you can see there's proof that in concept, the Zillion is fantastic into this dive comp because single target blow up is so strong here for D+. Then you pop the Chrono Shift and then come back to life. The problem is you then just die a second time. And if the fights are this disjointed, it doesn't matter if you can save that single target. Owner being out of position there means that, yes, they can res him, but there's no way to win the follow-up fight.
Because when that is happening, Guma needs to re-engage, or Zeus needs to re-engage. And that, to me, is the biggest worry. I think the draft, obviously, is going to get a lot of focus, but I think T1 still don't look that... they're really on the same page, and that's really a big deal at this point in the playoffs.
And in the beginning of that highlight, Guma and aiming right next to each other, both level 10. Where is that experience boost that you're looking for? Wasn't able to be put into process there before the big fight. Then later on, we had a little bit of shenanigans here. T1 still trying to find themselves a fight. And they do, but D+ showing that their decisiveness and their understanding of how to win on full display by stopping the backs, getting the TP play in here.
This is not my DK. DK in Spring would have somehow lost the game here. I'm not even kidding. But they've set up the double inhibitor, right, that they took down. They've been able to shove out the wave, and they actually make the right call here, which is we have a late game Ziggs, we can just end.
Yeah, Zeus teleporting in to try to control this fight means nobody can back. And with this composition, it's so easy to stop backs here. So T1 are trying to back off and use their ability to get out of here and then defend their base because they got a pick, but it doesn't ultimately matter as Guma ends up getting focused down here. The bottom wave is stacking up. Aiming is just going to TP straight to it. And obviously, he has Baron buff, so this is going to be really easy to stack up this massive wave here. They have a super minion as well. And then T1 just can't do anything. It's checkmate at this moment because they cannot win this fight fast enough, nor can they win it, frankly. And they can't stop their base from going down. Showmaker also going to commit the TP. This is a really good macro call here from the side of D+. They controlled vision around that Baron incredibly well, too. So T1 couldn't really opt for a steal, couldn't group there. Zeus' teleport was in desperation, and even he couldn't turn the tide of that fight.
Multiple candidates here for the POG in game number 1 for D+. Who does it go to? Showmaker in the mid lane on the Taliyah, getting it 4-0-3. Multiple great walls, a lot of shoves. He gets himself the Pog.
I think that the main thing for me on this one for Showmaker is his walls were pretty good when he did decide to use them, but the chain CC he set up with Lucid was just really well played, and he was always able to hold his shoves till the last possible moment in fights where it called for it. And the rocks were so good in Cassante, so the Taliyah just was a fantastic pick here.
Also into the Nila, right? The fact that Showmaker going to this Taliyah shouldn't come as a surprise. I expect a split, but I think Moam had a great game. Lucid, to me, was a standout in how a lot of the fights were set up initially. But for me, a DK with a split vote always feels right. I'll see if that actually is the case or not. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, very split vote here. Could have gone either way, but what was clear was that D+ was in control all of game number 1. Will it be the same? Let's send it on over to our AAA broadcast with the amazing Atlas and Ox.
Thank you very much, Digon, and there is only one A grade that we're going to give for those POG votes, and that is to Ox, because I think Moham deserved that 400%. The guy took control of every single team fight, and yes, I think that, you know, Lucid and Showmaker on the Vitalia is something that they're so incredibly good at, but man, Moham was so good, and it wasn't Rel.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't more Moham votes, because, I mean, again, you know, it wasn't Rel, but he had a really good Leona performance, and a lot of the fights opened with him, like, starting with, like, an ult on an owner and things like that. He was burning. He was the reason I feel like they got those Barons, was as a result of his engaged on owner. But, you know, it is what it is. Yep. Hopefully we'll have some more appreciation from later on. I think, ultimately, when you have such a split vote by that, and it's a hard decision to who to give your POG for, it's because the whole team was really playing well. I think that's a clear thing to point out, is that D+ have had a fantastic start game 1. T1 will, to no one's surprise, go over the blue side. And, okay, I think game 1, you tried a strategy against the Ziggs, it didn't work. Game 2, you're either picking or banning the Ziggs. Yeah, right? And we haven't seen them be able to effectively navigate it yet. So I think a lot of people would probably be fine with them just banning it, but we'll see if that's what they opt to go for. Ultimately, if D+ gets Ziggs again, T1 have made a massive mistake.
Yep. I just took a glance at Twitch chat, by the way, and someone said that Dagon looks like a rich extra on the Hunger Games, and I just thought that was absolutely beautiful. It's like one of my favorite things that I've heard. Sorry to just completely go off topic for 1 second. He does though, right?
He has that vibe.
It's the hair color as well. Yeah. Oh my god, it's just perfect. Whoever said that, you're my absolute GOAT of today. Already we're seeing the bans come through very similarly to last time around. It is D+ now that do have to drop a ban for the Rumble, and we'll see what is going to be dropped. As last time it was Nasus that was taken away on the blue side. This time, I assume this last ban will go to the Azir. So we'll just have to see where the pivots are going to come through. So far, LeBlanc and Smolder, they both had to be banned, but then the Rumble also had to be banned for T1. So this is their flex ban that they get right now.
Yeah, and I think Ziggs is just a safe ban take here. Maybe they go for the Vi instead.
Maybe even Maokai, but Vi going to be the ban, okay.
And now here's the thing with D+ in this situation. You can obviously ban like the Azir or the Nasus, but you could also try and secure yourself Ziggs by, like, if you leave Azir open and T1 take it, you get Ziggs. If you leave Azir open and T1 take Ziggs, then you get Azir. So maybe they might decide to ban something else and make T1 pay for whatever they first pick. I think could be the strategy here. So they ban the Jhin.
Yeah, I love this. Throw it all away.
Yeah, and now T1, yes, they get choice, but they only get 1 pick. And they're going to go for the Ziggs. So now, if D+ want to take the Azir, they can.
But they could also just go as hard into as many dive picks that they can possibly find. We saw Hamalife Esports, that was how they dissected these Ziggs compositions. And I think the first thing that they need to address is the Kai'Sa. Get that for aiming. It's one of his best champions of all time. Maokai, another one that Lucid hasn't lost on. Certainly a team that can set up around the Maokai very, very effectively. And D+ going to take that one away. I'm just hoping we don't see like Corki here, because I think that there are some other things that can really... okay, this one's could also be an option, and that's going to be the Nasus locked in. Some Susan time here from Showmaker in the mid lane.
Yeah, we get Sejuani. It's probably just going to be Sejuani Azir in this situation for T1. We've seen Azir, you know, not have necessarily the best time. Maybe it's could just be the Garen, you know, the counter pick.
Oh, do it!
Sejuani Garen as well. You actually have a melee champion in the mid jungle.
Oh.
No, it's going to be cool.
Okay. And then it'll be Vayne top. And then it'll be the saddest Sejuani ever.
Yeah, less interesting, but a lot of poke, a lot of late game power. And this could be difficult for the Nasus in the late stage of the game. Trying to get on top of them. They're looking at the Seraphine.
Or the Xerath.
You know, we've seen a lot of Mage's bot being played. And the thing is, they could just flex this Nasus up to top lane. Looks like for now they will go for the Ezreal for aiming. So not the easiest target to lock down, and as a result, not the easiest target to hit with like a Ziggs ult. But I still think the lane's pretty fine for the Ziggs in the bot lane.
I remember
it's open as a flex though.
There was a certain amount of analysis that was done on Reddit where they did say that, you know, you can't play Ziggs into Ezreal and Kai'Sa. They also said you couldn't play it into Xayah though, so I'm very confused as to which part of this information we need to actually be taking on board.
Crazy that we're seeing Ziggs first pick when Xayah's open available.
I know, it's nuts, right? And no one even sees that it's an opportunity. As Kennen going to be taken away here, the Leona. A lot of respect over to Moham. You love to see it. And we'll see what is further going to be removed here as we get through the next round of bans. Still a lot of things up and available.
Yeah, I think D+ really wants something that can lead the charge in terms of... I mean, obviously the Maokai can set up, but, you know, maybe even the Rakan would be okay in this situation. So maybe that could be banned away by T1. But it'll probably just be the Rel. I think you just deny the Rel because Moham's been so good on it. And we'll see what D+ up to ban in this situation. They're going to keep targeting top lane.
Moham just did not make a choice in time.
You know, he's new to the LCK.
He might have a lot of like snap decision-making skills when it comes to in-game.
Yeah.
In draft, though, not quite there. Maybe that was just because the rest of the team weren't giving him the information that they needed.
It definitely wasn't based on the reaction, but maybe he's like, look, if we ban something, that's one less champion that isn't Rel for them to ban.
Oh.
He's like, minimize the chances of them banning Rel. No, I think it was just a mistake, unfortunately. And now in this situation, the Nasus has a flex, likely mid, but we don't know that for sure. They could just take support here. It could just be something like the Rel, could just be the Rakan. We'll see what they have to go for. If they have to go for top lane here and blind something for Kingen.
Or just blind some sort of hook champion. Instead, it's going to be the anchor to come in for Moham with the Nautilus lock-in.
For a second, it was looking like the Maokai Blitzcrank we've seen Gen G play.
Yeah.
But, you know, Moham has been fantastic on Rel. Lehens is that guy on Blitzcrank.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so I'm not sure how convinced I would be by that. They end up going for the Nautilus. I think one of the problems with playing Nautilus in this situation is now T1 are going for Sejuani Alistar potentially. This is a very thick front line. It's going to be hard to hook onto the backline targets. And into Corki Ziggs, you just get mangled as a Nautilus. Like, the tankiness of the front line of the engages of D+ is so much less than the engages on T1. But they do have that Nasus to kind of bolster things. Now the T1 looking potentially for a top lane pick.
The blind Vayne would be an interesting one.
I'm not convinced. I actually like the Camille a lot.
Yeah, me too.
A big reason is, you know, talking about the Ezreal being a safe pick, hard to lock down, to hit the Ziggs ult. There is a champion who can lock an Ezreal down no matter what and ensure that he eats the Ziggs ult, and that is Camille. So, Aiming going to have potentially some issues to deal with that one. And now, considering picking up the Zeri in the situation, which I guess would mean moving the Nasus towards the top lane. Nope, they're going to keep the Nasus mid and go for GP into Camille. And Kingen has been pretty solid in the GP.
Yep.
But definitely not a pick that we see too often.
You can certainly, you know, mitigate the hookshot quite well by eating oranges, but you can't really get out of the Hextech ultimatum. You can't eat your way to freedom there.
Yeah.
So this could be a difficult time for the Gangplank. They do a lot of damage, though.
I'm not super convinced by D+'s composition, and not just because T1 have Ziggs, but I feel like T1, a lot of setup, have the Camille to help the dive, they have the follow-up from the Ziggs. Ziggs Corki, great damage threats, and they can also play for towers. On the side of D+, I'm concerned about the durability of the Nautilus in this composition. The Nasus, you know, I don't think this is the sort of composition where he's massively going to excel. Alistair is so annoying for a Nasus because you just get to a target, you wither them, and you get knocked away. You get back to the top, you get pulverized. It's a constant issue. So we'll have to see. D+ obviously have a point already in the series. This is T1 side selection, so expectation is they'll come out of draft better. But I think they definitely have an edge here. And D+, we'll see what they can do. They do have some big mid-game spikes. I think that's the main thing I would lean on. The Ezreal, the Gangplank, and the Nasus will be very strong at that point, so we'll see what they can do there.
Yep, the Maokai also helping out on top of that, but it's Camille Sejuani, a lot of permafrost synergy on the top side of the map, and it is a much more comfort pick for Owner as well, moving into Game 2. I have a feeling we're heading towards 1-1. We'll see what happens, though, as we jump to the Rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the Rift for the second game of the series. And it feels like whenever a team gets onto red side, they're like, let's just cook something up and see what happens. That's what we're seeing here. Once again, we've got a lot of melee champions and an Ezreal on the side of D+. This time around, I think it's not quite as crazy as what we saw on T1 side with their experience draft that they went for. But I'm looking forward to seeing how the Gangplank is going to do. Can be pretty rough against the Camille, especially if she starts to get rolling.
And I think you can easily make a comparison to the HLE Gen G draft, where HLE got a massive lead but had no damage with like Azir as the only threat. A draft like that, even if you get a big lead, can lose. A draft like D+, if they get a big lead, they can still 100% win this game.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not like a draft that means, oh, it's unwinnable. I don't want anyone to read into what we're saying as that. It just will become hard, especially if they fall behind. But they do have tools to try and get an early advantage, and we'll see if they can lean into that. For now, though, we're not getting lane swap shenanigans, which, you know, when you have Camille against Gangplank, I don't think it'd be appropriate to lane swap, you know?
I would agree. Showmaker is struggling here into the Corki. Of course, you can't really kill the backline minions with your Spirit Fire just yet. Need a few points into that one. Well, that can happen. And so going to be a little bit of a struggle here for the Susan in the earlier stages of the game.
And a concern I do have is, obviously last time Guma played Ziggs, it didn't go so well. But he's also not using Pool Potty Ziggs.
Oh, true. He does have the little wizard. I mean, I think this is kind of like second best. I feel like it's the hipster's choice. As Hook going to come through here from Moham. Tries to get the aftershock damage there.
Thematically, you know, Carrier's got the Hextech Alistair.
Yeah, right.
Very Hextechy vibe from the Arcane Ziggs.
Got a bit of an Annie and Tibbers vibe, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a bit of synergy there, but you know, I guess we can maybe blame the fact there isn't a Pool Potty Alistair skin yet.
Oh, why don't we get, you know,
why doesn't
like
every champion have a Pool Potty skin? We can agree it's the best skin line.
I know, I 100%. I still think, what's the best animation that a Pool Party skin has? Because I have one in mind, and I wonder whether it's the same.
I'm trying to think.
I think it's the Renekton back animation.
Oh, you know, when that came out, I got that skin, and I was just in lane, you just spam.
Yeah, right. You just bounce up and down. Oh, man.
Right, you're completely right. That is
it's so good. No one uses that skin anymore. Makes
yeah,
me
it's
very
sad.
sad.
It's sad, honestly. We should return to our roots and rediscover, especially with how much Renekton we have.
I know.
What? I'm going to say it. I would not mind B1 Renekton, R5 Renekton.
Yeah,
if you play that skin.
If you're going to play that skin.
You can be 0-3, you can be down 30 CS, the game is lost, but you spam that emote.
Imagine if Perfect had have done it.
Yeah.
Like even one of the games.
Into the vein. When he's not getting any farm.
He just popping up and down onto the chair.
That's how you should play League of Legends, let's be honest. Oh,
It's gorgeous, as Faker is going to be able to make it back.
I love
the
how Owen
activation
was
time of the saplings, not quite good enough.
Ono was like ready to block it, even though he can't, but you know, the thought was there. And I think that's the thing you have to appreciate.
All right, well, Kingen up here towards the top side, just trying to hold on as best he can. Actually doing a pretty good job, as we can see. Only missed a few CS in the first wave or two. And the more barrels you can find, the better time you're going to have. Like, honestly, already, like, stacking up this grass. Zeus doing the same thing. Getting the physical shield, though, of course, does make trading very difficult, as Mohan making his way over, finds the max range hook onto Faker here. Also tanks up a turret shot. Does have the aftershock there.
You know, it's some of those situations where like Mohan lands a hook, but it's like they're never ever killing Faker. And,
there's just not a lot of damage.
You know, Showmaker
right now.
walks up to him and cues him, and it's like, okay. And then Faker just trades back, and they end up at even health. So, what did it? You know, I'm not saying he shouldn't have gone for it. It's just it's one of those funny situations where you know,
bit of an and what situation.
Yeah. Showmaker obviously has a sustain on his passive that does scale up as the game goes, but particularly with the fact that the Nasus will put more points in E early, it's not huge early on. But there is some damage being done to Faker. Now Moham's like, I can do a return gank, but Carrier's here to cover, so not really going to get too much of an opportunity.
Yep.
And it looks like just Carrier's here to give Faker some safety so he can escort the wave in.
He's going to try and push this one out. Spirit Fire for Showmaker going to be able to help at least even things. And so just going to be an equalized wave state. Also pretty equal as far as the farm is concerned as well. Only 200 gold in it between these two squads. Kind of nice to not have any lane swaps as Moham just wanders through. And is now looking to set up for a bit of a grubs play here perhaps. There's no teleport on either mid laner, and Faker going down lower and lower might mean that DK are in a pretty good spot to try and go for some of these grubs right now.
Yeah, this is the point where Showmaker's got a few points in E and starting to do a lot of damage to Faker, so he can't really match up. Showmaker hitting 6 as well, and you can see from how T1 are moving, they're like, cool,
yeah,
we can't contest this, we're opting out. And that also means a bit more freedom to Kingen, who's been struggling a bit in this matchup, down 10 CS, and now Zeus has to play a bit more careful, can't really push up as much when the wave's so close to the tower, so...
Yep. I think Showmaker also just got Angry Desert, so he's feeling pretty good. Now has that added tool to give him the extra health.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, I'm pretty sure.
Spot on.
That, anyway.
That has to be it. It's the best name, so why wouldn't it be? It is going to be Hextech Trick first. The stats are pretty nice on a lot of the champions on T1, but it does mean you're worried about it being a bad soul, but then it's a Chemtech Dragon next, so you're like, oh, well, I guess it can't be the worst soul.
Hey, true. There you go. And we can't have any Orc Susture in today's game, or at least not yet. So that is certainly good. You're saved for another game. And Kingen feeling pretty saved as well up here towards his top side. Whoa! Okay. Moham just going to be pressing that flash button. Kumushi just going to do the walk.
Yep, the satchel as well. You know, one of the things I think really helped Ziggs out in talking about like long term to be more relevant as a champion is they increased like the knockback distance on his satchel. And it feels like, you know, before it was like you created a bit of space, but it was kind of like not the biggest amount of disengage. But now the distance you get, you feel like you're competing. You know, you feel like you could be in the decathlon with the
you all of a sudden feel like Ness from Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
You know, hitting yourself with your up B feels fantastic.
And able to burn Moham's flash on that as well. So pretty big that Uma was able to safely disengage from that. And that's one thing with the Ziggs as well. Side lane.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage going to come down here from Kingen. There are a lot of minions, but I think he's still a lot of dead. As Zeus possibly dead. No, okay. Not enough damage on the trial by fire there. Was looking dicey for a moment, but they do manage to get it. The Sejuani and the Camille doing what they're supposed to.
Such a powerful combo when it comes to ganks, and Kingen does everything he can, but the wave gets picked up by Zeus. The healing from the W and the passive shield really helping to give that durability so he survives up against Kingen. We'll see a replay off that. And so there is risk here with it being a big wave, and Zeus also missing the stun, but they're able to navigate it regardless. And here the W from Zeus, I think, helping to keep him safe from that burn from the passive.
Yeah.
Just a good gank timing from Ona. Lucid was actually on the top side of the map at that point, but just wasn't quite close enough to make something happen. And definitely, this Camille getting the lead is a big win con for T1.
Really is. D+ were able to get the grubs, so there is that. Trading it for the Drake this time around, though. So T1 still just trying to kill as many dragons as they possibly can. The 2 tech varieties now up and available on the Rift. 2.5 minutes until the second one going to be there. As Showmaker possibly face checking here. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Fury of the Sands going to be used here, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough to keep him alive, and Showmaker just kind of giving it up. That is going to be another kill going over to Zeus as well. And we mentioned if the Camille can get going, things are going to be rough, and the Camille is going.
Yeah, and honestly, this is something that I've missed so much, because when Camille was in the meta, you'd get top laners who'd get a lead, but would be so smart about finding opportunities to roam on the map, and particularly paired up with the Sejuani. Moving down towards mid, Showmaker's trying to establish some vision control, and then falls prey to the trap. And when it is a Camille, there's just no way you're getting out. You know, Showmaker obviously doesn't get an opportunity to be in Flash, does be in the ult to see if he can do anything, but 3 members against 1, no chance of a turnaround. And you know, that earlier control ward allowing this to be set up because the owner was channeling the recall, the slow hits, immediate ult, so that Showmaker, because if you go for the stun, he can flash the stun. Obviously, you can't flash the ult once it's been cast, and the follow-up is there immediately. Good job there from T1.
Yep, really nicely played. Not end of the world or anything like that, only 1,000 gold, but this is going to put a dampener in that mid game that you were talking about, right? D+ wanting to play around that extra power, and Kingen, this lane has gone from bad to really, really, really bad.
Yeah, and I think also when you think about the engaged champs in T1, Alistar can really struggle with Ezreal because your range on your engage isn't that high and he can arcane shift buffer it. Sejuani can really struggle into GP because he has the oranges cleanse. Camille is so fantastic at engaging, but if you're behind, you're just going to get blown up. If you're ahead, it's a completely different ball game. So specifically Zeus being ahead, it's going to make those team fights a lot easier if they get to that point. And now with the strength that Zeus has, they feel comfortable to set up for these grubs. And I think with Lucid just recalling that, they'll likely pick up 3. It's about 45 seconds on the Dragon, so D+ could move towards bot and set up for that. You can see Moham already establishing some really good vision control, but I think T1, they've already got Dragon 1. I think they're fine to sacrifice it if they need to.
I think so too. Especially if Gumayusi can stay alive, as Moham will be able to clear away some of the vision. No one else making their way down. Oh, I'm sort of trapped in the minefield right now.
Oh man, he's taking a lot of damage. Luden's already completed for Guma, and I love that he's rushing the Ludens. You know, didn't go the tier, and it means that spike comes so much sooner. And obviously Ziggs is a champion with a ton of wave clear, but it's like when you give a wave clear champion a shiv, it just amps it up, so now his Qs are just decimating waves. It means when they're trying to apply pressure on the bot lane, they just never get a chance. The wave's gone immediately. And even with that, you know, reset time is coming from D+. T1 get to the Dragon first, so D+ might be cut out from both objectives if they don't get here quick.
Yeah, Faker already over here. You can see Showmaker just dealing with the wave. He is going to be able to push that one in. Lucid in position. Glacial Prison just going to zone him away. Nature's Grasp does come down. The carrier, he can eat that CC. And it's an infernal soul this game. T1 already with 2 Drakes in pocket.
And look at the pressure Zeus has on Kingen. This is important because Zeus TP top. Kingen has his cannon barrage, he has TP advantage, and Zeus refused to let him have any space, refused to let him TP in, refused for that to be a 5v4 on the bot side. So T1, 2 Dragons in pocket, Infernal Soul, everything going right for them this game.
Yep, this is much better. Even the type of Drake that they have is better as well. So being able to move towards an Infernal Soul is absolutely a win condition moving towards the later stages of the game. Doesn't matter how many stacks the Nasus has when he is dead. That's sort of the way I think about it.
Is that a Redacting quote? I think that might be.
I think so too. Well, Zeus up here towards the top side. King now with a fair bit of wave clear. Almost has his Trinity Force. Zeus, of course, has his. So he's feeling a whole lot better.
I love when he goes up, lands a W on Kingen, then he has to run back for the minions.
Yep.
But yeah, you can see with the gold leads, only Guma, who's a tiny bit behind, but considering he's been solo laning for such a long time, definitely fine with that situation.
He's also into the Gold King.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course. But big lead top lane, and now they've moved Guma and Carrier mid. Won't really get a chance to hammer away any plates here, but I would actually love, if you look at the plates top, you have about 50 seconds left. Top tower is very low. Kingen is very low. You could easily have Zeus ult on a Kingen, ult follow up with Ziggs, and try and threaten that tower, but it looks like Lucid might be here first.
Yeah, Lucid just trying to set up for this one, seeing whether they can convince Zeus to use his ultimate before the Maokai gets on in there.
Yeah, I think probably not going to see any you know, it's the best part of playing Ziggs is the satchel and the tower when it's low.
Yep.
And I think that window is going to be missed unless, like, Guma TP's in right now, which it doesn't look like he's going to do, so...
These are some pretty healthy turrets.
Yeah, I
14 minutes into the game.
The top one was the one I was looking at, but D+ are actually moving pretty heavily to defend against this. I mean, Herald is coming up as well, but yeah, Guma won't get the opportunity. 14 minutes going to tick over, so even though it's a good game state for T1, and as I said, D+ wanted the mid-game advantage, the lead isn't as big as maybe it could have been if T1 found some of those towers like D+ did last game.
Yeah, not exactly passing the Ziggs test, as it were. Of course, some people think that the Ziggs test is a little bit more valuable than others. My favorite thing about Ziggs is that it means that LCS fans know a lot more than the rest of the world. True. Just because they have APA,
and he is certified.
He's been the Ziggs guy for forever.
He gets it. He gets it. You know, huge respect to him.
Yeah.
Big pioneer. But now TP coming in. Faker's not here yet.
Yep, Cannon Barrage is going to be used just to try and zone them away. That is a lot of damage onto Lucid into that backline. He tries to keep himself alive. Is now Carrier possibly in trouble. And Ziggs is already dead, but it's a smorgasbord for Faker if he gets over here. Still, they've taken down the Camille. And T1 are on the run. So a 2-for-1 in favor of D+ actually in the end.
The Camille shutdown coming through, and the setup was just really rough for T1. It's like they're posturing for a fight, but they weren't ready, and D+ absolutely were. They take it first.
Oh, was that shutdown gold over to Kingen as well?
No, Kingen got Guma.
Okay.
So presumably it's Showmaker who's the only other kill who got that. So
still not great.
T1 are on the Baron, the Herald, but look at the map. Faker's not here, and then he TPs to the mid tower because there's nothing closer. Guma just gets caught out, immediately gone, and yes, Zeus kills Lucid, but now he's just getting chased down by Aiming and Showmaker. And here's the thing, Aiming's the Gold King, but Showmaker wants to stack, so he takes the kill.
Yeah, you love to see it.
But ultimately, a bit of fumble there from T1. They still have a lead, they're still in an okay spot, but definitely not how they envisioned that play going.
And it's when you see the team fights not necessarily as coordinated, you start to get a little bit worried that this is the T1 that we saw in the previous series and not the one that could potentially be challenging
and even
Gen G.
The previous game, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah, so still
I don't count red side games. I just don't. Because this is, of course, a bit of a must-win for T1 in this series. They wanted to try and utilize a lot of their more eclectic comps to try and steal a win on the red side. These blue side games should be wins.
Yeah, it's you know, we talk about it a lot being like serving in tennis, where you're supposed to win the games that you're serving, and then on the other side you're trying to break the serve, which if you get it, great advantage, but obviously it's quite hard to do. So T1 made that attempt game one, they failed, that's fine, they have more chances, but when it is their serve, or in this situation of side selection, they really need the win or the series gets very difficult. Now, D+ are set up for Baron, and they have a lot of vision control in the area. Moham doing a pretty good job sweeping this out. And T1, I feel like they want Zeus here if they're going to contest this. They do look like they might be trying to threaten the mid wave instead.
We do know that Kingen can still threaten with the Cannon Barrage. Doesn't have a lot of ability to deny teleports outside of killing Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world if T1 don't get this dragon, but it would be such a huge boon if they did. The threat becomes so massive for the rest of the game. Infernal on Ziggs and Corki is absurd. So Zeus has prio, but it feels like his goal is kind of being keep Kingen trapped rather than move myself. But he is now moving away. There's no great wards for him to TP onto any flanks. D+ have done a fantastic job of ensuring that isn't the case.
Not to mention that, like, it's all of the Trinity forces are done. There's 5 of them in this game.
They're going to trade. It looks like the decision's coming out here from T1. They're moving Ona to the top side and saying, look, we're going to take this top tower. Kingen has a fantastic read. You can see Lucid senses there's no opposition, goes for the dragon, and in return, Kingen also backs off. So yes, the T1 will get a tower here, but D+
might be able to get more. The teleport is coming in as Depth Charge comes out. That's a good flash from Faker to avoid the hook. Showmaker taking a lot of damage though as Zeus looking to get in here. It's looking better for T1 than maybe we were expecting. And Mega Inferno Bomb confirms it. Moham now in trouble as well. He's going to go down. Gumayushi gets shot by the pistol. And Lucid, oh, that Bramble Smash was gorgeous. But Carrier still in an awkward position. Leandri is going to be able to finish him off. And now Faker possibly caught out as well. This tree is real dangerous, and it was looking so dicey. Oh, the barrel, not quite enough there from Kingen, just mistimed it. As now Faker gonna get punched back. Lucid, possibly in trouble. Another parlay will need to be there, and there it is. The double kill for the Gangplank.
Kingen, an absolute monster in these fights. Second fight in a row, he has found Guma and just taken him down. Aiming's gonna get the mid tower on his own. A huge win for D+ in this situation. You know, T1 thought they'd found the wanting.
The Gold King, man, just like hanging out, killing turrets, killing minions, and the rest of the team just playing in the mud.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, T1 were willing to give up the dragon, but they thought that T+ had overstepped, and for a moment it looked like they did, but things backfired so quickly, so massively. And this Gangplank, so elevated already. As you said, 5 trifles in this game, a lot of spikes coming through, and D+ really leaning on those in this mid game.
Yep, Showmaker almost towards his Frozen Heart as well. And it doesn't get better, it gets worse before it gets better for T1 against this composition. We have a look at the start. Good flash from Faker to start this one off. And for T1, it was looking really good at the beginning.
Yeah, the problem is, you know, they don't manage to take out Kingen. It's actually ulting the Nasus to kill him, and Kingen just charges Guma and takes him out. I think a mistake Guma is making, you know, we've talked about him maybe not being super comfortable in the Ziggs. You need your W. You need to keep it defensively, because it's the second time Kingen has gotten on you, and he doesn't have a dash. If a melee champion without a dash is getting on top of you, you're making a mistake. Lucid also flawless with that Bramble Slash. They are not looking for him.
Yeah, Lucid now in trouble, down to about 50% here as Hextech Ultimatum does come in. Mega Inferno Bomb now that he's held in position, and they're able to take down the tree. Showmaker getting here, but a little bit too late, as him and Aiming are going to be able to get rid of Shelly. So T1 able to find a pick onto the jungler. Definitely good news. But with the gold even, I don't think it's quite enough just yet.
Yeah, it's not too consequential. You can see recalls are coming through afterwards. It's not like they get mid-tower. They didn't bin any sums. They're not getting a dragon yet. So it's a nice pick, don't get me wrong. And it shows the potential of the composition. It's not going to really mean anything more right now. You can see D+ trying to stack their Triforce users bot lane. This tower's going to go quickly.
Yeah, Ona's going to turn up, but Moham's right here, was just behind him as there is the flash over the wall, but Aiming's going to turn up, and Ona is just trying his best to escape. He should be able to do so. Keria is going to be in there. Arcane Shift over the wall. Not going to find too much more as now Faker finds an opportunity now to push down towards this inner turret towards the top lane. And Lucid, he's going to arrive. And there's a Twisted Advance to start this one up.
You know, it's a Leandri's Maokai. I'm not sure you can get the solo kill, but he does actually a lot more damage than you think, but maybe not that much.
Faker does a lot of damage as well because he has no defensive stats whatsoever, as Lucid is now going to try and turn it as best he can. Oh! It is going to be the kill going over to Faker, but they trade it back with Aiming collecting one as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Susan not having a great time. As we can see, T1 able to trade up.
Some strange passage of plays there, back and forth.
Ooh,
and
flash.
Again, Guma satcheling the tower, doesn't have it disengage, does get the tower, but has to burn that summoner spell. It's a minute 10 on Dragon. We've seen just rapid back and forth. You know, we've seen some slower series in playoffs, slower games. Ona will not save.
No, he's on a ward. Zay's going to turn up there as well, and the rest of the team are here to back him up. Maybe it was just a bait the whole time, but a Cannon Barrage comes in. True Shot Barrage down as well. And it is still the Camille grabbing the kill. Aiming in trouble. Permafrost is down, and there's a double for the top laner of T1. 8-2 now for Zeus on this Camille.
Great bait from Ona there. The whole team go on to him, but he's a Sejuani. The team of T1 are there for follow-up. And they're starting to move towards Baron. They're actually TPs coming in from Guma and Zeus. They want Baron now.
Okay, that might be a dangerous maneuver, as they are on vision right now.
I think Aiming has no TP, Kingen does, but there's no Cannon Barrage. They might just turn for kills. Zeus has Flash and might find something. We'll have to see what they do.
Yep, Moham at 50% health right now. Not taking very much damage though. That is going to be the Nature's Grasp coming out. Oh, Lucid sidesteps the ulti, wants to try and get in there. Twisted Advance does get him through. It's going to be a 50-50 stolen by Lucid. Zeus could be in trouble as well, as Moham's getting back in there. Flashes out of the way of the Mega Inferno Bomb. And the turn from Showmaker not quite enough here as Ona down so low. Trial by fire wasn't quite in there, but there's the parlay to lock it down. Another hook. Moham, the god, is able to take down Zeus before he can kill the pirate. And Aiming finally teleports in, but it's all over, dude.
T1 Barons, they live and die by them. They get over Zealous and Lucid. He has been so clutch on smites this entire season. It's not a 50-50 when he's about, and he holds his nerve. Ona doesn't, and they end up getting rewarded. So here, Ona's recall in this position, but the pings are coming out, so they're aware. They set this up as a trap. You can see the pings. The engage comes through, and with the Camille and the Ziggs AoE damage, the front line gets mangled. Aiming does create some space, but gets chased down. So this is a fantastic play, and T1 go, right, we've done enough, we can stop Baron. But the thing is, the ult from Ona misses Lucid, so he's able to get in the pit, and they start to focus Lucid down, but the Baron's nowhere near death when Ona smites, but he gets nervous. 1.6k, he smites, he gives the opportunity over. He's scared of the AoE getting low, and then here, Kingen TP'd in, ready to fight, and the damage he does here, combined with Moham's clutch hugs, is just massive.
Yeah, and we saw actually in DK's previous series, there were some Gangplank bans coming through. I think we're starting to see why. The barrel chains are just connecting for Kingen. Making things happen as Zeus, going to face check. Some more barrels do go down as Nature's Grasp coming out. See whether Zeus can outrange it, and the answer is no, but it doesn't really matter. Still able to create enough distance.
The Maokai being down is pretty big, actually, and it's given space for T1 to move in, contest vision around this Banana Barrage, so now D+ will TP in the Nasus, who's fully healed.
Cannon Barrage still up, and oh man, they are not wanting to try and fight this one. Eating a lot of time on this Baron, though, as we can see. And a bit of a wraparound now coming through. True Shot Barrage just get Banana Vision as now Zeus on that blast cone looking for the angle. King the Pulverize onto 4! And T1 are looking to eviscerate them. Carrier trying to make his way out. He is so incredibly low. The Dragon going to be secured here by Faker. Zeus just looking to try and escape. The health bars getting lower and lower as Lucid will be able to get out of there. Somehow it is only 1 kill onto Moham, but T1 do secure Soul Point.
Some insane damage coming out from both sides. It feels like even the tankier members are getting just exploded. Very dangerous, but a clutch combo from Carrier there allows T1 to get the advantage. We see the setup here. Zeus wrapping around on the flank unspotted is such a dangerous threat. But it's not him that really finds the angle. Uma ends up throwing the ult in that hits multiple people as the combo comes through from Carrier. They pick off the Nautilus, but then the Alistair's too below. They start to disengage. Zeus ult making to trap him, but with the Sterek shield keeps them healthy to get him out. They just don't really have enough to continue in this fight, so D+ will disengage. But T1 now on Soul Point, and that Ziggs. You nearly got Rabadons. Oh my god, what is that? Oh, crap.
This is, it's
T1 D+.
Yeah, it's looking pretty topographical. I guess that only means that we're just talking about what the landscape looks like. It is pretty up and down. This is not the Netherlands, let's just say that. You know, it's hilly.
And man, the damage. I mean, I feel like some games you're at this point in the game, and like the highest damage in the game is like 13,000.
Yeah.
That's like 7th in this game.
The damage per gold stat is getting inflated in this one because there's a lot of fighting.
Oh, absolutely is. And a lot of kills as well. It has been a very bloodthirsty game. Now, T1 looking to try and secure this tier 2 top. It is very low. Get chunked, but it's going to be like an auto from Faker and a satchel one's gone.
Oh, there is a hook, and there is the turret going down. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. Faker in trouble, though, and that is somehow Aiming getting that kill. Throws out a carefree Mystic Shot. Now they're looking for even more. Lucid moving in. The satchel does come out. The flash is enough to outrange it as the permafrost comes on through, but Lucid's just happy to eat the CC. And Aiming, still hunting, still looking for them. Another satchel, but there's the flash twisted advance. And Gumayushi going to get eaten by the Ezreal. He's able to chase them all down as well. The minion wave getting in the way, but it's off the hook from Moham. It comes in, and they're going to take an inner turret of their own after wiping out 3.
They have so much damage, they might actually push for an end here. Zeus might need to come back. Faker's up in 10 seconds, sure, but there is a lot of tower damage available, and D+ are healthy.
Yep, the inhibitor is going to go down. Teleport to come in from Zeus, like you were talking about. He was able to at least get the inner, as that hook is going to miss this time. Not quite enough members for Zeus to really commit onto 5. So he is just going to move up the mid lane after they deal with the minion wave. But T1 losing that top inhibitor could be really rough in this fight for Dragon in 2 minutes. Next fight, though, going to be in 45 seconds. Yeah, exactly. Teleport, big flank there As Ona possibly out of position here. The hook is going to draw him back. Mega Inferno Bomb lands onto 4, which is gigantic damage. And the flanking Ziggs. The flanking Ziggs. Okay, he's throwing down minefields, bouncing bombs, things like that. He's trying to keep them in position as Lucid. He's the one kind of happy to tank, I guess. And now the barrel chain not quite going to work out. Double pulverized to come through from Carrier as Showmaker presses the Fury, the Sands button. And now the Nature's Grasp does come out. Carrier still trying to tank this one up though, and we've got lots of trades of ultimates all over the place, and the barrels are really starting to hurt. In goes Zeus though, he finds King, and the Pirate is going to fall down, and now Faker with another very aggressive Valkyrie. He's going to help lock down Moham. It's a triple kill now. Make it a quadra as Amy can't do anything. And Zeus says, not on my watch, D+. Lucid might just be a pentakill waiting underneath the turret. We'll see whether Lucid's going to actually fall down or not as he pushes Zeus back and says, no penta. Not that far, okay, sir.
Yeah, tries to find it, but won't with the Ziggs here. They take the towers so fast. Only Lucid up. Moham in 10. The waves coming in. I think this is game for T1. They managed to punish D+.
Yep, we saw it for D+ just a few seconds ago. And now T1 say, oh, this is how you win the game. You just push through the base and take down an Nexus. Well, that's precisely what they're going to do. Moham, he's going to be golden in the end, but he will be also taken down. The Pirate gets in the picture, but that is not going to be enough to win them the game. A 1-1 now in this best of 5.
And I swear, if I have to see Zeus on blind Cassante again this series,
oh god, yeah.
Masterclass on Camille. Absolutely took over the game. The engages are flawless. Such a phenomenal performance. I want this Zeus, right? Draft for him, play for him. He completely took over that one. And D+, put up a good fight. You know, they really showed some issues that T1 still had despite a strong draft. But an overstep at the end is punished, and the ruthlessness of the TPs from T1, the flanking Ziggs, the Fligs comes in.
The flanking Ziggs. I don't know whether that was necessarily a game-winning move. However, they did win the game after they made that move. So, I don't know, your move. T1, a lot of damage on their Ziggs here. 37k, my god.
And you know, if you compare to when we had Cassante Viscana in the top lane, all the lane swaps we've had this year, no lane swaps, both top laners on cool champions, Camille against TP, and both of them popped off. This is what we want. Please.
You'll love to see it. Let's hope that we get it in game number 3 as well. It is all tied up here. Best of 3 from here on out. It is now time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you there.
나의 뒤 막을 수 있어. 뒤 막을 수 있어.
마우 노틸 노플이야. 천천히 해, 천천히.
우리 끌리는 거 조심.
마우 노틸 노플. 내가 앞장 서줄게.
킹각은 나와. 천천히 해봐. 천천히.
나 03초.
여기. 앞에 박아놨고.
나 안 죽어, 나 안 죽어.
나 궁받아 천천히. 나 궁받아 천천히. 이렇게 마고. 나 괜찮아. 천천히 봐봐. 천천히. 얘네 궁 다 빠졌거든.
야, 나도 뒤로 갈게.
나 2초 4초. 우리 암레만 주시. 나 갈 수 있나? 와줄래? 나 가는 중.
너 생각이야?
갱플 올게. 나가자. 맞아. 펜타. 가야 돼. 펜타.
천천히 해봐.
펜타. 일단 바로 쳐야 돼 우리.
바텀 끝났나?
Wrath must be met with wrath. You will have justice.
Jinx!
My sister is gone.
And that will do it! Genji will take the 3-2 victory. They will win. It's silver.
팬 여러분의 뜨거운 파도 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다. 플라스키야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
부진은 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요.
What a game there for game number 2. For a second there, Chronicler was jumping up, fist pumping. Then I was jumping up, trying to figure out what was happening. And it is what we would expect between these two squads who have a lot of firepower, but maybe aren't using it the best. But when they do use it the best, it looks so fun. It's fun to watch.
So game number 1, we all knew it was way too clean. Like that was a clean game. That was Unreal's League of Legends. That's not, especially not in the current form, what these two teams are playing. This is what I want.
I mean, so on one hand, you might look at this and go, okay, well, Hanwha is much cleaner than both of these teams. This is not the look you're looking for. But I want to kind of spin that around on its head and say that this is the clutch plays from both teams you're hoping for if you're a D+ fan. It's what you didn't have in spring, and honestly, in 2023 either, is making those decisive calls around some of those scrappy fights. Same thing for T1. At some of their best games, some of their peaks when they were world champions, they made these plays happen, these scrappy fights, these decisive calls, whether it's to take Baron or to punish an overextension in top lane. Yeah, the fundamentals, we're still working that part out, but the clutch factor, the really clean skirmish team fights, that's on the up and up for these two teams.
Was it good? I don't think that's the question we should be asking ourselves. I think we should be asking, were we entertained? Did we experience emotions, treat it like an art form? And in that case, I think it highly delivered. We can talk about the drafts a little bit. I still do think that we should have just banned Ziggs. I don't even think Guma was that good at Ziggs. I don't think T1 looked like they're playing that well around the Ziggs, but I just think that right now the pick is just nuts. I think the reasoning was they want to deny Jin Maokai specifically. But I'm still not a big fan of it. As good as Kingen's GP is, I still think that picking it into the Camille is not really a counterpick in the sense where you actually get a lot of benefit from this. There was also a missed ban, and it felt like none of that really mattered.
I mean, I think, obviously, with the missed ban, it's kind of unacceptable. You could have banned literally either of those champions, the Alistar or the Camille or anything else, but we'll move past that. The one thing I will say about Kingen's GP, I do agree it's a very risky and greedy pick here. He put out a ton of damage, and it's like the GP 0-3 power spike for this guy that just kind of keeps rolling. Despite his early laning phase, he's getting a lot done, so I'm kind of okay with it. I'm ready to trust Kingen's late game power.
Yeah, it was an exciting battle between the two top laners at one point. Here in the top side of the map is where our first highlight is Faker isn't quite able to finish off Lucid, and Lucid buys enough time to get a kill here.
Okay, but Lucid also could not have died by going in later, because he can also just stay near the turret and then he doesn't get dove. I think he makes the most out of this. Really nice observing there as well. And they get the bomb. So this is where I think the series really went off the rails. There were just a lot of moments where these extended back and forth skirmishes just kind of kept happening. And it made it really hard to have a good grasp of who was winning at any given time, which is why the game basically fell dead even up until really the very end.
Yeah, a lot of tricky plays here. Like, D+ think they're the one who's springing the trap, but actually it's T1 who's springing the trap. A lot of aggression without vision in this game with very fragile compositions. And ultimately, this ends up being a huge win for T1. We'll skip a lot of the stuff that happens after this, where D+ do take a really clutch team fight. Their Baron control is fantastic.
Baron steal by Lucid, yep.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this game came down to just hands moments and also just traps and tricks. It wasn't fundamentally strong, highest level League of Legends, but it got scrappy.
There were a couple of moments there, Wolf, where you said, this is the decisiveness that D+ have that we've been missing. And now I get the pleasure of reading the name of this highlight, which is 26 minutes, the whole thing.
And this really is just the continuation of what happened between BNK and DK, right? Remember that game in the regular split? Remember that one? That was this. This whole sequence still has me wondering, what does it mean? What have we learned? And I don't know if we really have learned anything. Because I think DK, obviously in hindsight, got overexcited here, right? Because they thought that they had a possible window to end. They wanted to try and use that. If they back off here after they get the inhib and set up a clean play, there's no way that it ever backfires. That's not what they do.
I think obviously there's a really strong punish coming through here for T1. We've already seen this. I don't want to break it down too much because it's just way over aggressive here for D+. You can see the moment they realize, like, wait, we're way off base here. But this roster has 4 players that haven't won an LCK title, right? They're so close to pushing into the upper echelon. They're so close to going to Gyeongju, right? If they win this game off of this really incredible punish, they're able to get the kill here on the Nexus. Like, if they actually get those inhibitor turrets down, totally different story, right? And I think that killer instinct and that sort of idea of, okay, I think we have them right where we want them, but they're wrong, is maybe what the theme of the rest of this best of 5 is going to look. Because T1 on the other side, they're bouncing back from a really rough regular season, some big underperformances from these players who have such an elite, everyone views them as such elites, right? Because they are the defending world champions. There's so much pressure on both these squads that, yeah, the game is going to get a little messy.
I'd also argue this is the first time in this playoffs that T1 has really felt like T1, where it's in like the killer instinct, the actual right call, and everyone commits to it. It's just that it took for the game state to deteriorate to actually get there.
Yep. POG time here for game number 2. We were putting in votes for D+, and now it flips on over to T1. And yeah, give the guy that got the almost penta his due.
Yeah, we haven't really talked as much about individual performances because, again, I don't think that there were a lot of consistent standouts, with the big exception, I think I'd argue on either side, from this man right here.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus, he had 14 kills in this game. That was kind of the story of it for me. Most of the plays that T1 won were around the fact that he was pretty ahead pretty early and was able to kind of break the rules with the amount of gold he had. So the Camille pick was fantastic. Greedy GP pick is punished early. And in these mid to late game team fights, his punishes were insane.
All right, let's take a look at these votes. Of course, everyone just panic voting there at the end. You got to get it in. Zeus gets the dub here as T1 get the victory. 1-1. Brace yourself, D+, and T1 fans. We're in for a ride on the call. Atlas and Ox.
I don't know, like blue side won, then blue side won. It's just how it goes, right? That's what's written on the tin, Ox.
Yep, I mean, it's what we came into the series expecting.
Yep.
And now D+ get to select blue side. And here's the thing. D+, if it just keeps going blue side, blue side, blue side, blue side, D+ in the series.
Yeah.
So T1, they came up with a bit of crazy draft in game 1. Didn't really work, weren't convinced by it. They now need to problem solve again to try and break the blue side win streak in this series so far. I think one thing, I agree, they should definitely ban Ziggs.
Yeah, I think that might be the adaptation that's required. Shuriman bans, once again. Azir, Nasus, Lilia should probably be the bans here. It was Rumble, LeBlanc, Smolder in game number 1.
I love it when they change the order, but they keep the bans the same. It's very funny.
Yeah. This is same order, same bans?
I think it has to be Ziggs. I think it has to be Ziggs here. I don't think you give it over again. Building, the item build we're not talking about, but in terms of the champion, D+ definitely know how to play around it. They banned the Vi instead. I think not great, but at least you don't have the Vi Ziggs combo, which is very limited counterplay. But I think D+ probably just still going to lock it in. We'll see. Maybe they think without the Vi, they're not as high priority on it, but
I think it's still the lock-in because, I don't know about taking the Maokai instead. Because I don't think Ona had a great game in game number 1. They are going to lock that one away.
Yeah, I think if you took Ziggs and T1 took Maokai, you're winning.
Yeah, and you were winning. It already happened.
You give Ona Maokai and you're like, great, because, Ona obviously, I feel like sometimes gets some fair criticism, but his Maokai was not it in game 1. So I think T1, you can't give them Ziggs and Maokai for sure, so we expect that to be locked in. And the question is now, if D+ went into this, right, expecting, you pick the Maokai knowing the Ziggs is going over, so what's the plan? Are you going to try and do something like we saw from the Hunt Life Esports series against T1, where you have full dive, like playing around the Kai'Sa? Is that the angle? We'll have to see.
Well, this is the thing. I actually think Maokai Kai'Sa is very, very strong, right? You put CC onto everyone on the screen, basically, by pressing your R button.
Lots of targets.
Yeah, you can definitely work your way around that one, as Faker will lock in the Corki once again. A little bit of denial as well. We've seen Maokai Corki be pretty popular. Zeri would be a different way of doing it. Still very maneuverable.
They're looking at aiming with a camera, but I feel like the Zeri would have been for Showmaker. They go for the LeBlanc. So LeBlanc's been left open. They're going to pick it. LeBlanc can be a very annoying champion for, both Ziggs and Corki, because you don't really have time to get your damage out. You Phosphorus Bomb or you Pouncing Bomb, and she's already pulled back. She's unloaded combo down. She's dashed back.
There's a lot of delayed damage in Ziggs' kit just in general, and so if you just unload, then she's just not going to be there anymore.
Yeah, and Jin, Jin Maokai, pretty powerful combo where you open up with the Maokai, the LeBlanc can do work to get them low, the Jin can ult from a distance. And I think the Sejuani makes sense because you need someone to block.
Yeah.
I think blocking the Maokai ult, blocking the Jin ult shots, you need someone tanky enough to do that. Now, Lee Sin ban comes through because T1, consider the fact it could be a flex Maokai to support, and it could be Lee Sin LeBlanc. They respect that. I mean, I think it's justified against Lucent Showmaker to respect that combo. We do see the Camille ban coming through to deny that from Zeus. I think it makes a lot of sense. He had a fantastic game, obviously, previously with that setup.
Yep, a lot of pressure now on Moham to actually ban something. That's, I think, one of the most important things here in this game is to see whether his ban game has been upgraded.
Yeah, it's on you, right? You kind of messed us up
about
last
25
time.
seconds on the clock, Moham.
He's looking away for the monitor.
Oh.
Okay, he's back at the monitor. It's fine.
You can't be deliberating at a time like this.
He's looking away. He needs confirmation. Can he do it? It would be a big step up from last game.
It's getting so stressful. We are ticking down. We don't actually have the timer, but look at that green bar. It is disappearing. Moham, please. Oh God, okay. Oh, okay. He's gonna ban Vayne.
Moham.
There
He
it is.
He clutched it.
He did.
You know what? That shows learning and that shows growth.
Character development.
Character
right
development
there.
for
Here
sure.
in my LCK. You love to see it.
It doesn't mean we're gonna get the Leona in the bot lane. And with both a Lee Sin and a Nocturne ban, T1 are suspect of this Maokai. Maokai LeBlanc, not the most inspiring mid-jungle duo, and I think that's a big reason why they're so untrusting of this combo. Leona and Sejuani, a lot of CC from these two, a bit more single target. I mean, obviously you can AoE with Leona's ult, but it's not like a rel. And speaking of, I mean, here's the question: do you want to flex? I mean, keep the Maokai in the jungle and pick something for Moham? Jin Braum does not fill me with joy at all.
No, please do.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Poor. Man, Moham's really adjusted here in Game 3.
He was just, he's just toying with us. But like, Roman and Ziggs, not the play, but the rel, we've seen Moham be fantastic on this. You have great engage here to set up. And in terms of following up on those engages, the Jace could be the pick for D+.
That's a lot of poke.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, Kenny.
No, I'm not a fan of the Kennen here. We've seen Kennen struggle a lot, but triple AP topside.
Oh, it's Aatrox.
I mean, it's King and Aatrox. I can't really fault him too much for picking it. It's AD, which is better than the Kennen.
Yep.
But you're also a comp where the clear goal for D+ is to kind of go forwards, poke people out, follow up with the ult. I feel like the Aatrox is sometimes better served when comps are diving into him.
Oh,
and
Yone!
All back. You can remember 2022 Worlds. Yone had to be banned against Zeus because he was picking it into King and Aatrox and doing some work. So
I seem to remember there was a certain the shy guy on the top side of the map as well. That
shy guy? Why was he shy?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Of course, you were the LPL commentator when he was playing. That was a little bit after my time.
He doesn't play like a shy guy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely true. But this is a top lane matchup that shouldn't go very well for the Aatrox. We'll see whether Kingen can pull out some of that Worlds 2022 before Zeus pulls out the Worlds 2023.
Oh, yeah.
To show him right back. This is a lot of fun. Some blasts from the past, but we'll see how far back we end up going when looking at that top lane.
Yeah, I think, honestly, overall, T1 has the edge in this draft, not just because they pick Ziggs, but the top lane matchup's good. The only concern, really, I feel like, because in the 5v5s, I think they're really set up for success. Strong skirmish topside, the on a Ziggs great pairing. The only thing is that LeBlanc. If we see a situation where, like the Rel gets to interrupt mid, where the Maokai comes mid, if Showmaker gets fed, the whole game could just fall out of control. And again, Moham on this Rel has been an absolute monster, so it's a lot of strength, a lot of pocket picks, 4D+, 3 players on their best champions, honestly, it feels like, and T1 with a strong comp to answer.
Yeah, it's whether D+ can keep them at arm's length. That's going to be the question here. Let's see whether it works as we come into the Rift for game number 3. All right, T1 fans, extraordinarily loud. We are on their side of LoL Park here today. and therefore that means that we need to make sure our headsets are well and truly glued to our heads. Otherwise, we may get some sort of ear malfunction. Yeah.
Oh.
All right, Showmaker just going to wander past. Carrier also doing the same thing.
It's just one of the nice things about playing LeBlanc is that you just so little threat to level 1s. So hard to actually catch the LeBlanc. Is a no flash LeBlanc though with that ignite, which we have seen before from Showmaker. So going for that pressure as much as possible in those skirmishes. And even though like Maokai LeBlanc isn't a combination that really inspires a ton of joy compared to like LeBlanc Lee Sin, if the Maokai lands a W, the root will follow up pretty convincingly, and they will see the bomb.
All right, aiming. Pretty cool skin there. I think there was a certain guy called Ghost who got one of those. As he just immediately gets hit by a bomb.
Yep.
That doesn't feel great.
Easy little mana flow band stack.
Yeah, there you go. We're trying to get a little bit back here as we'll have to keep track of how this bottom lane is going to go.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the... I mean, honestly, I was saying about the 3 players, because obviously Kingen, known for his Aatrox, Showmaker, the LeBlanc, and Moham for the Rel, but also Lucid on that Maokai, pretty high win rate.
Oh, Moham goes in while aiming is reloading. Subpar, that's going to mean a flash needs to come out. Ignite already used by both of these supports.
Yeah, and obviously aiming, reloading, the worst time, but it's kind of similar to Ziggs in the sense that you have the burst of damage and then you have the downtime, so didn't play well around that timing, and ultimately loses a flash on it.
So Yone into Aatrox is basically just Zeus.
Yeah.
He's really good at that. I wonder how many of those Aatroxes were also Kingen.
I wonder who was the other player who was like, you know what, Zeus can do it, I can too, and succeeded.
Yeah. I imagine it was like Dudu or something.
That would totally be him.
Yeah. You know, in my mind, he's the player that would do it.
Didn't play this matchup.
Oh God!
And then died of the Grump.
Yeah, he did. Oh, no. But I think he lost that.
No,
game.
he definitely lost. Like
yeah.
The Grump outplayed him, but he did pretty well in lane.
Definitely did. Man, that was a fun time.
Maybe I think that might have that was the other side. You know, that was one of the wins for the Aatrox. It was a good lane matchup. I think maybe for that one they should have put Aatrox plus Grump versus.
Yeah, that's the tough part. If you can employ Gromp, then you really can get over the line. As Showmaker could be in trouble. Does have, of course, the distortion, but there's the flash from Ona. Really nicely played, and he's just dead. No flash available for Showmaker. So that is first blood going down. Nicely played.
Beautifully played by Ona. Bit of a redemption after some hiccups in playoffs so far. And I think, you know, on LeBlanc, you have this sense of safety, this sense of untouchability. No flash, you are vulnerable.
Yeah. Kumyushi taking a 4th shot to the noggin. That is suboptimal. Not a whole lot of mana here for the Ziggs.
Yeah, it does have biscuits though. I mean, this is the thing, is a lot of Ziggs, you get the mana flow band, you get the early stacks, and then your biscuits give so much mana back that you can kind of just stay in lane a lot longer and wait for your spikes. We do see Lucid hanging around. Hasn't thrown a sapling though over the wall, I don't think, so doesn't reveal his position.
Yeah. Wanted to give that one up. Does instead decide that he's going to be heading towards the top side. It wasn't Faker that got that first blood. The fact that it's Ona that picks it up, I think, makes Showmaker a little bit happier here in this matchup. If it was Faker, who then gets to go back and buy a bunch of extra items,
yeah, maybe I wonder
could
if
be more worrying.
The Hex Drink attack. You know, we often see into LeBlanc, like AD champions go on the early Hex Drinker.
Yep.
It does slow down your build a lot as a Corki. But I could see it making sense in this situation. So if you had gotten that kill, it could be a lot closer to picking it up, and it would have been problematic. Just a repeat.
If at first you succeed, just do it again.
Yeah, and
with
Carrier does have flash, so would be able to follow the distortion if they wanted to. And this is the timing before Showmaker gets 6.
Yep. Showmaker is just going to throw out a chain, doesn't hit it. Finds an electrocute though.
Faker really wanted to bait Showmaker into distortion and in. And Showmaker's like, I ain't falling for that one.
Nope. Well, this time around, we're going to check this one out from Ona's perspective.
Okay.
And just a Q flash there. Follows it perfectly. The W's dodged by the LeBlanc, but yeah, it doesn't matter at that point. Really well played.
Yep, gorgeously done. In fact, starts off the Arctic Assault to make sure that he then distorts, and so he knows exactly what he has to do. Very nicely done there by Ona. Of course, his Sejuani has been pretty good so far this season.
And I think it gets difficult if Showmaker ends up behind. the top jungle 2v2 is borderline unplayable. You can see already the 1v1 for King going really bad.
Yep.
If Sejuani joins and it's Sejuani Yone against Aatrox Maokai, it's brutal. So definitely don't want to opt into that one. So it's not like you can really get too much help.
Yeah, Una might be overextended here a little bit. No Aftershock anymore, as now he's trying to set it up for a turn. I think realizing that he's just dead, the distortion does go through, but now Carrier could be in trouble as well. Moham's burning down, so Faker is able to get that kill, but Carrier likely to fall as well, just waiting for that twisted advance, and there it is from Lucid. Punch goes the Brambles, and there goes the Leona, as Aiming and Gumayushi just fighting here towards the bottom side.
Just an overstep from Ona without the flash. Felt like he had safety with his team backing him up, and this does lead to pressure on Grubs, but Zeus is going to scare Lucid away. Use the Twisted Advance to Twisted
Advance. Yep, or advance backwards. As Moham is still here, Faker is still pushing forward. Moham kind of wanted him to go a little bit further forward. Crashdown does not connect. Just one Grub going to be taken by D+. He's going to give the rest over to Ona by the looks of things, unless he does come to try and go for some sort of contest. You can see Moham still in the area trying to threaten.
I think Ona should be able to get that one, and then he has Smite up for the last, so should be safe. You can see Carrier and Faker moving into cover. So I think they're okay.
Yep.
T1 getting 2. Big Grubs early, fantastic with Ziggs. Now, Ona does see Showmaker.
Yeah, he's going to distort back. You can see Lucid wants to try and get this. Does secure the blue buff, but I think he's going to die for it. And there we go. Ona says, nope, that's mine. And he's able to take down the tree. Now T1 looking to cascade this towards the top lane as Kingin already at 50%. Moham trying to come in and defend, but there is so much to defend from. There is the fate sealed, and it's exactly that. Zeus helps just lock him down while Faker tidies it up, and they'll take plates as well.
Beautiful execution there. Carrier doing a great job on the Lucid. Takes aggro first there as well. And the angle, in that situation, you always want to try and hug the wall. That's what everyone does in a dive. You're hugging the wall, getting behind the tower. And Zeus, you could see him lining it up and manages to find both targets with the ult. Really good execution. This is that initial play where Ona overstepped contesting this ward. The big thing is he queued in on Moham. That's the mistake here that cost him. No flash, you use your Q. It means the chains as a free connect. And it does backfire quite heavily for T1. So good punish there from D+. And in the ensuing fight, yes, we see Moham go down, but it still ends up favored for D+ here.
Yep. Lucid just finds Twisted Advance, but it can't stay good for D+, unfortunately.
Low here, and T1 sense it. That was Carrier finding a blindy flash over the wall, beautifully played. And then here, you know, Moham and King are in trouble, so they go against the wall. Look at this, ease to the side, you can see him lining it up. As soon as the Zenith Blade comes in, also hits both. Carrier's the one with aggro. The damage is there to follow up. Just really well played from T1.
Yep, Soul Unbound there to make sure that Zeus was never in any trouble either. So now 1,800 gold the lead for T1. And remember, guys, this is not their serve. This is red side for T1. This would be catastrophic if D+ lost this one.
Oh, I'm getting the Fierce Dragon as well. You have the Grub's Edge, you get the Fierce Dragon. It's Cloud Ocean, so I mean T1, I'm hoping it's not a chem tech, but there's a lot of good souls still available.
Yeah.
Faker has gone for that early Hex Drinker, 202, so that extra gold. I mean, he's got Hex Drinker and a Ruby Crystal. It's going to be a hard target for Showmaker to really threaten. You can see him hit him there, and it just doesn't really do anything. But top lane is where it is really bleeding out right now. Already the tower's really low, and Kingin, if you take some bad trades, you're just losing your tower. And remember, this is a Ziggs team. If T1 ever want to move Guma up here, he can just finish it off. He has TP. They might look to do that in the next minute or so.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for King, and you can see 67 and 91. The lead for this Yone is getting absolutely absurd.
You know, honestly, the only reason I'd say you wouldn't move the Ziggs up here is if you want to extend the laning phase, because Kingin is having a horrible time. And you can see, it looks like D+ might be like, yeah, we need to end this sooner rather than later. They are bringing their entire team up, and they're like, Kingin, just please go somewhere else. Don't. And Kingin's like, yeah, I'll appreciate that.
Well, they're going to find the knockup. Deadly Flourish does not connect, as this may have given up the play. Over the wall goes Carrier, though, gets a control ward down. There's the Nature's Grasp. The Zenith Blade just stopped the follow-up. There's the ulti out from Zeus. Remember, he can just rebind. And Moham, too low to fight once again. The mitigation here of that top lane aggression, just gorgeous. Moham able to crash his way out of the Mega Inferno Bomb, but Solar Flare's coming through, everything flying down. Decent knock up there. Faker could be in trouble. Lucid able to find that one, and that should be the tree being able to lock this one down. The flash over, the Bramble Smash to come on through. Meanwhile, the fight is continuing. The curtains have been called, but I don't think it's for DK. I think it's on the other side. The Zenith Blade going to miss there as you saw Moham trying to drag Carrier over, but he's still very healthy. T1 unable to find anything, but it was DK trying to make the play.
Yeah, GP flag.
Oh God. Yeah, we're going deep. Once again, Showmaker looking for that angle.
So scrappy, so scrappy. And D+ ended up getting more kills out of this, but you know, they make that big concerted effort to try and punish Zeus. It doesn't really pay off. And in the back and forth that comes after, they don't die, and D+ was honestly getting close.
Yeah, aiming gets a big gasp from the crowd.
Yeah.
But otherwise, not too much more. He's just going to go back home. And T1, they're looking to grab a whole bunch of grubs. That is going to be 5 on the table for Zig's team.
Oh man, and that's how top's gone.
Oh yeah.
I'm just going to be honest. Auto W probably going to be enough. Close to, not far off. So Showmaker's here to try and defend. Guma is a little bit low, that's the only thing, so maybe they can't push up right now, but if they want that tower, it is there for them to take. And here, Faker rotating over, says, my team is fine, I'll go back. Dashes in a Showmaker because with the Hex Drink, he's so confident, and nearly actually gets him, and then Lucid's there. And that's the unfortunate thing. It was a good move from Lucid, but maybe if Faker was able to get like one more auto off with a flash, could have got it. But trades there, and Lucid does get the cleanup, gets 400 gold for that.
Yep.
While that was happening, you know, Zeus piloting this Yone, it's not even just the fact that obviously he can set up these big plays, he's winning lane, but the fact they collapse onto him that many members and he gets out without even really losing any health, kind of insane.
Yeah, and no one died outside of Faker in that play. It was, I believe it was 2 and 5.
Yeah, it was
throughout that whole thing. And it was all just T1 playing defense on that top side. And that meant that, you know, this matchup in the top lane is going to go unhindered on T1's side, now moving towards a 50 CS gap. Like, this is just nuts. Blind Aatrox, never something we've been that much of a fan of here in the LCK.
Yeah, I feel like it was
we're beginning to see why.
It was when Aatrox was giga broken.
Oh God, okay, well, the world is ending, but for who is the question, as Carrier is taking up the turret for a really long time. And Kingen was lit on fire, but that's basically it. Still had to use his ulti. So still value.
Because there was that time in like spring where both Zeus and Kingen were picking it, but that was when it was like the lethality build and it was super overtuned.
Yep.
Camp is not the same right now.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, let's try again as... Okay, the ulti did come on through there from Zeus, did a decent job as there is a Mega Inferno Bomb and he's not going to be able to dodge that. Faker just ends Kingen. And so 3 versus 1, that is going to do it. Technically 3.5, I guess, because Gumayushi offered an arbor.
I will say though, you know, T1 ahead, things are looking good for them. Zeus is really strong, but if you look at the towers in the side lane, both on 2 plates, I'm of the opinion that they should have moved Guma and picked up both of these, not really utilizing the Ziggs to the maximum potential. But here, Kingen did what he could. He dodges away from the ult to the end with that dash, but you know, this is like you're stalling, but he's just never able to change his fate really, sadly.
Yeah.
Aatrox not the best champion at defending against those dives, and not as slippery as a Yone is.
Certainly not what he used to be when it comes to surviving. But Lucid now looking for a little bit of an opportunity on this Rift Herald, but I'm starting to feel the apprehension from D+ in this game. Glacial Prison going to connect onto aiming. He cleanses it immediately. The flank for the Aatrox. I mean, Kingen just needs a way to be useful in this game. Deadly Flourish is fantastic there, but just not quite enough. A bit of an overreach there as T1 just looking to find their angle. They want to make sure that they have exactly the right play to be made.
Yeah, Guma's recalling lower mana. You know, he could potentially even TP bot and just take the tower if he really wanted. It looks like he's going to come in.
Yeah.
Mid. I'm not sure about this because the Herald's already gone. And I'm not really sure what you're hoping to achieve.
I think they want to get this dragon.
I guess that's the game plan. They are moving towards it, but this might sacrifice mid-tier 1. If they just Herald, I guess Guma's moving to defend it. It's a little bit back and forth.
Carrier going to get chained up momentarily. As Faker, he's the one that moved down towards the bottom side, and they do manage to grab themselves the dragon.
Give up pressure around mid, though. Let's see. They're not going to be able to stop the Herald at this point.
Hextech Soul. That is a big deal. Let's address that after a potential fight does perhaps happen here, as no. Looks like Faker going to be taking this outer turret on the bottom lane, And Kingen with some spare time, able to at least hit the turret in the top lane. Zeus moving up there now, should be able to defend. And as we can see, it's not going to be Kingen sticking around. Does not want to bite off more than he can chew, and absolutely is going to be the case there, as Lucid now possibly in trouble as Ona does move forward. Trading some cues there as Deadly Flourish is going to connect from aiming. Nicely done.
So T1 get the Dragon, you know, Hextech Soul obviously a big win for them. They're now looking top for Kingen though. He is healthy. You can see Guma's moving to ult though on top of this.
Yeah, and we have the World Ender up and available. The chains did connect, but he's just dead. In goes Showmaker, does manage to find the follow-up kill onto the Yone, who was tanking the turret at the same time. Carrier going to get snared up by the chains and doesn't find the Zenith Blade. The Ignite ticking down, and there's the last auto. Showmaker grabs the double.
Yeah, good TP coming in for Showmaker to clean that up, and now Owner in trouble.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish actually going to be Brambly smashed away from. That's anti-synergy. Not exactly what we're looking for there. So as Moham, he's in the enemy jungle.
I think the takeaway from this is Showmaker's getting very strong. Kingen is pretty useless, but
I think it was blind Aatrox, yeah.
Yeah, not really much you can do about that one, but Showmaker is becoming a big threat, and that is a concern for T1. They're still really far ahead. They still have 2 dragons in pocket. This game is definitely still in their control. But this might be a pain point for them as the game goes on. We see here the CC's laid well. The ult's on top with that TP coming in. They have to spend so much time under tower. Zeus takes so much damage. There's just no realistic ways getting out of that one. Actually think maybe he should have just saved the flash. But Carrier also ends up going down for their sins.
Yeah. Nicely played here by Showmaker to make sure he distorts past Carrier, make sure the Zenith Blade is the most difficult to land as a bit of a drive-by, but the Glacial Prison comes down. Lucid is not very tanky. He has to flash to get himself out of the Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh, the Rocket almost able to take him down there by Faker, and now he's coming back in. The Magnet Storm, phenomenal, but it is still Moham falling here. Kingen is just way too weak to join this fight, and it's a double kill for Faker. Showmaker nowhere in sight, and the curtains. Is it going to be enough here to be able to lock this one up? The last bullet doesn't really do too much. And D+, I think they thought they had it. Maybe they thought they had more damage as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you need Showmaker to put the work in. You need him there. You need him to get the damage down. Faker's really fed right now. He's going to be basically having his 2-item spike plus the Hex Drinker. You know, it's the spot where normally you'd have that 2-item spike, and he's got that bonus 1,300 gold item. So he is scary right now, and he just shreds everyone. You know, Lucid and Moham have the preconception that they're actually tanky. They're not, compared to this team for T1. They're getting melted.
It's a 5,000 gold lead almost. Showmaker now potentially going to face check as well, as he does do exactly that, and is then just going to leave.
And I think a big thing with LeBlanc is here being fed is fantastic. But LeBlanc operates around, playing around vision. You know, dipping in and out, getting poked down. Really, D+ need to find a scenario where Showmaker can get the work done, and I think until they do that, they're going to lose any fight they try and set up for, especially if they're relying on Kingen.
Oh, aiming and after flash, does do so kind of nonchalantly. It felt like a nonchalant flash.
It feels like we've had this cycle of aiming just burning sums in the last, like it was cleansed a couple of times, now flash, where it's like, okay, someone's thrown at him and he immediately uses the sums, and it's the right choice, but it just shows the threat on the side of T1. Oh, Zeus in trouble.
Yeah, World Ender going to come on through here as Zeus trying to dodge these Qs. Does do so, and the E, and now Lucid is making his way forward. Teleports everywhere, and the ulti does come on down. It's a 1-for-1, but Faker's going to be able to trade another one back in the end. And now Aiming turns up. He's like, what did I miss? And as it turns out, Aiming, he missed quite a bit. As that didn't miss. Ona's able to take down Aiming with the Glacial Prison, or at least hit him with it. Not able to get the kill just yet. They want to kill Showmaker instead. Ona's able to collect that kill also. And T1 kind of just running away with it.
This Corki is just monster fed. They leave open Showmaker's LeBlanc, a pick that so many teams of respect ban, and Faker, who's had a rough season, is taking over this game. Get the consistent damage down. Doesn't quite finish off Lucid this last rocket. Look how close it is.
Yeah.
Leaves them on slivers. But then the re-engage comes in. Lucid ults, but he can't join the fight. Moham gets melted. Aiming is hitting Carrier, doing no damage. At Kingen, he thinks he's got Ona, but the Locket Shield was there just as the insurance bonus. And then here, Zeus waits so long to use the E. Buys as much time as possible. Does get his ult off before going down. Catches the Maokai as well. Yes, he dies, but he sets up
for the Demolition Squad to clean up.
Yeah, gorgeously done. And then Ona gets here just in time. Glacial Prison gets fired forward, but you saw exactly what they wanted. They really wanted to kill the LeBlanc, and Faker will get his target. That should be T1 locking down Soul Point as well. There is absolutely no way D+ can get over here. And we need to reiterate, I mean, look at how linear this gold lead is for T1 as they extend that one ever further. Baron now spawned, but there are bounties on the Rift. And this is a red side win.
Yeah, absolutely. This is D+ side selection with blue side, not opting to go for the Ziggs and paying for it, but really the Corki has been the star of the show.
Oh, there's another Magnus Storm to come in here. Faker actually almost pulled over the wall. In theory, that's what they were going for. Kingen finding a flank angle. Is he actually able to help lock down any of these kills, though? That's the question. As Showmaker gets in there, they take down Ona, and back goes Showmaker now. Actually tries to deceive them, but it's not going to work. As now underneath the turret goes Zeus. He's able to tank it up. Faker able to get the 1-2 on that final punch. And Lucid going in, just seeing whether he can get a twisted advance to lock it down, but Zeus is toying with them now. This is T1 through and through, and they are absolutely dominating.
It just feels like they're not even sweating. Right now, Faker in all these fights, with these threats flying around, the Maokai...
That's a lot of kills.
That is a lot of kills. Lumet getting that achievement. But as I was saying, you know, we're seeing these fights, threats flying all over the place. Kingen comes in, Lucid comes in, Showmaker comes in, and Faker's just navigating it, consistently dealing damage the whole time. Unfazed right now, and looking very in form.
Oh yeah, this is a brilliant performance by T1. And this is a bounce back that I think a lot of people were kind of expecting, right? Because it has happened in the past.
And if you look, Faker, Kingen comes in, and he knows the TP is on the other side. He knows the Maokail's there. Expectation, he's going to Valkyrie from the Aatrox. He's like, no, I'm just going to keep doing damage. Showmaker was going to go for Faker, knows he doesn't have the damage, goes for Ona instead, dies. And this whole time, Faker's just doing damage, unchallenged. And then here as well, Zeus baits out Lucid.
Yeah. Didn't even realize Lucid was standing on a ward that entire time. And they are able to take him down. Now the Baron has been started up. Aiming doesn't have his ulti up and available. And Carrier will be able to break the blast cone. That will guarantee that this Baron does fall. And now Zeus looking for an angle, doesn't find the ulti. Does get the flash out from Lucid though.
You know, just don't let him near the pit and Lucid can't steal the Baron. Kingen is on a flank.
Whoa.
But
how did he get there?
Yeah, I'm not sure this 0-6 Aatrox is really that much of a threat.
It's a cool, like, flank position though. As over the wall he goes. Misses a whole bunch of buttons right now as the Magnus Storm comes in from Moham, but he is just free food. Lucid cannot get in there. And D+, they're just going to back away.
And you can see, you know, obviously because this Aatrox is weak, D+ have to move up to allow him to flank. If he goes solo, he's just going to die. But the second D+ move forwards, T1 immediately pull back. Guma disengages, and it's a Ziggs Corki. They both have ways of creating space, and the punishment is this. Tier 2 tower down mid, T1 moving straight up towards the top side where that Tier 2 tower is, and Kingen, you are not able to defend this. I think the thumbs up is the right call.
Yep, I think Kingen kind of realizing that it's just not quite going to work, as now they look to try and layer in a bunch of CC onto the unbound soul of the Yone. That's not going to work, so they just take the inner turret. T1 now with a 4,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play. It's not too bad here for the squad as we have a look at this fight one more time. Optimistic on that flank from Kingen, and it's Moham that pays the price.
I can't fault D+ for looking for this sort of play, because I think you have to look for these, but the problem is Kingen's just too weak. The rest of the engage isn't fast enough to get there in time. Moham gets shredded immediately, and nothing really comes from it. You know, I think part of this is compositional issues. I think the top lane matchup is rough, but also just didn't get off the ground running, which they really needed to with this composition. And now T1 looking towards that bot lane tower. And it's just, you have to send 5 members here. You have to be like, we are ready to fight right now. That's the only thing that discourages T1 from immediately taking it. And you see aiming moves up towards mid to clear the wave, and the bot tower is going to go. They are looking for an engage now, though.
All right, Moham is going to take the Hex Tech Gate. Curtains have been called, trying to find a few of these into the backline as Zeus says, no, you do not press R, not on my watch. Good sidestep there from Aiming, though, as he does get thrown back. Aiming, can he find the Deadly Flourish? He does, but his turret's dead. And Zeus just walks it off because there is zero follow-up from that far away. Meanwhile, whatever's happening here, some supportal combat, as Doa did say.
Let them do their thing.
Yeah,
okay?
just wandering around. One's got a lance, one's got a sword and shield. It's like a Renaissance fair fight, you know? Between the two of them. Oh no, the real damage is coming in as Moham just wants to, he wanted to deny the kill to Yone. It's not going to work. He pressed Q.
They delay the kill. Moham's dead for 20 seconds. Hextech Soul is up. This game was already in a borderline unwinnable spot. Add Hextech Soul to the mix and
I don't. So, like, what's like? You can't really get more over than over though, because over's still over.
Yeah. Well, no, you can. Oh. It's what you say when you're on walkie-talkies. When you stop talking, you say over.
Yeah.
You've done the conversation. You say
over and out.
There you go.
Oh, so this is over and out.
This game's over and out.
Oh, baby, I like that. We haven't done that one before. I like talking about walkie-talkies as well. It's better than talking about a game that is over and out, you know?
I remember when you were a kid and you have a walkie-talkie, and it doesn't matter how like irrelevant or meaningless a conversation is. Put on a walkie-talkie.
Oh, so much more fun.
So much more fun.
Oh,
just call you walkie-talkie your friend. You took one of the meats, right?
Yeah.
It's like late at night. You're like, hey, you there? Over?
Yeah.
Oh man.
You can even talk about the fruit bowl. You know, it's like any apples left, over.
And you don't actually care if there are apples
No, you
left.
don't. And he's like, bring me an apple though. And then you just don't even eat the apple. You just play Nintendo instead. It's okay. T1 looking to push in and end the game. No Baron up just yet. 2 minutes on that one. As D+, I mean, this is a circling of the drain if ever we've seen one, especially with that Hextech Soul. Look, that's just poke damage from a solar flare, and then the real poke damage is... Oh, God! Gamushi says nope to the Jin, and now Kingan's trying to get out of there. The world is ending, but I think it's his. And there's the ulti forward from Zeus. Tanks up the turret a whole bunch, but it doesn't matter at all. There go the turrets, and T1 says over and out to game 3 and says hello to match point.
They managed to take down D+ on blue side. They're pumping the damage numbers a bit here, but they will end the game. T1, I think, you know, obviously going in this series, we haven't seen the best performance in the regular season. A lot of people were asking the question, like everyone always says, oh, it's always T1 Gen G finals.
Yeah.
And it felt, once again, like, you know, this time, HLE, D+ are looking like fierce opponents, but T1, this is the energy they need to have. If they're going to make it to finals again against Gen G, this is how they need to play. Counter pick from Zeus completely popped off. Faker on form on the Corki doing work. And honestly, the whole team just in unison. And now D+ gets side selection, but they need to get 2 in a row if they're going to be able to answer back this series. A big task for them.
Yep, this is going to be the real difficulty because as soon as T1 starts leaning on Zeus counterpick, it just looks so incredibly difficult to win. Showmaker as well, getting the LeBlanc, and it really did kind of look forgettable in this game. I think Aiming playing his first game of Jhin, I'm okay with that being his last game of Jhin. I personally dislike the champion a lot, but I also don't think we really saw too much here. So this like weird pick/poke composition didn't work at all.
Yep.
Back to the drawing board now for D+ and see whether they can put on some silver scrapes for us. As we go to a short break, when we get back, the Space is going to break that one down. We'll have game number 4. See you there.
한번 볼게.
나 포킹 각.
나도 역각에서 볼게. 마오나 렐.
피 한번 깎게. 안 되고.
나왔어?
빈필.
오케이 몇개. 마오는 그냥 박아놨어. 진.
잡았다.
진 잡았다. 갈게.
앞에.
그냥 안해. 잠깐만.
슬로우 걸려 얘네. 얘네 슬로우. 좋아.
연애 이상한 짓 됐고? 억울해.
여러랑 동호 그래. 동호.
딜 살짝 볼게.
And that will do it. Genji will take the 3-2 victory. They will win.
여러분의 뜨거운 파도 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다. 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
부지는 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요.
It's written, guys. It is written. Whether or not T1 play good or play bad, whether or not D+ draft well or draft not, it's summer playoffs. T1 has found a way yet again to pull themselves back on in it. This time a little bit earlier, but still, T1 just seem like they're on the way to the in-person semifinals.
Yes, I do agree. I do think that DK did give them the map, which they probably shouldn't have given them the map and be like very graciously here. You want to take it?
They did take it.
Well, Wolf's not.
I'm not going to take it because I'm not involved in this. But okay, so first things first, right? I'll let Kronny get into the Aatrox in a little bit, but Ziggs and Maokai are open. Owner is your opponent's jungle player, who's not known for his Maokai play. And I think the idea here was, if we get Maokai, maybe because their Ziggs performance is a little bit lackluster, maybe we get both. That's the only thing I can think of in my head. But if you're going to do that, then just first pick Ziggs and hope they don't pick Maokai and hope you can get that one. Because the Jhin seemed to be something they were afraid of for Guma, so they also prioritized that. And then ultimately we ended up with this draft that doesn't have any real synergy here in it at all. Mom's comfort picking the Rel, Aatrox comfort pick for Kingen. Blind, though, it's just a big mess.
I feel like I'm just going crazy. We have seen Ziggs just win every game, even when the teams don't play around it, and like we've been watching that, right? Yes, both of these two teams are not good at Maokai, because both are, by their nature, proactive teams. And Maokai, I think, if you know, like Hanwha, like Genji, know how to play reactively, know how to set up objectives, it's the best pick in the game. I think it's mega broken. But for both these teams, just drop it. Just let it go. Like, clearly, neither of the junglers are able to get the most out of this pick. And to me, I think this is... we've talked a lot about DK's draft. I think T1 are also clearly leveling up in this series as we go along. To me, my particular standout was Keria. Didn't end up with the most impressive KDA, but the side lanes were won by this man's roams. Like, the amount of pressure that he had on this Leona was textbook.
Yeah, he was pulling aggro on turrets in moments like this one, setting up Zeus for success. He was everywhere all the time. We did see Owner have a really fantastic game as well. Had that really great punish on the flashless LeBlanc from Showmaker in mid as well. And the entire early game felt very controlled for T1. It wasn't like game 2 where it was a lot of chaos and it felt like there were big mistakes on both sides and it was a scrappy win for T1. This one definitely felt like start to finish. We have a draft we're comfortable with. We're in complete control. We are going to punish this Aatrox. And they took Kingen off the map.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't had a victory like this by T1 in a little while. As we take a look at our final highlight here, down on the bottom side of the map, in the jungle. Moham goes fishing, but doesn't bring the rest of his team here.
Okay, but at this point, the game is already lost, right? It's more so to highlight the desperation that is there for DK. And the biggest swap for me has been the fact that Zeus now is able to win with counterpick, which is something that we lost for a lot of the summer split, but that seemingly is working here again. And also, if you're a team that relies on skirmishing, Ziggs is really good into you because you're trying to hard force and he drops the bomb on top. And you know how Pace yesterday was basically cosplaying Apollo, the Greek god? What, you know, the skin, the Jhin skin with the 18 kills? Yeah, aiming in this one. And this is not, like, this is not to call out aiming specifically. We know how good aiming is, but why are we putting him on Jhin?
Yeah, why are we putting him on Misfortune, which they did a lot in that previous loss as well? Where's the Zeri? We had his Ezreal last game. He looked phenomenal on the pick. Even though they lost, he had some incredible moments, right? Put him on a pick he is comfortable with, a pick where he can carry, where he can utilize...
Or Ziggs, well. Which is so broken that it doesn't matter.
Also that, but that last fight also showcased a lot of the problems with the comp. Sure, they were behind, but with Moham's engages and getting caught and trying to set stuff up, they just didn't have any follow-up. They didn't have the damage. It just wasn't playable.
All right, POG time here for game number 3. Who gets it here for T1? And it goes to Owner in the jungle, 3, 2, and 12. We thought maybe it'd be the boom boom damage for Faker. Obviously, Chronicler going for Keria, but no, Jungler Owner getting this one.
It was a jungle and support gap, really. And that is, to me, one of the... I think that Owner, even though obviously has had a rough series against Hanwha Life, outside of that, as we keep saying, has been a standout player, is one of the few players that's making Sejuani into Maokai work as well. And every single play that got T1 ahead, he was there this time around. So I think very, very justified. I imagine we'll see, again, some carrier votes. I think Faker had a clean game, but I feel like he was being more facilitate. I think the spread across the board makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I feel like I wasn't going to be a Faker voter in this one because I feel like the game wasn't about him, even though he did a ton of damage. I think any of the support, jungle, or top votes made a ton of sense because that was the game where the game was won. Carriers roams topside, jungle going topside, and then the top player who got all the gold.
Just going back to the draft, there were two very loud groans at the end of it. One, when T1 didn't ban Ziggs. Two, when D+ didn't pick Ziggs. Let's see how things change on up here with game number 4. T1, 1 win away from heading on over to Gyeongju. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out.
Welcome back to the Casa Desk. Thank you very much, Digon. And so, yeah, there were a couple of things that went wrong there. And it all started with not first picking Ziggs. Blue side, very, very strong because it turns out you could... Wait.
Wow.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the Ziggs. This is all about Kingin not wanting to get counterpicked by Zeus anymore.
You know, I think I can understand why they've done this, but I also think you could have just gone on blue side, picked the Ziggs yourself,
yeah,
and then lane swapped, you know?
Yeah.
And I know lane swap with Ziggs is a bit of a contentious subject, but maybe just find a matchup for Kingin where he could be stable, lane swap against it, but maybe you're concerned you get perfected where it's like Renekton into Vayne. I guess they just really don't want to deal with that when they're one game away from losing. It's going to be very small to Nasus for T1. And on the other side, are they going to ban the Ziggs? That is the question.
I think it sort of has to be banned. Yeah, there it is. And so now Azir first pick up and available if Faker would like to take it. We've seen it banned throughout the series.
I always think it's interesting in a draft when, you know, a pick is super high priority in terms of bans and then it gets left open and the teams don't immediately prioritize it. This is not going to be one of those cases.
Nope.
They lock in the Azir for Faker. Faker having a pretty good game in the last one on that core key, which makes me wonder, what are D+ going to take into it? And you know, the LeBlanc didn't go super hot last time, but it is a matchup we've seen into Azir a lot. Maybe they lean into that and don't... No, they're picking Maokai. Don't go Maokai LeBlanc again. I don't...
Yeah,
anything.
as long as...
If you go Maokai, that's fine. Don't go Maokai LeBlanc.
Yeah, I'm okay with anything as long as it's not the LeBlanc.
But I'm going to be honest, you know, Maokai has been really strong, but I think D+, obviously everyone, you know, we know Aiming's had a fantastic season, but I think D+ as a whole have looked so good when Lucid Showmake have had their duo combos and played those pairings that really, like the Lee Sin LeBlanc. So I'm not... You know, put the Maokai in, they do have the MF for the follow-up. They'll probably end up leaning towards Rel if they go this. Aiming has had some good MF games, but it's not the picks that I think have really defined this team with their success in the regular season.
Yep, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, by the way. It is going to be the Sejuani almost guaranteed here by Owner.
And I think, you know, we've seen Maokai have a really high win rate against Sejuani in the regular season. You can even see the win rate pretty low there. I think a big reason why they put so much value on having the Maokai here, and what Owner's doing to make it work, is he's just consistently body blocking whenever the ult comes down. And he makes sure his backline isn't threatened, isn't rooted. And now the Jin's on the side of T1. Guma, obviously someone who's a lot more experienced playing the pick than aiming.
Oh no, I don't want this. I just want them to lock Rel. Just pick Rel and allow Showmaker to play something a bit weird. Corki is less bad than LeBlanc. There you go.
Yeah. You knew the AD profile. You know, we saw before the Hex Drinker basically turned Faker immortal. W in a lot of situations really had to be in a bad spot to die in that last one. And now, going for the bans in the next part of the draft, banning away the Camille from Zeus, and presumably it's going to be Rel on 4, and then on 5 we get Kingdom's pick, and they're really trying to elevate him and put him into a position where he has the strongest chance possible. So T1, I would ban the Rel, and then you'll find a ban the GP away from Kingan as well, especially with the Camille gone, but I think the Rel ban seems like a very good idea.
Yep, I wouldn't mind an Alistair ban as well, just to stop Carrier from being able to play that one. Kind of try and force T1's hand, banning the Rel themselves, and otherwise you get Leona, and then you're kind of okay with it.
I think maybe if D+ ban Leona, I mean, T1 probably just ban Rel, but Leona's been really good into the MF because you can long range ult to stop hero. The problem with Alistar is you're a lot shorter range and you can sometimes get stuck in the fight trying to make it to the MF. So I think that's a good ban from them. And now T1 probably just ban the Rel in this situation, unless there's something that really screams ban this from top lane.
Well, it is LeBlanc.
I think that's a bit of a wasted ban. I really don't rate it. I mean, I guess they could play Corki top, and that's what they're afraid of. But yeah, I think now D+ just take the Rel and then decide what they want to do with that 5th pick.
Yep, I think the Rel certainly standing out here. Let's see what Carrier decides to do. If it's Braum, I may leave. But it's probably not going to be.
It might just end up being Alistar in this situation. You know, we've seen a lot of Alistar into Rel. You can use ult to cleanse the Maokai ultimate that comes in.
Powerful
once
front line
again,
as well.
I feel like a theme that T1 have kind of had is having this like strong jungle support, really tanky champions. Like, you know, Rel and Maokai are tanky, but they're not Sejuani Alistar tanky. And I feel like that's been a theme in this series for T1. Nars going to come through for King in. Earlier in the split, we did see this blinded a lot. Sometimes punished, sometimes not. We'll see what Kingen wants to pick into it.
It's a Gragas angle. It's a Bomba.
That would make it quite hard for Guma to ever ult. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know whether that'd be good, but we have seen him do it before. As the Brad, that'd be fun. This is a cow.
You know, I'm talking about how the Leona, the long-range interruption, the MF ult, Bard could have done that so fantastically, but yeah, ends up going for the Alistar. Makes a lot of sense here.
This would be bold, Kingen.
Kingen said something then. It looks like you're saying like, no, don't do that.
Silas is really fun.
It's a very high-value ult game for Silas, but I'm not sure how easy the lane would be.
Wouldn't he be playing mid?
Recently. I mean, I guess, yeah, they could put it
never mind.
mid and they could put the Corki top. That's a question. We don't know where everything is going right now. We'll see them swap and finish things out. I think ultimately Yone and Corki, both champions we've seen played into Azir a lot.
Yep. So I think either of them are pretty happy with how things are going. And it looks like it is going to be Kingen on the ranged top lane. Of course, this is the guy that debuted Smolder top, debuted Twisted Fate, AD top lane as well here in the LCK. So certainly no stranger to playing a few of these AD carries in the top lane.
I think it's a good matchup as well. One of the things with Na is he's very short range in his mini form early. He gains range with levels. So playing into an actual ranged champion is a struggle. We've seen him struggle into Kennen. Corki has such powerful trades. I think top lane matchup going to be rough. You also have that Na Sejuani synergy that isn't really there compared to having a true melee champion. You know, the Yone into Azir, you can weather the storm, pose that threat later. I think this is a lot more a draft that gives a lot more tools to D+ in this situation. I think T1 is still okay, but I'm a little bit concerned about some of these lane matchups, and top in particular being a problem.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. I do think that D+ have a better draft than they had in game one, in the last game. The last game, it was borderline unplayable. This time feels a little bit better, but Faker has Azir. This is where they tend to make things happen. There is zero permafrost synergy, and often T1 makes that work as well, outside of, I guess, the Alistar and Meganar. But D+, they were cooking a little bit in this one. I expect, like, if you don't like Leandries on Maokai, step away. This is not the game. Let's dive into the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for T1 after their last victory, and D+ made the courageous decision to go on to red side. Which does mean it's a conundrum moving into game 5 for T1 if they lose this one.
Yeah.
Because what then do you choose? You know?
I think the nice thing about that and the fact that T1 got the earlier game is that they get to choose. So if they're like, look, Kingen having counterpick, having that flexibility was an issue, they can swap to red side. If they just want to tweak the draft a little bit, they can stay on the same side on blue. So pros and cons, always a difficult decision in a series. And if we get to that game 5, will be something for them to reevaluate. But for now,
this feels like the first game of playoffs without Ziggs.
Pretty much.
That's what it feels like. I think there has been 2 other Ziggs bans or something like that.
I think the problem is we've seen... So Ziggs has obviously been picked on blue side. Yeah, a bit of a trade there. Ziggs has been picked on blue side, and red side just has too many picks to bans. And especially this later stage of playoffs, it feels like each team has just forced bans specifically against them, you know? Like, and it's why we've seen like the LeBlanc and the Azir now being left open kind of back to back, because you know these are picks that people were banning against these players and currently are not. And you know what, Zeus? I don't feel any sympathy for you after the KT series.
Yeah, after what you did, this is justice for perfect.
Absolutely. Hopefully he's watching at home and he's just like, yes, do it, King. Make him pay.
Well, I mean, these first few levels certainly going to be very, very rough. As Moham doesn't find the crash down, that's a deadly flourish, and the punish is very large. Of course, you don't get to proc the aftershock, so that means you're very squishy while you're sort of just standing there.
You know, we're so used to Carrier playing these range picks, these eclectic picks, and he's returning to things like Leona last game, the last of this game. His laning has been really sharp. I feel like his decisions around this rel, when to trade, when to use his cooldowns, has actually netted T1 decent advantages in the bot lane, so continuing to see that there. And Zeus, lane looked horrible, looking like he's doing a little less horribly now.
Yep. Mega Gnar is, of course, going to help feed you a bit of health every now and again. And so you can see he's able to get back towards some farm parity. King just holding the wave here at the turret. He does have his jungler towards the top side of the map as well. Owner is over here. We'll see whether they can set something up to try and play this one defensively. As, yeah, Owner just going to be jumping onto his blue buff, and I don't know how much he can actually do to try and influence. As Rift Scuttle Vision going to be picked up here by D+, just retaining as much control of this top side as they possibly can. And now aiming could be in trouble here, has to flash the Deadly Flourish. Moham a little bit late, left his AD carry alone, and is going to spell the Summoner spell.
Ideal situation is you get a bit closer so that you can just W and force aiming's flash, but Carrier knew that Moham was coming behind him, didn't want to leave it late and then end up on the tower, so just takes the trade there. And
oh, doesn't trade though. Hex Flash.
Oh, true. Unlocks his Hex Flash.
Activate.
Value, but also taking it off the immobile Misfortune, definitely something you can capitalize on. So we'll see if T1 make a move to punish that later on. This is part of the problem that's playing into Yone, is that Yone just goes to setup with like second wind, Doran Shield, Fleet Footwork, and also has no mana, so even if you trade, you just still lose, even if you're trading advantageously.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying. Speaking of worrying, Moham possibly in trouble here, as Lucid trying to move down. Moham does have his flash, but wasn't able to use it, and the owner was in the area. So that meant they were able to lock down First Blood. Gumayusi grabs that one, and I think this Jhin game is going to feel a lot better than the last one.
Yeah, bot lane just kind of bleeding out in the 2v2. You know, this isn't influence from junglers. Guma and Carry on sharp form, and not only beating Eamon's flash earlier, but able to get the kill on a Moham now. Carrier threatening here, using a Hex Flash.
Yeah.
As he has unlocked it. And all in all, top lane isn't going that hot for Kingin, considering how rough the matchup could have been. But yeah, Moham looks for Guma, but doesn't connect. And
yeah, it was great cleanse. Great cleanse.
Really good. And then one shot in is the Rel. Not great options to get out, especially as he dismounted. You know, if you remount, you still have that movement speed available, but you're so slow when dismounted. And yeah, I mean, this is my takeaway, is that the fact Zeus can do this matchup is not going how I expected to. I thought Kingham would have a lot more pressure here onto Zeus, so he's fine in the top lane. Bot lane's winning for T1. All in all, things are looking positive.
Yeah, things are looking really good. T1 on track for the 3-1 finish to this series, with then Just Be Humble Life Esports standing in their way once again. We're recycling the scripts here in the LCK. Basically how it goes, just getting a little bit lazy.
Has anyone checked on the script writers?
Well, this is the thing. As, all right, Carrier goes in, looking for a little bit of an angle here, but it's not exactly the most value as Lucid, possibly now the one out of position. The Unbound Soul coming back up again for Showmaker relatively soon as they're looking to start these grubs, aiming, wanting to catch the wave that's moving towards the bottom side. That is going to be grubs picked up, or at least the first one here by Lucid with the smite. As aiming moves on over, makes it rain. Gumayushi still in the area as Crashdown comes through there from Moham. There's the Pulverize onto 2, gets onto Showmaker into the backline. Moham going to be the target though, and Ona takes him down. Now Kingen forced to use the Valkyrie, so now has to flash if he wants to get over this wall. Lucid to try and get in there, and he does. Oh, but the Gnar is so good from Zeus! And Ona is there for the follow-up as well. Not this time, Lucid. Zeus throws a house at him, and T1 are already running away with this one.
D+ go on to red side to give Kingen the advantage in the matchup, and Zeus just doesn't care. Stomps him into the ground, catches Lucid too. And this game already 2,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. Things are looking rough for D+. This looked like the season where they could challenge. They could make it to the top, but they are in a bit of a hole in this game so far. They'll have to try and find an angle back into it. They lose out on the grubs. You can see Lucid moving over towards the bot side with Dragon up and available, but I think maybe reeling a little bit after that play.
Ooh, gets the flash out. Actually commits to the crash down there, does Moham.
It was a good flash because his cleanse isn't quite up and available. Couldn't make the same escape as he did last time, so pretty nifty one there from Guma.
Yeah, still had to use it. Aiming doesn't have his though. So D+. They are still in this, right? But 1.5k is a decent advantage now for T1, and they also get the majority of the objective here as well. And we look at Moham go for it.
That dash from Faker, honestly, so good. I mean, I feel like it's hard to fault Moham, but they're playing around this rel so well. They're so ready for it to look for this engage. And then here, perfect timing on the Mega Gnar here for Zeus.
Yeah, the Gnar is just so well placed. Tells him to chill out a little bit.
And also notice that he disengages from the Corki, so there's no chance the Corki can burst him back. He backs off, lets Ona get the kill, and then knows the Maokai doesn't have threat. Beautiful play.
Going in once again as great Pulverize. I mean, Keria is really showing us in ways that a lot of other players weren't quite able to, why the Alistair is good into the realm.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is we often hear these things about these matchups, and we see it, and it doesn't always come to fruition. And then you see it piloted by some of our best, and you really get it.
Yep.
And Keria put on a masterclass right now. Ona will spot the Maokai, and if you look at the gold lead across the board, there is advantages. I think the most crazy one is the fact that there's a 900 gold lead for Ona over Lucid right now.
Yeah, it's monstrous. This red buff now under fire as Moham just looking to be that front line, wanting to hold that so that the tree can pick it up. You can see bit of a wander back to lane as Aiming still looking to put that Bloodthirster together. Hasn't quite got that one done yet. As decent knock up there from Showmaker. He's able to get back to his soul, so he's all right.
Yeah, he's okay. Guma gonna probably get a plate here. But yeah, I think as well, obviously having a lead in a Sejuani, it's not the person you're like, oh, we won off Sejuani fed. But the fact of seeing the early Locket Rush and Lucid going to Leandri's is a lot more expensive, just so far ahead there. But Locket in these early skirmishes is so strong.
Owie. Okay, Kingen still a little bit scary, but he's not that far ahead, right?
I expected to see more of this, I'm going to be honest. More Corki just melting Gnar in the trades. And, Zeus gets chunked out, but he's fine. He's got a Cull.
Well, Zeus is going to jump on top of Lucid here, but he had a friend on his way, and that is a Valkyrie out, but that means Lucid is well and truly dead. And so it was DK setting up for the play, and it's T1 that profit.
Yeah, and Lucid, you can see him in the player cam, pretty frustrated by this one. It's difficult. He's trying to find an avenue back in, but it just keeps getting worse and worse. And now with Demolish, T1 going to get loads of damage onto this tower. Showmaker trying to aggress mid, but doesn't find anything. Keria.
Oh, yeah, the Unbound Soul's there. There's the flash. Gets the Pulverize. There's the Emperor's Divide. The ulti out here from Showmaker finds an angle. But there is Ona on his way. And I don't know how the Yone is going to be able to escape this one. Oh, the Blast Cone! Okay, Showmaker able to get a flash, and he's going to live. Well, he's going to back on a ward. I'm a bit scared about that one. Make It Rain coming down here towards his bottom lane. Good sidestep there from Gumayushi. Throws down the cleanse as well. Showmaker gets a shield. Is this the bait? The answer is no, as Faker is just going to be able to take him down. Permafrost comes in, and Faker flashes just for good measure. Gumayushi eating all of the spells in the bottom lane. And, yeah, Moham has to get out of there. Lucid,
flash?
Yeah, he does have flash. And that is going to be the kill. So Lucid is finally on the board. But man, this is not a great trade.
If Guma got out there, it's just game over. It's just
oh yeah,
over.
No, that's FF.
Couldn't handle it. You couldn't handle it, but
that's over and out.
That is over and out indeed. Yeah, so great bait here by Zeus. Just walks in the brush and Mega. And D+ don't expect Ona to be there. Lucid ends up going down. Pretty straightforward. Nothing else he could do. Even Ona ulting Kingen to make him disengage. And then this later play, I think one of the mistakes was because Faker used the shuffle, they kind of pushed him so far away that he could ult freely. So he can find space to ult away.
Oh, that is another dead Corky situation. Well, this time a dead Corky situation instead of the tree. You can see Kingen a little bit upset with how things are going right now.
You know, we didn't get to see the replay of it, but that top fight where Faker survived on like 2 HP, the locker actually came in so clutch that to keep him alive. And Guma, you know, he's just weathering the storm.
Yep.
And T1 are just massively winning elsewhere. And D+ is trying to make things happen here. There is a big wave coming in, but Kerry is coming too.
Yep, Guma's job is to exist without being a nuisance, and right now he's doing a great job. Pulverize does come on through here. There's the Flash Magnet Storm. Lands onto both, though. Showmaker getting down here. Wants to try and lock up the Jhin. He does find it, and he's able to snap back. Takes a turret shot with him, and the house as well. Almost enough to take him down, but not quite. So DK able to at least grab themselves a dive. I mean, but they're going to need way more than this.
Showmaker's lucky that he only has a slender figure, because the house was dangerously close there. But it's a good play from D+. They're making things happen. They know that even though T1 are fine with Guma weathering the storm, they have to make something happen somewhere. This play, Guma doing a pretty good job to dodge away from the crash down, gets Moham low. But just trying to ult and look for Moham, but it's forced out of it by the MF ult, and then here chase down. Wasn't able to get like the Q auto there. Maybe didn't have enough mana and gets chased down.
Yeah. It was well played to follow it up, but it's a flash having to be invested. I feel like Guma just bought so much time. And then all of this other stuff happened, and our observers got a little bit confused. We're going back here. Have a look at this one as well, as Gumayushi does finally go down, and it's right on the edge.
But look at this house from Zeus. How it's like,
oh. Yeah. All right, Emperor's Divide here towards the bottom lane as Faker is really dead. What does T1 get for it, though? Which is the question that we often have to ask. Zeus is just looking to dive this turret. There's the Gnar. Doesn't get the wallop, though, and Zeus not able to hit the house. As now Gumayushi could be in trouble. Kingen trying to get some revenge. There's a lot of pent-up frustration, but he doesn't overextend. And the curtains have now been called. Some sidestepping to come through here. Headbutt pole, that's going to set it up. There's the flash out as Kingen gives him the thumbs up, and he goes 0-4. You can see grinning in the player cam. Not a whole lot he could do there.
Kingen having a rough time trying to make things happen. It's really not working. He's kind of abandoned top lane because it's very cooked, but
I feel like he's had these exact items for 10 minutes.
Doesn't inspire too much confidence, I'll tell you that much. And D+ do get the tower bot lane for the Gold King. And I will say, it's been scrappy. The game looked very doomed. It's still not in a great spot, but at least D+ are kind of clawing back some of the disadvantages.
Yeah, the more weird they keep it, I think the better it is for them. Because if they just fall into T1's rhythm and T1 just takes everything on the map and then wins and DK don't go for anything, that's when it's completely doomed, right?
Yeah.
DK, I think, still need to go for plays and try to take the risky way out. Faker really wanted to get that wave.
That's on you.
Wait.
You know what? You know what?
Was Lucid standing on a ward?
I assume not.
Because the rest of the team was kind of coming down. Maybe it was a bait move.
Maybe it was a bait, I don't know. But I think Guma should have warned Faker about the dangers in the bot lane.
Yeah, the bot lane
Faker wasn't aware.
Yeah, Faker's just been happily laning. Hasn't been too much attention. And that's not necessarily working out here. All right, aiming set up alongside Gumayushi here in this mid lane. As we've got some side laning happening as both the top outer and the bottom outer had been taken. It's part of the reason I think why DK were kind of within touching distance. I think they managed to take down that turret before the top one did fall down. But now back to about a 3,500 gold lead.
I think the two things in this game is that the game's not in a great state, but it's not like you have LeBlanc Maokai mid-jungle and you're just falling off a cliff.
Yeah, true.
There's the potential for like a big wombo combo, you know, aiming and Showmaker with Moham. You can see a window where if T1 make mistakes, they can be punished, but T1 definitely in firm control with a massive lead. Looking to establish some control around the Dragon area to get that next Drake. And I think part of the issue as well is that because you have an Alistar and because you have a fed Sejuani, they can just face check everything. and you don't have the damage to cut through them. I mean, you don't have that much damage in general because you're behind. You definitely don't have the damage to cut through either of those targets. And I think as a result, T1 can kind of just take this one in a very measured manner. And when they're contesting space, you know, have the people who are super tanky do so.
And Zeus is now 2 levels ahead as well. So this counter matchup that Kingin was trying to set up for himself just hasn't really worked. He is still, like, you know, it's not as bad as last game, which says a lot more about last game, I guess. And this is not how this one is supposed to go.
Yeah, especially the fact they, I mean, I think, you know, we can only speculate, we're not told the reason, but the fact they went on red side clearly was to get a matchup that was good for King. And
yeah,
like, at least last time, like, you were counter-picked, right? This time, you're the one who's opting into it, and it just feels a lot worse.
Well, Moham gonna have to try and crash his way out of this one. Permafrost comes down though, and now Aiming's gonna have to come over. Does he find the ulti? He doesn't even look for it just yet as Lucid. Oh, that Bramble Smash Flash was pretty good. Faker not gonna find the sweep as now Showmaker looking for an angle. Bullet time comes in. Kerry able to tank for a while, does have the ulti, but they pile in on top of the Azir, and he goes down. Showmaker still has ult, as Gumayushi at full health, but Make It Rain comes down to slow him up.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an overstep
clears things out
there from T1. Baiting the Seeker's Arm Guard and Owner's Flash, some big resources invested there. And they obviously do get Moham, but feels a bit deep, and you can kind of see how, even though they are still ahead, that there is threat on the other side that they have to be aware of. Now, Kerry is hanging around, but doesn't have Warmog, so
yeah, I feel like a lot
low
of
in health.
A lot of T1's lead does reside in the top lane in the form of the Gnar as well.
And the Sejuani, who is tanky, and that's about it.
Yep. And Owner is now in the back of a Dragon Pit. Showmaker chasing after him here. We can see the Maokai makes his way back.
This is a pretty late reset for T1. You can see Faker and Carrier coming out of the map. So if D+ want to do this, want to make it fast, it looks like they win that Dragon.
We blinked for a second.
2 in bag. This is pretty good for D+. Now they have to try and protect their mid-tier 1 if they can. Aiming can just... Oh, he doesn't have ult, sorry. He won't be able to ult the wave. This might just be gone.
Yep. It's going to be a charge, and the turret is going to survive for the moment, but that's just you know, a stiff breeze that is going to fall down.
Satchel away. There's no Ziggs in this game, so...
Finally. We don't have to talk about, you know, Seraph's Embrace being built instead of Leandri's and things like that. In fact, we get Leandri's that we don't even want in this game. It's beautiful. Flash comes out from Gumayushi, who is really exercising his DNF buttons in today's game, as Crashdown just going to be once again interrupted. Moham is very annoyed of the existence of this Alistar. And Faker is just going to be split pushing here towards the top side of the map. Some cinders to be collected there as well, as Showmaker also gets one. It's a cinder off. As can he find an ulti angle? That's the question here. Doesn't actually look for it. Just Q's forward, doesn't quite get there. And you can see Showmaker actually able to put on a fair bit of pressure now. Let's have a look at this replay here, as this was a weird, messy fight.
Yeah, so they find Moham, and with the help from Guma, they're able to burst out the Rel. That's completely fine. But Carrier kind of gets held around, and then they commit here for Lucid. And Faker misses the Emperor's Divide. Does have the Seeker's Arm Guard to wait for time, but I think if they'd just taken the flash from Lucid, that's a completely fine play, and they would have gotten Dragon. Just committing for a bit more than was necessary. And it's kind of like, you know, we saw in previous games where, like, Flash was being burnt, and then it was like, okay, well, now we can do Baron because they can't get in. In fact, that was D+ who did that against T1. I think they should have had that approach.
Whoa! We got another one here as Carrier goes in. Actually level up, which is kind of crazy. Is Aiming, can you find the out here is the question. The answer is no. Zeus just down. Oh, never mind! The Bloodthirster is so strong! And the ulti now comes in just to play interference there from Showmaker. Aiming! I don't know how he stayed alive there.
Yeah, I mean, good moves from D+, punishing the over-aggression from T1. Faker now overstepping, and the whole of D+ trying to collapse in.
Oh god, I think this is a turret for Faker type angle here, but he's not actually quite able to take the turret down just yet. Ono just trying to hoof it towards his bottom lane, able to avoid the ulti with the twisted advance. Beautifully done. Shattering strike, and that is going to be a dead Faker. Kingin locks down that kill, his first of the game, and has reset his gold. Outer turret does fall in the mid lane. That is certainly good news. As Lucid looking to try and at least also steal away this Krug camp, and D+, they're fighting back.
They are, and the thing is as well, you know, the gold lead still looks big, But it's a 5-0-5 Sejuani. Most of that gold is locked up on the Sejuani, which
under ice.
Yeah, frozen over.
Yeah.
And here, they think they have aiming. He flashes out, and Zeus just walking at him with the mini bar, but the healing comes in.
We need to get Yundo on that. See how much health aiming actually had. It looked like 2.
And then here, Lucid, you know, he's obviously trying to get in range, but the perfect time for this W to dodge away from the ult, the Glacial Prism from the Sejuani. And the follow-up is there for the team, which is back-to-back. D+ making good plays. And this game, especially with the fact they have 2 dragons in pocket, feeling a lot more contested.
Oh, yeah. We've got a game in our hands. It's actually here. He was down to 11 HP.
Well,
so that's better than 3.
That's 10 more HP than he needed.
Yeah.
So a bit of
kind of overshot it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe could have pulled it closer.
Yeah. Didn't need to really pop the potion. Let's be honest. Okay. King now pretty scared of Zeus. I would be too, but aiming. I don't know whether he is, especially not after that last play. Is bullet time and takes down the Gnar. And you can see the shake of the head there from Zeus.
Yeah, it's a good move, because the thing is with the MF, you don't have TP, but you're so fast at navigating the map, it doesn't take long to get back. Kengan could recall and TP in if T1 started Baron. I just don't think they were in position to, so a great read from D+. And it feels like back to back to back, we're getting situations where D+ are finding advantages, aiming on top as the Gold King.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is, you know, there's like a 1.6k gold lead between the junglers now. There is still a big gold advantage across the board, but I think the game is feeling better and better for D+ right now.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that Maokai is going to do the same thing whether he has 10,000 gold or 15,000 gold. It just, he'll have more time to do it or more health bar to do it. As we see here, I mean, in the 1v1, I think Zeus is still doing a great job, but not in the 2v1.
Oh yeah, now 15 seconds on that dragon. Only Summoner that's down is aiming's flash, and, well, I guess Zeus can carry it, but only Summoner for D+, so T1, if they can find access to aiming, that would be obviously massive to set up for this one. D+, if they don't see the window for this, they can just give up this dragon, and I think it looks like that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, it looks like that it's not a fight that they're willing to take.
What can often happen is teams who are behind, they start to make a comeback.
Great knock up here from Showmaker, but you've got a teleport coming in. Showmaker is down so incredibly low, and Zeus he had the auto in the air. That's going to lock that one up. Flash out from Kengan, but Faker's here as well. And the thumbs up comes through. It's a double. They'll take a Drake as well, and T1, they just destroy them. D+ just not even a single good decision in sight.
Zeus wants an honest 1v1. He is tired of the 2v1s, and he just dunks on Showmaker. And now Baron going to get started up. Lucid does have flash. Moham is there to provide vision.
I don't think you want to go for a 50-50 on this one. Lucid has shown that his smite button has been pretty good, as Moham just wants to get some buttons away from Carrier.
Wait!
Oh, there it goes. Okay, the Nature's Grasp does come on in. Owner and Gumayusi don't have a lot of damage, though, as the bullet time comes through. They're trying to keep themselves alive. Faker is burning down inside the pit, and now Showmaker gets in. They do manage to take down the Baron. It's Gumayusi that gets it. He also kills the junglers. Now Showmaker in the back of the pit. He sidesteps the Arctic Assault, and that's going to be a double kill for the Yone. So T1, they got what they wanted, but it wasn't clean.
What was that? It was so scrappy. There were so many things that happened. Guma holding the 4th shot in the Jinnel for like 30 seconds, it felt like, to secure the Baron with it.
All right, they take down the turret. Gumayusi in trouble.
There were so many things that went on there. I think
things are still happening.
Still going, still happening. Still trying to make things happen. This is just T1 DK, this series, it feels like the game goes in a direction and then it just goes in every direction at the same time. This is a pretty big play coming out from Zeus.
Yep.
Says he's fighting top, he's confident his damage. The TP comes in, they get the follow-up, and the thing is he hits Mega at this perfect time. Ults to interrupt the Valkyrie as well.
And the wallop, like the wallop angle, the fact that it was right at max range, beautifully played there by Zeus.
Carrier knocks Lucid away, but Faker also leaves the pit, so they don't have damage on the Baron because Jin has to reload. So he's like, well, I'll just ult. And then Lucid, Owner's like, I'll stop Lucid getting the pit. But then they both flash in, and no one knows what's going on. Showmaker comes in, so Guma's like, whatever, let's just try and sync up my 4th shot with it. They do get it, but, you know, we've seen some controlled T1 Barons. That was like the least controlled I've ever seen. That was manic, but they got what they wanted. They still have a gold lead, and now they're trying to make use of this Baron.
And I tell you what, the conversation would have been very different if D+ had somehow managed to take the Baron themselves, which was definitely possible.
Almost, honestly, there's a very good chance of it happening at that last moment.
Because look at this, the Rebel Baron power play is sitting at 700. Zeus is going to be able to push in this mid lane. That should be able to extend that gold get by a decent margin, especially with 1 minute left on this buff. Faker and Ona, the only two that don't have it. And Zeus going to be able to take that inner turret down in mid. D+, they're going to have to make a play, make a move. They want to stop Zeus from just kind of winning the game, or at least breaking their stuff.
He wants that 50 gold from the Nexus.
Yeah, that's a good 50 gold.
Lucid going to move in, and Zeus will sense the pressure and move back. So he's going to be safe from this one. Now looking to go towards bot lane and apply some pressure there. And the thing is, if the rest of T1 keep the pressure here,
look at them both standing on wards. That was very, very cute.
If T1 don't get engaged on the top side while Zeus is maintaining this pressure, they just win off the back of this. You can see T1 start to back away as they saw D+ pushing up. The Baron's nearly ended. Zeus can get some damage on this tower.
Yep.
He can take it, but there is Lucid moving in, so maybe he's a bit concerned about overstaying here.
Yeah, Lucid on vision right now, so they get the pings out.
Yeah, he will just back away. Doesn't quite get the tower, but it is low. Not a great Baron power play, I'm going to be honest, for T1. We've seen much more substantial ones. And also, often, like, taking the Baron can give you a big XP lead, but if we look across the board, the only real big XP lead is in the top lane. It's only a level, and he had that before, so...
Yeah.
I think D+ managed to keep things within arm's length. It is a long arm, but it is still there.
Yep, Moham actually hitting level 11 first as well. Level 16 now done for aiming, so bullet time going to be upgraded. And I think Zeus is definitely the biggest problem here for D+ right now. Has been throughout the whole series.
Also, the double Randuins from Ona and Zeus. Really great buy when there's so many... Well, that's one nice thing, because Kingin hasn't built any items yet.
Yeah! There we go. When he gets that rapid-fire cannon, you know, he'll be so upset.
You know, it's like... You haven't even got close to your IE and you're already seen the Randuin.
Yep.
Feel bad about it.
You're like, dude, why are you wasting your time on that? Okay, Lucid can be in a lot of trouble here and will be just taken down. Gumiushi locks that one up, and the Nature's Grasp comes down as well. Moham, oh, can he see the angle? Then flash out from Gumiushi, just too good. Aiming now, trying to frontline. Actually kind of almost finds an angle, but he doesn't. That's going to be the Emperor's Divide used in celebration, as Zeus had already just killed everyone. Double kill for Faker as well, as they manage to get the Deadly Flourish. That's going to finish off the ace. And I think T1 might be starting their journey again as they finish off D+ here in Game 4. D+, I mean, they had that one good one, but after that, it was all downhill from there, and T1 looking to try and take their rightful place in the final of the LCK. They've still got one more target, though, to do it.
You can never count them out. No matter what, T1 always find a way to bring it back, always find a way to sort of resurface in the playoffs. Struggles, tribulations, they will go through them, but they bounce back, they return to that form, and I feel like T1 managed to find that edge above D+. D+, who had a fantastic regular season, not able to bring it today. And T1 will advance to the LCK Summer Lower Finals. They will be traveling with us to...
Yeah, Gyeongju. Going to be playing on Saturday next week. Going to be a whole lot of fun. Can't wait to see what T1 are going to be able to do, whether they can once again repeat history, because last time they faced off against Homolife Esports, it was not close. It was not even a little bit close. And this time could be very different.
I feel like Homolife have to be a bit nervous after seeing this, because I think it's one of these things where people get like, I do it as well. You get this view of a team in your mind, you're like, this team's at this level, it does adjust a bit, and I just feel like the variance with T1 is so massive, the upswing that they can have. Yes, they lost to Homolife Esports 3-0, but I'm really looking, Kuma, a little bit of a celebration. I'm really looking towards that next series and being like, HLE cannot underestimate them. I'm sure they won't, but it is a big opponent to go against them, and it is obviously a bit sad for D+. Moham, who came into the team, had such a great addition, I think really struggled into Carrier today. Carrier really
having a day out.
Stepping up to another level to challenge Moham and giving him some defeats on that rel. But, you know, it's Moham's first LCK playoffs. Don't think he should be disappointed. He definitely had some great games.
He only played, like, what, 16 games or something like that in the regular season in summer here. And I think that he has shown some great development even over that time. So the regional gauntlet going to be where we're going to see D+ next.
That's the thing. D+ still can make it to Worlds, you know, and T1 can still make it to Worlds, if anyone was wondering, because people ask that a lot.
Yeah, as it turns out, T1 is still in the playoffs. They can make it to LCK Champion, and they can also make it to Worlds.
That we could qualify. Some great moves here, though. Fake with a dash away from Moham's engage here. And I think that's why this game will feel rough for him, because it feels like T1, they knew Moham, his sort of proficiency on the realm. They really played around, reading when he was going to look for these engages and avoiding it. And Zeus just had some masterclass moments. In a match I thought was going to be really rough, proved otherwise. Kingen, who had such a fantastic season, people saying, you know, he could have even been higher ranked in the All-Pro, could have been second. I voted for him second, he got third. Zeus not too happy about that one, and definitely showing a return to form.
Yeah, Zeus really he's kind of kept T1 in the playoffs. Almost single-handedly having so many of these phenomenal performances, bringing out these old picks in that KT series, of course, making Perfect's life a living hell, and has done a very similar thing here, as Kingen just could not stand up to him. Signature picks facing off against one another, and Kingen's did not look so good. But this is what peak T1 kind of looks like, right? When they can play for the lanes, and then it looks almost impossible to play into them, when they always seem to have the answers. And this is an example of that.
I think ultimately the big ones for me today was jungle, support, and top. I think those two really stepped up massively. Faker had some good performances as well, the Corki in particular. But those two, I think, were the recipe for success. But Puma's flash here also fantastic.
Yeah, I think maybe they just had an inkling that Moham was looking for it.
And the thing is, you can play around the rel if you're using the summon as well. The engage isn't the fastest. It's not a Lawless where you just can't flash the ult. And T1 with a convincing win there. And a 3-1, a lot of 3-2 votes. You know, a lot of votes towards D+ as well, but T1 come through strong and continue that streak they have against D+. It feels like they always have an answer to them.
Yeah, it feels like the mental edge is what needs to be taken into account when you're seeing T1 versus DK. I felt like DK's form was looking good enough to be able to win here today. That was not the case outside of that one game. And yeah, they managed to stabilize for a decent amount of this game, but T1 they're the ones that were able to make the moves, and they did so beautifully.
That's a positive I'll say in this last game for D+, is that even though the early game went to absolute hell, they still kept looking for angles, finding fights. They didn't just give up. So I think that's a good omen for them going into the regional gauntlet. They can re-examine some of the issues here and still hold strong, still make it to Worlds. But T1 just leveled up. I think it's very clear to see. And even over the course of the series, it feels like they leveled up as well. So a fierce opponent traveling towards those lower bracket finals.
And traveling towards Gyeongju as well. And this is the thing, as T1 progress through a patch, they just get better and better as they progress through a tournament. Same thing can be said. And maybe we do start to get a little bit worried here for Humble Life Esports. I know my prediction is definitely going to be a T1 3-1. Because that's what happened last time, and our scriptwriters got bored and just decided not to write a new one for this season. Sorry about that, guys, but I guess we're just getting a repeat. Looking forward to the 5-game banger, T1 versus Gen G in the finals. It's now time to throw it over to a very smug gentleman who got his prediction right today in Dagon. Take it away.
As it was written, it's is okay. A 3-1.
He's not going to be smug. He's not going to be smug, Wolf. You can stick around.
Nope.
No, I saw the team interview thing, and I thought we were going to a T1 interview for some reason. I was like, oh, I'm not supposed to be here.
Get a cover for you, Wolf. I got you out with D.
What do you mean? Smug? You know exactly where to be because it's exactly how it was written. Every playoffs.
I know. I don't know. I'm boomed by this series. I was hoping for a game 5. I think all of us were. I know a lot of people were hoping it was going to go to 5. We're going to get Silver Scrapes. We're going to see Showmaker have one last chance. But unfortunately, the early game went pretty disastrously. Let's talk about the draft because you picked red side and you counterpicked to put Corki top.
Yeah, really, the only person in this final game that I think is without fault is Aiming. I think Aiming had a great game in the EMF. I think the EMF was more so a problem playing into Ziggs, which they did ban, which I loved. But I think we need to give up on Maokai. I think Lucid is Maokai has gotten a lot better compared to Spring, but it's just not where it needs to be. Kingen should probably not play Corki again. And I'm not gonna lie, if Showmaker was playing better, or that was even one of our more like mid-tier Yones, like they could have won that game. There were multiple really good ult angles that were just never taken. So, and the reason why we're so tilted is because we knew it was a free one the moment that the early game went the way it did. 51's draft, it doesn't really need any mention. Like, this is as cookie cut, literally as cookie cutter. This is Zeus' first champion, Guma Jin. I feel like we don't really need to waste too much words on that. But the fact that it felt like we were going to a game 5 and we were getting emotionally invested, and then it just ended on a whimper.
And things like Moham having this rel and then the Alistair coming through, which is like the counter, we weren't super happy with. We thought this draft for D+ had so many win cons. Like, you have a lot of AoE that can be linked together with an MF ult. The Corki into the Gnar should have gotten bigger advantages than it did. It just felt like a big disappointment all around when D+ were really setting themselves up for potential success, but the early game, like I mentioned, was kind of a disaster.
Yeah, it is still rumored that Showmaker's still holding on to that Yone ult today. Still happening.
Saving it for game 5.
The cooldown is still, as of right now, it's not used.
No. All right, let's take a look at the highlights here. Starting off with that early game that was very, very difficult for Moham, the player that came on in as the substitute earlier in the season. He has one to forget on his signature champion.
It's not great when you have to highlight the mistakes of the rookie, right? But they are important because they are what set up T1 to have such a good early game. That and the performance of the top half, Owner and Zeus, I think is the big difference maker. These engages, they're just too forced. I feel like DK as a team was just trying to force a little bit too much.
Faker had a nice dodge there on this one. But, you know, we had that bottom side play where he missed and then was punished. But it wasn't the only time he left aiming out to dry, who lost his flash in bottom lane because he was just way too far away from him when aiming was pushed up. And it just didn't feel like the synergy was there. And Moham has been a player who, on Rel specifically, has been one of the best supports we've seen in terms of engage during this playoffs. But in this one, just missed the mark. I think maybe the nerves getting to him at the end of this best of 5.
Right, because these weren't moments where he was sitting back, got caught. These were engages that he saw and miscalculated or misplayed or didn't have flash, and it made it very difficult for D+ to play in that early game. However, they did find a way back. There were a couple of opportunities here, but in highlight number 2, T1 closed the door through the bot lane, and it was just over in an instant. You're thinking maybe Misfortune has a moment to pop off. Not the case.
Starts again here. Keria actually using the Wolves as a taxi is really nicely done. I think Lucid thought that he was out of range, could have otherwise flashed, and probably made it out alive. That in of itself could have been bad, but probably wasn't game losing. But then Guma really quick on the flash. And then, again, we talked about these windows for Showmaker. If Mega Gnar never comes through, I think if he ults, I think there is a window, but the stun keeps him from actually doing so, right? And there's so many of these moments in this game. There was a jungle fight earlier as well, where if DK was just a little sharper, you feel like it could have done. Instead, what ends up, and what should have been, let me be very clear, a very decisive T1 win, ends up being one, because like 15 minutes in, they were in full control of the game, and then a couple of people got caught on side lane. You know, there were a couple of moments, but never really snowballed.
I think that after game 2, there just wasn't that same sort of D+ magic that we were seeing in games 1 and 2. Even though they lost game 2, they were making some really decisive calls, consistently punishing T1 a lot. In this game, they had a few of those moments, but they were so far behind it didn't necessarily matter. And I think after game 2, we really just saw this ship run out of steam, run out of wind in the sails.
You see this a lot of time from teams. They've got a great game 1, game 2, heartbreaker, game 3, and game 4, they fall off. Let's take a look at POG here for game number 4. Who gets it? Could go anywhere. Goes to Owner in the jungle, 6-1 and 10.
Owner and Zeus, to me, throughout the whole day, it was the biggest gap that we saw. I think that the performance of Owner after what was a pretty shocking Humble Life series, this is what we expected coming to playoffs. Actually being able to make the Sejuani into Maokai work, which has been a very lopsided matchup, syncing up really nicely. Great 2v2s towards the top side as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider we're not really so high on his Maokai right now, you go to the flip side on the Sejuani. It's been a pick he's always been very, very good at. He has so much experience on this pick, and I mean, just straight up outplayed Lucid in every turn in this game and was able to make a way larger impact in the early game. Just kind of leaving Lucid a little bit in the jungle alone while he's making the big plays. I think some votes top, it makes sense. Support vote, fairly valid. I mean, there were some good punishes from Keria in this one as well.
Yeah, I think he actually showed us what Alistair can do in Rel. Actually got way more cancels than we normally see.
And for you T1 fans and LCK fans, stick around. We will have an interview standing by with one of the T1 players here on the English broadcast. But before that, we'll have all of the players being translated on stage here in LOL Park. But we'll get to that one in a little bit as well. In the meantime, D+, they are now out of playoffs, still the opportunity to make it to Worlds through the regional gauntlet. What are some takeaways here that you want them to have?
So they will have 2 lives. Most likely they will face off against either Hanwha Life or T1. After today's series, you gotta imagine that they're gonna be the underdog there coming in, given that I don't expect those 2 teams to sharply drop off from where they are now. I do think they're still most likely to be our 4th seed though, because I feel like the gap between them and KT and BNK should still be quite big.
Yeah. Last thoughts for me is I think it's really important for D+ to go to Worlds with this roster and get some more experience, because some of these players are contracted for, you know, the next 2 years. So you want to build around this roster. You want to build around Moham, I want to say. So if you don't make it to Worlds, you lose all of those opportunities as well. So I think it's really big for them if they can make it through.
All right, well, with this win, T1 make it on over to Gyeongju, and they are standing right now with Deer on the translations.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the post-match interview translation, joined by T1, who just took a 3-1 victory in the lower bracket of the 2024 LCK Playoffs Round 3, brought to you by Woori Bank. So let's hear from Zeus, owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Kyria, and head coach Koma. Congratulations! Thank you. Now, Zeus, you have made it to the lower finals once again. How do you feel? After losing the first game, I thought that was going to be a really rough battle. But afterwards, I think it was a clean game and smooth sailing onwards, so I'm very happy. So you got an unanimous POG in Game 2 with Camille. So how did you manage to capitalize Camille's strength against D+ Kia? So I felt like, just based on the comp, it was really a good Camille game where you can scale really well with Camille. And honestly, there were a bit of hiccups in the beginning, but I'm just really relieved that it went well in the end. And in Game 3, we got a Yone versus Aatrox matchup, and in your all-time match history, you are undefeated in a Yone versus Aatrox matchup over 8 games. So how confident are you in this matchup? So since I haven't really faced Aatrox in a while, I was a little nervous. But obviously, I feel like I was really familiar with the comp. So in the matchup, I was pretty comfortable. And now that you secured your way to Gyeongju, you will face Hanwha Life Esports in the lower finals. Any predictions? Honestly, yeah, we've struggled against Hanwha Life Esports in the past, but I believe that we are capable of making it to the finals. And Owner, you got a 3-1 victory and advanced to round 4. How do you feel? You know, I really wanted to make it to the lower finals at Gyeongju, and honestly, the 3-1 victory makes me very happy. What was the key point in preparing your match against D+ Kia today? You know, D+ Kia does make a lot of plays around mid and jungle, so I think that's what we really focused on today. So you got 3 wins with just Sejuani, and it looked like your opponent prioritized Maokai over Sejuani. So what was your thought process here? You know, it's really all preference. But when you play Maokai or Sejuani, it really does change the overall comp. So it really depends on the team. So looking forward to the next round. What are your resolutions for the lower finals? Just like spring, we made it to the lower finals after losing, so we'll just make sure that we are able to make it to the finals. Next up, we have Faker. You get to continue your winning streak against D+ Kia. So how does it feel to defeat them yet again? Today was a very crucial match, and I'm just really glad that we're able to win. And honestly, the longer our playoffs run lasts, there are so many more of ourselves to show. So what were your expectations against D plus Kia? Lately we haven't really been performing very well and struggled against even Hana Life Esports. But I believe that we were able to show what we got today. You played Corki in games 1 to 3, and then in game 4 you blind picked your signature Azir. So what are your thoughts on Corki and Azir? As for mid lane right now, I think there are some preferences that mid players actually have. So I think it really ends up being a skills matchup and really how proficient they are in the champions. And so T1's current roster has an LCK finals appearance rate of 100%. So what are your resolutions for keeping this number at 100? We have lost against our opponent before, but I believe that we can actually bring it back and bounce back and show you an even better performance. Next up, Gumayushi. So you have reached all-time LCK 1,500 kills and secured a ticket to Gyeongju. And by the way, an adorable headband that we are wearing. How do you feel?
프로게이머 하면서 좀 큰
as a professional gamer,
많은 관객분들이랑 게임하는 거가
being able to play alongside a big audience is such a great opportunity and experience.
수 있게 되어서 기쁩니다.
And luckily we were able to make it to Gyeongju, which makes me very delighted. And in game 1, you brought out a new Nyla a Zillion comp and first picked Ziggs in games 2 and 3. So how much preparation work was involved in these picks? In the end, we just try to pull off as many picks as possible. And we really did work hard in preparing for today's match. And for Ziggs, I think I'm pretty confident with him. We actually did prepare and I have practiced him since round 1. And so, how do you expect your match against Hana Life Esports will go? Even in spring we got 3-0'd by them, but just like how we won today, I think we are fully capable of defeating them. So we'll just be sure that we are ready for that match. And Keria, there was no room to back out in today's lower bracket match. So what mindset did you play with today?
오늘 꼭 이기고 싶은 마음으로 왔습니다.
No, I was really desperate for today's win, so I just came here today telling myself that I really want to win. So the key highlighted lane today was bot lane, and since aiming has such a high carry potential, how did you manage to disable and deny him? So DK actually does focus their play around aiming. And there are so much limitations right now regarding hyper carries in the bot lane, so I think we're just trying to deny those kind of picks as much as possible. And so in the match point, you were hovering Bard and quickly swapped to Alistar, and you seemed somewhat disappointed. So what was the discussion at the time? As a team, we were trying to pick between Bard and Alistar. And I was really just hovering, I was leaning towards Bard, but I thought about it and the skin sale is close to being over, or it's already over, so I just went with Alistar instead. So any message to Hana Life Esports? We lost against them, but just from watching the Hana Life Esports versus Gen.G, we just kind of downloaded how they play. I think they have revealed a lot of their gameplays and their tactics, so I think we have a better chance this time around. Now let's talk to Coach Goma. So with today's victory, you are now Gyeongju bound. How do you feel? We've never felt so desperate to try to get to Gyeongju, and just being able to qualify for the lower finals makes me very happy. So personally, are you satisfied with today's performance? We did lag in game 1. We weren't able to showcase what we prepared, but the rest of the match really went and proved how much work we have been putting in. So I'm pretty happy about that.
중요한 점은
So what is
지금
the
선수단 뭐
key to
선수들
the lower
정말
finals?
열심히 다양하게 많은 걸 준비했기
You know,
때문에
our front staff,
보여드리기만
the
하면
coaching
된다고
staff, and our
생각해요.
team,
그래서 그
our
날은
players
이제
have prepared
컨디션
so
관리가
much and they have been
굉장히
working
중요하다고
really
생각하고
hard. So I
있습니다.
think
그리고
in the
또
end,
이제 요새 한 번씩
the
이제
key would be
선수한테 하는
just
얘기인데
managing and maintaining their
패배하더라도
condition.
저희가 승승승 할 수 있다는 얘기를 좀 많이 하는 것 같아요.
You know, I just everyone has been saying that even if we start with 2 losses, we can always win and reverse sweep because we have been preparing just that much.
일단 항상
And any shout out to all the T1 fans who are hopeful to see you at the finals. You know, I always say that I am really grateful.
감사드리고요.
And I want to say once again, thank you so much for always supporting us till the end. And against Hanwha Life Esports, I want to show you guys an opposite result from our last match. And lastly, Baker, any shout out to the fans? As always, thank you so much for all the support. And in Gyeongju, I just wanted to make sure that we spend the last parts of our playoffs with our fans. And I want to make everyone so happy. And that's the end of the post-match interview with T1. And stay tuned for the in-person interview at the space. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. Joining us is Victorious Jungler for T1, owner, as well as Ji-sun for the translations. Congratulations on your victory. Welcome to the Global Desk. Why don't you take a second to say hello to all of your global fans?
오늘 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 이렇게 또 LCK 글로벌 인터뷰도 응해주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 가장 먼저 글로벌 팬분들께 한번 인사해 주실 수 있을까요?
네, 안녕하세요. T1의 정글러를 맡고 있는 오너 문현주라고 합니다. 네.
영어로도 한번 해주세요.
Yeah, can you say it in English?
Thank you. T1 정글 오너.
Good. That was good. That was good. This last series was very entertaining and a little tense, but you were able to get 2 POGs. What were some of the feelings and emotions that you had for today?
오늘 경기 사실 보는 입장에서는 정말 쫄깃하고 또 재밌었는데 직접 경기를 뛰는 선수 입장에서는 어땠는지 특히나 오늘 경기에서 POG를 2개나 따셨어요. 오늘 경기 전반적으로 어땠나요?
일단 그래도 플레이오프 오면은 한 경기 한 경기 좀 많이 떨리는 것 같고요. 근데 어쨌든 저희가 많이 이런 경험을 많이 해봤기 때문에 그래도 다행이라고 생각을 했었고 1세트를 지긴 했지만 2, 3, 4세트를 잘할 수 있다라는 확신이 있었기 때문에 잘 풀어갔었던 것 같습니다.
Well, actually, as we head over to playoffs, the stakes are so high. I get kind of nervous in every game, but also I'm so relieved that we have so much experience to kind of handle with these jitters. Also, we were pretty confident that it didn't really matter. We dropped first game because we knew that we have the power to bounce back for the 3 games in a row.
Well, speaking of experience, this T1 roster always seems to have a little bit of trouble in the summer split. You guys did this year. You also did last year. What did you learn as a team and individually from this summer split?
사실 또 T1은 매년 서머 시즌에는 조금 우여곡절이 많은 것 같고 작년도 그랬고 올해도 조금 많은 일들이 있었던 것 같은데 언제나 또 마지막에는 또 폼을 회복하고 좋은 경기력을 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 그렇다면 올해는 개인적으로 어떤 부분을 많이 배웠다고 생각하시나요?
어쨌든 이렇게 계속해서 저희가 스프링보다 썸머 성적이 별로 좋지가 않은데 이런 부분에 있어서 멘탈 관리법이나 많은 이제 뱀픽적으로도 많이 배웠다고 생각을 하고 있고 또 그냥 게임 내적으로도 그냥 외적으로도 좀 그냥 살아가는 데 있어서도 조금 많이 배운 것 같아가지고 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, I think I can say for sure that our results or the final outcomes are not as good as the spring season, but I think with this experience, we were able to learn how to keep the mental fortitude and also how to kind of refine our drafting. Also, outside of the game, I think I got a lot of life lessons this summer as well. So yeah, it was a very, very nice experience for me.
Can you give us one of the life lessons that you learned?
그럼 인생의 교훈 어떤 거를 얻으셨는지 하나 정도 알려주실 수 있을까요?
어쨌든 힘든 날이 있으면은 또 웃는 날이 무조건 올 수 있다라는 생각을 많이 했었고 그게 또 맞는 것 같아가지고 네 그거인 것 같습니다.
There's always a silver lining. Even though you have some hard times, in the end, you will shine bright.
All right, thank you. With this win today, you'll be heading to Gyeongju. And you are 1 win away from facing Genji for the 6th time. Still have to beat Hanwha Life Esports. How does that make you feel knowing that you could possibly be playing the same team in the finals for 3 years?
이제 오늘 경기 승리로 T1 역시 경주행에 오르게 되었습니다. 이제 1승만 더 달성하게 된다면 다시 한번 6번 연속으로 젠지와의 결승이 성사될 수도 있는데요. 이렇게 같은 상대를 연거푸에서 계속 결승에서 만난다는 건 또 어떤 느낌인지 그리고 하나생명전이 남아있는데 각오는 어떠신가요?
일단 결승전에 간다고 치면은 6번을 만난다는 것 자체가 너무나 좀 신기한 관계인 것 같고요. 그리고 또 어쨌든 젠지를 만난다는 거는 저희도 어느 정도 잘해왔다는 뜻이라고 생각이 들어서 너무나 좋을 것 같고 다시 만나면 어쨌든 다시 만나기 위해선 하나생명전을 꼭 이겨야 되는데 저희가 스프링 때처럼 이겼던 만큼 저희는 더 올라갈수록 잘한다고 생각이 들고 오늘 승리를 위해서 더 기세도 탔기 때문에 이번 경주에서도 하면은 꼭 승리할 수 있다고 생각이 들어서 꼭 이기고 결승전에 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, it still amazes me that we can face the same opponent for like 6 times in a row. And I think if we make finals, I think it also tells that we have been doing a great job as we are facing up against Genji in the final as well. But we also have to play up against Hanwha Life Esports. But with this win today, I think we were able to fortify our momentum really well. So I'm really excited to head over to Gyeongju and play out our games.
When I think about this T1 roster, you all have been together for such a long time. In Global League of Legends, your roster has been together for such a long time. What makes this roster so special?
그리고 T1 정말 5명의 선수가 함께한 지 굉장히 오래되었고 전 세계를 놓고 보아도 이렇게 T1처럼 5명의 선수가 함께 오래 끈끈한 시간을 보낸 같은 기록을 보유한 팀이 없다고 저는 생각하거든요. 어떤 점이 이런 T1의 패국회를 특별하게 만드나요?
정말 약간 어려운 질문 같은데 어쨌든 저도 잘 모르겠어요. 이렇게나 많이 할지도 몰랐었고 이렇게 많이 했는지도 몰랐었는데 어쨌든 서로서로 게임을 같이 하는 데 있어서 행복함과 즐거움을 느끼고 또 그만큼 성적이 나왔었다 보니까 어느 정도 끈끈하게 유지가 됐었던 것 같고 그래서 이렇게 로스터를 유지함으로써 게임을 하는 데 있어서 더욱더 즐거움도 플러스 되기 때문에 더 끈끈하게 발전되는 것 같습니다.
I think it's a very tricky question, but I don't know. Back in the days, I didn't even see this coming, you know. I was not expecting us to stay for such a long time. Sometimes even now, I forget that we have been together for such a long time as well. I'm just not aware sometimes, but I think we just always find a great experience together. Also, we have accomplished so many great things together as well, so we were able to feel very kind of satisfied with the runs that we kind of make happen together. So I think that's the power that let us stay together as a team.
And then finally, as you head to Gyeongju, what is your determination that you want to share with your fans from all over the world?
그럼 마지막으로 이렇게 경주 로드쇼를 향하게 되었는데 마지막으로 팬분들께 각오 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은 이제 썸머 시작부터 지금까지 응원해주신 분들 너무나 감사드리고요. 저희 여정은 아직 끝나지도 않았고 이제 또 하나생명전을 만나서 결승전까지 갈 수 있도록 하나생명전을 꼭 이기고 이제 결승전에 가서 이번에는 더욱더 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있도록 노력 많이 할 테니 끝까지 믿고 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Thank you so much for your support throughout the summer season. I really appreciate it. But I want to say T1's journey is not over here. We're going up against Hana Life Esports in the next match, and we will make sure to get the win and head over to the finals as well. And also in the prior answer, Owner already mentioned that he beat Hana Life last season in the same kind of matchup format. So he said he's pretty confident as well. So let's see what's going to happen there.
All right, 감사합니다, Owner. T1 Owner, world champion, all pro, one of the greatest to do it here. Congratulations on the win and best of luck in Gyeongju. 감사합니다.
Yeah.
All right, as they depart, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket one more time as yet again it is T1 finding a way to the semifinals as they take down D+, 3-1 after dropping the first game, 3 games in a row, dominantly. Owner and the rest of T1 find their footing, find a draft that works multiple times, and get it done.
The big question on everyone's minds is, will they repeat history and take out Hanwha Life again, just like they did in spring, to once again join Gen.G in the finals? 6 in a row.
Yes.
I mean, I'm starting to wonder if we're just gonna see it again. I mean, if you asked me a few weeks ago, I was like, "There's no way they get it done." You asked me 2 days ago, "There's no way." You asked me at the end of today, and I'm like, "Probably not." You know, I'm starting to
after game one. I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Do I think this should be a thing? No. But we are gonna stew on this for 5 days, and you know what? Saturday morning rolls around, and you have a stadium full of T1 fans. You're like, you know what? I feel like we've been here before. I just wish we got something new, but I just don't think that that's how the LCK works until these two teams disband. They're too powerful.
Until I watch T1's Nexus explode a third time on the day. I'm just not sure.
Never, D-Gon.
The only ones that have been able to do it in the playoffs over the last 3 years in an elimination match against T1 has been Gen.G, but Hanwha Life stand in the way, and they will do so in Gyeongju. So again, put the 07s in the chat for a heck of a season here at Lowell Park. 2 matches to go in the LCK Summer Split. Who will be going to Worlds with Gen.G? We will find out on Saturday. T1, Hanwha Life, the winner taking on Gen.G for the 2024 LCK Summer Split crown. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see y'all in Gyeongju.
부진은 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요.